random Jewish cabal shit or whatever that they think is going on. That, again, let me make it clear, I don't believe this is true whatsoever. I'm just repeating the talking points that Fuentes puts out. But, and I'm making it clear, I do believe Fuentes is an anti-Semite. I don't condone what he says. But that type of language, that type of rhetoric towards the Jews, or anybody that shows some type of support for Israel, or that's MAGA, which has been showing more of a support for Israel genuinely, usually gets labeled as Jewish sympathizers, Jewish fascists, and they'll also get labeled, on top of being rhinos, they'll also be labeled globalist, quote unquote, which is not a word for you work with Israel and et cetera, and you're evil. So their definition of evil and their definition of fascism is completely different than what our definition of evil and fascism is. They think anything Jewish related, you're cooked. And anything then that's evil. So that's all I wanted to contribute.
Well, I have a question for you, actually, before you land your plane. Will Charlie Kirk's death spark more violence in the country?
Yeah.
That was short and sweet. Let me just say, guys, I have this article. Trump blasts the left, and Abby, I think that's a problem. I think the president just needs to shut up finally, because this is just going to stoke the flames out.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but also and I really want why every room has to be about Jews. It's really disconcerting. But once again, Charlie Kirk and Turning Point had a very close relationship with the Jewish community. He was a man of faith, and the community is a community of faith. Many statements came out publicly from national Jewish organizations in horror with what happened and in support of his family. And I know in this last election, those more conservative Jewish organizations worked very closely with Turning Point. So that if we could just kind of get off that subject, because rooms tend to go there, and it's just disheartening that there's always this attack. It doesn't need to be.
Thank you, Counselor. Let me say hello to Lord Mwenda. Lord Mwenda, how you doing? Lord, are you there? I was saying that today with the Jet game. Lord, are you there? Please hear me, because they suck ass. All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Please respect the one-mic policy. David, I know you tried to jump in early. Did you want to jump in now?
Yeah, just had a quick question for Abby. As a lawyer, do you feel when there's official press releases, early stages, there's a lot of, there can be a lot of inaccurate information coming out from official resources, official agencies, I should say, in the early stages, since there can be pressure to come up with stuff?
They usually caveat them. There'll usually be some kind of caveat that it's in the early stage of the investigation. You'll most likely hear that. And I think you heard that in this press conference that they gave the other day. My point was, it's still going to be a lot more accurate than people going down the rabbit holes of TikTok to learn their news, and that it's still a trusted source to get updated information. But you will often, most likely, when you hear a press conference or a press release saying still under investigation, that the facts are still being formulated, and it's early stages. I mean, that's pretty common.
Yeah, and I definitely agree that it's way more accurate to get your information there than at TikTok or Facebook or even Fox News, CNN, whatever you want to call it. But personally, I feel sometimes in certain circumstances, they shouldn't just say anything to the public, because that can do more harm than good until they officially know.
Do you understand why they released what they just released? I mean, they make decisions to go to the public when they're trying to locate someone. That was very intentional, very specific. Why they showed those videos, and they showed the physical person and what information they had, and they offered $100,000 reward.
$100,000.
They're using the public, and they're very specific what they release to the public and what they don't release to the public. It's very calculated. If you worked in law enforcement, I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the videos of actually identifying them. Oh, yeah, those need to go out ASAP. And anyway, ways that those can be delayed 100%. But I'm talking about not necessarily just this case. I'm talking about just general, what if it's any of the active shooter situations? Sometimes they give out just facts that I think are information to whether this person is transgender or not transgender or if his roommate's transgender. Don't understand really how that helps, but yes, identifying things on, hey, this is what we're looking for, this is the clothes, or anything that may identify the person before they catch them. Yes, get that information out to everyone ASAP. And don't delay. I 100% get on that. I understand. But some of the other information, I just think certain agencies just should keep their mouth closed because they can do more damage.
I think that's a judgment call by that particular law enforcement agency.
I mean, John Kitover is, sorry to interrupt, John Kitover is broadcasting this live.
He is.
Let me go ahead and play some music. Let me cue up some music.
Sorry, guys, but it's just really annoying. And
Well, if we play trademark music, he can't record. He has to stop. Cat and I take over.
Hold on, I've got to cue it up so somebody can talk on it.
I think you want to cue it up.
are there any songs we do requests here?
I'll say, Jay, do a little biggie.
Let the Rocky guy.
Yeah, Rocky V.
Rocky might go ahead and Rocky.
This is called meditating instead of running your lips all the time.
Believe what's coming out of their mouth now, but we don't believe what's coming out of it when it releases the Epstein file.
So what I said earlier is I layered on that. First of all, you didn't just have the director of the FBI. You had the agent, the regional agent in charge of what would be the northern Utah and that branch. You usually have a U.S. attorney from that district. You usually will have in those press conferences. You had the governor of Utah speak. You probably have if you have the district attorney from that county, you may have the police chief from that that municipality that's affected. I mean, in most of these press conferences, it's not just one speaker. So and I gave the example that like in New York, when we had that shooting, what was that, about a month ago? Someone can remind me. And the dude was from Vegas, actually. They went to New York and
I know you're talking about it.
shot up the NFL, the building of the NFL. I mean, in those press conferences, if you remember, you had the chief of police of the New York Police Department, you had federal, you have people from the Justice Department. So in these press conferences, it's usually an array. Now, whether you trust Patel or whether you trust Director Ray when he spoke before it was Patel, I mean, it's vetted with a lot of other people that are in that investigation. And, that's, if you don't like one, you have enough to choose from up there that, that are taking that investigation that you should have a comfort level with it. And again, I'm also saying that versus finding some conspiracy theory on TikTok. I mean, just use your brain.
Oh, no, I agree with taking the
But
look
the governor of Utah seemed to be very balanced through this. And by the way, I was going to put something in the chat that Gary put in his chat. You're going to be shocked that I'm the one saying this, but I don't know if you heard Bernie Sanders.
Yes, I did. I listened to Bernie. Yeah.
What did he say?
I was amazing. I'll put it in the chat. It's actually something, Jay, you might even want to play.
Yeah.
You think I'm the last person to tell you to do that, but Sanders came out with an excellent statement about political violence and how wrong it is. And when he gave it, he cited left and right violence. And it was actually a very balanced statement. So I think that's what we have right now. We have to go on real facts as they come out. And again, it's not usually these press conferences are an array of people that are working the investigation.
Also, just one last thing, just to piggyback off of David's point a little bit about the unnecessary information that comes out sometimes, I'm a little bit confused sometimes too as to how the automatic assumption is that you dated a trans person, therefore you're left wing, when one of the really big and still currently very big conservative influencers is Blair White, who was a trans woman, right? So I don't think being transgender exclusively puts you on the left when we've had multiple transgender figures that are consistently out there on the right espouting right-wing claims too and supporting Trump, including Caitlyn Jenner, for example.
So,
I hear you, but I think generally, if you were to poll that, you would probably see in polling that a conservative, and looking at the position that people that vote more conservatively are probably less in support. And you saw that in this last presidential election with that issue becoming front and center in that election. And people took very, very strong positions against it. As it came up with Waltz and the tampons in the bathroom, and then going forward with the whole gender issue. So I don't know. I'm not here to opine as to what the percentage is, but I'd put some money on the fact that it's a pretty high percentage or not.
Council. And Jordan, hold on a second.
Being recorded?
I have no idea. Supposedly, yeah, because he played a buzzing sound when the music was being played. So we'll play music again in a minute, but I want to say a little Lucky Sinclair. Lucky Sinclair, how you doing?
Hey, bro.
Do you want to chime in on will Charlie Kirk's death spark more violence in America?
Heck no, that's one of the most disrespectful things that could have happened to anybody in America. See, like, I'm not going to judge the brother, but there was people that was listening to him of a certain group, and they found somebody that they could respect. And when you take something away from somebody, even if it's sacred to the minutest point, you cause anger and strife. Those people who cause anger and strife, they don't care about people. They enjoy contention. And I think that is devastating.
Thank you, Lucky. Jordan did the
So, yeah, there's an enmeshment of several things that we have to look at from the perspective of a paradigm shift in one, how we get our news, how we editorialize it. I mean, if we didn't have new media, right, we would simply hear of this event. We would possibly make the assumption that it was, political warfare, and then we would have to wait to hear the facts, right, from the investigation. But so now what's going on is political violence is one consideration, and how public figures, public servants react to that. How folks on the right and the left respond to this event. Those things are enmeshed. And then
His focus is
there's a feedback loop on how the press and political figures then respond to how we perceive things and process it and sort of read. So the dynamic is rather complex and confusing. And people who don't pay attention to politics very much, which is most Americans, I mean, they may be polarized, but they're not as vested in it as, say, we are. They are really lost in this. It's tumultuous and it's problematic. And so I think we need to think of all the layers and the conflation of constructs. This is really complicated stuff and very nuanced. And then we aren't diving deep into some of the content that is out there that is disinformation and misinformation. I mean, the whole thing is just an absolute mess, but it's serving some stakeholders. And I don't know how you could tease this out in a week, much less a year. So anyways, I just want to give that perspective because I think we forget somewhat how things used to be and how things used to be processed from the perspective of government relations and public relations.
Yeah, but Jordan, how things used to be processed, we didn't have $1,500 computers in our hands. You know, and our kids are being raised by these phones. It's the truth. How many kids do you know that don't have phones? You don't want your kid to be an outlier of the group, so you gotta get them a phone. That's $1,500. Hold on, let me finish, please. And they're being indoctrinated by these radical sites because we as parents are being derelict in our duties to see what our kids are doing. That's really the truth.
Right, but I guess what I'm arguing is that social media used to be an adjunct almost at best. Now it's the central source of media as it's consumed. And so I don't know what more I would say to that other than we need to rethink all the layers that are at play here because it's rife with opportunity for people to distort the facts even when they don't want to. And I think I don't know who revisits it. I don't know what academic entities, media psychologists look at this stuff, I guess. But I think it's just so much more complicated and we're in the midst of it. And so it's hard for us to almost take a step back and be objective about it.
Thank you, Jordan. Before I go to Lord Mwenda, let me do a quick reset. Community conversations, collaborations. Will Charlie Kirk's death spark more violence? Let me say hello to a few people. Tisha, how you doing? Megan, how you doing? Mary, you have your hand raised. I try to bring you up numerous times. We have Liz, we have Miss Fifi, we have Moose in the house. Moosey, what's good, man? Why don't you come up? Guys, you have Pink Ticket, Camille, Grace, cashing your tickets. Teddy, Don Julio, cashing your tickets, guys. It's free. Don't cost you anything. Lord Mwenda, how you doing, bro?
Pardon me. Listen, I just put in a link in the chat from this Instagram post of one of these similarly aged, individuals, like we said, they're 19 years old, going around and vandalizing memorials that, was set up for, Mr. Kirk, and this is, like for me, initially, my position was that the violence will not be as much because if you notice, hey, there's not looting riots up there like it was for George Floyd or whatever, any of these, and every time that they're race baiting, Americans, relating to police brutality, et cetera, like none of that has happened, like to some extent there's been an element of glory, right, with situations like this. I think that, like, it's you can just go up to the 4-minute mark if you want to watch it and even like pin it to the extent that is one of the situations that would create, some more violence, because I don't think Mr. Kirk, if violence, if we see a whole bunch of violence in the name of Charlie Kirk for the people that supported or somewhat agreed with his rhetoric, that will actually be going against his principles. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think for the people that actually, accepted it or adhered to some, it's like for me, like what I agree with, like last time with Mr. Kirk was he was a family man and he was a constitutionalist. So if you were a family man and you were a constitutionalist, I don't think you're going to be, act outrightly violent. You know what I'm saying? Unless provoked. And like that video, I think is somewhat of a provocation for people who I guess are not really tapped into their own being. Because man, look, they had a visual in the UK. You know what I'm saying? It's South Korea. You know what I'm saying? So to suggest that this man didn't have a positive impact one way or another, regardless of whether or not what he said pissed you off, is using violence is just gonna negate a whole bunch of his turning point USA. You know what I'm saying? Even that's no turning point of USA, getting away from the violence and let's have a discussion. He said it himself. But
thank you, Lord Stan. You want to jump in?
Yeah, I think it's preposterous to suggest that because a crazy person or someone on the extreme voters that might have had a right identity that bad actions people on the right don't agree to. So to make claims that the left agrees to this and that they could bump that right focus people wouldn't ever do, or that someone that's right of center wouldn't ever do what happened is not the right way to put it. I think the better way to put it, if you drill that down, that 99.9% of the U.S. or 99.998% of the U.S. would never do such a thing, and don't try to make it political.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Lord. Did you want to push back, Lord?
The whole scenario is political. You know what I'm saying? You know, Mr. Kurtz, whole Stan was, as much as he wasn't a college graduate, right? He would go to these locations to make the young individual, which he once was, aware of the political structure, trying to get the vote. He mobilized. I think, if we're going to be honest, yeah, he was, part and parcel, instrumental in Donald Trump's re-election, this past 2024. So, and look, for me, I would even call myself, right, I am conservative. I'm conservative, but I wouldn't say right wing or left wing. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, when we're talking about right wing and left wing, I think that's what creates a divide. Because let's go back to the 1960s and look at how RFK, shifted and went to Trump's side. Because at one point, it was JFK that was saying, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Right? But now what the Democrats are doing, pushing welfare. Your country will do this. Come. You know what I'm saying? So I think, go ahead.
Okay. The fact that people care about the rest of humanity does not make it bad. I believe that most people that go to church in various religions, and it doesn't matter which type, believe that other people, that they want other people to do better in their life. They don't want them to be in pain. They don't want them to agonize. They want the best of everyone. And to suggest, like you just did, that Democrats or anybody, half the people in the U.S. don't agree or are bad people because they want other people not to be bad off.
I did not say
That
that.
is just not. That's you're pushing an agenda that you're believing that everybody left the center is a bad person and agrees with it. I'm against that. I think the Venn diagram would suggest the vast majority of Americans find what happened detestable. They don't want us to be in this situation. We want to tone down the rhetoric, not tone it up.
There were bad people, but if you look at what was the majority group of people politically, how did they politically identify those who were celebrating Mr. Kirk's death?
I want to just point out to what JD put above, is that causing us to tone down.
No, that's going to cause people to turn up. It's like playing Giacomo. He wants to stoke the fire because, like this guy, I was just watching a video. This guy's planning this for a year. He doesn't want the people to be silent. He wants to fucking peg you. Trump wants to get these people to start speaking and talking and letting out their fucking hate, and so he can put a tag right on you.
Right, so if that's the case, why should any leftist start bowing the knee and start playing to both sides of it? The Republicans will never step down to acknowledge what's happening on their end.
That's fair game. But to Anne's point, suggesting that, just the people on the left, the bad guys. No, that's why I brought up the notion of JFK and how the left wing at some point, right, that's about 60 years ago, right, what their position was, right? JF, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Yeah, but Lord, respectfully, we are in totally different political employment in the 1960s. Even though there was racial divide and there was a civil rights. Hold on, let me finish, please. Thank you. The Americans, we don't think like our parents did or our grandparents did. We think different. America's a fast country. Everything's fast. Fast sex, fast money, fast food, fast internet. Everything has to be fast. We don't live like we did in the 60s, bro. Okay.
Fast everything, including fast women. But anyway, like my point, like I was saying, right? Like I was just pointing out, like especially today, like there was that direction of how the Democratic Party has shifted. The left has shifted to a more welfare state and somewhat socialist, communist type of situation. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the behavior that we see being, exhibited by most left-leaning people. That's why I was asking the gentleman, like, if you're gonna talk about bring up bad people or anything like that, what is the statistic or your observation? The people that were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, right? Were they left-wing or were they right-wing?
What he's saying is, and maybe you can fact check me. I'm just gonna the comparison you're making. The comparison I'm gonna make is, then all Republicans are MAGA, and we all know all Republicans are not MAGA. All Democrats didn't cheer this man dying.
Exactly. Like I said, for me, I'm
okay. If you go look statistically,
I understand
that less than 20 basis points of Democrats or people left of center had an opinion on this, and might be even less than 10 basis, but it might be less than 1 basis point. And a basis point is 1/100th of a percent.
What's that, like 0.0 something?
1/100th of a percent. So I said 10 to 20 basis points would be my bet. So 1/10 to 1/20th, or 1/10 to 1/5 of a percent.
So let's keep it simple for us that are not in math, right? Is it a 2-to-1 ratio, 1-to-1 ratio, 5-to-1 ratio, 10-to-1 ratio? Because that's where the question of the room comes in. Will his death spark more violence, right? And who will be the initiator or who will be poking the bear of violence here in the United States of America? Because so far it's been 3 days. That happened on the 10th. It's been 4 days. We're entering, September 15th. So 5 days, and we haven't seen any riots, or in cities being somewhat destroyed, businesses being destroyed because, Mr. Kirk was assassinated, at the end of the day, albeit it was by a civilian, like the situations where the riots happen when it's black people involved, it's generally from, it's mostly like state sponsored, let's put it that way. But regardless, we're not seeing, the kinds of riots that happen when, somebody who is politicized, where the death of an individual is politicized.
Wait, we haven't seen riots for the death of an individual is politicized?
In this case, we're not seeing widespread violence and riots and destruction of property.
Well, there was a riot the other day. It was the white men fight back thing that happened.
There was a riot and property was damaged. There was damage to property and all that good stuff.
Not to the same extent as the previous riots have been, but it was still a mass gathering of them doing it. Yeah.
Was it a riot or a protest?
I'll double check the extent of the damages. I'm not sure if they extended down to riots. Let's see.
And I guess the same question I would ask you on these what you call protests that I call a riot. Where would you make the distinction? If there's vandalism, if there's property damage, if there's a blockage of traffic, if there's recklessness, misdemeanors, felonies, at what point do you turn it from protest to riot? Just curious. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just curious where you in your mind draw that distinction.
Yeah, I would say a riot probably comes to the point once it's gotten. Once like you start seeing like shit get broken, et cetera, and all that type of stuff, I'd consider that riot. You know.
So shit getting broken. So do you think like
Were the BLM riots right, or were the BLM protest riots? Yes, I do agree.
Yeah,
with that.
I mean, I
And I'm not a problem with
my home, like 1 block from my apartment.
Yeah, like I don't know, like the difference
Okay,
between
what
the
about
shit,
shit getting broken? Shit getting broken is what you said.
Yeah.
So what happened on Columbia's campus when they took over the building and when they destroyed the property, or what
shit
happened?
got broken.
Is that a riot?
That being a riot, well,
You just got shit getting broken. They busted out.
that one I probably couldn't say much to because I'm not as familiar with what happened at Columbia.
Okay, so if I tell you a whole building got busted up and they took a man, they kidnapped him.
Yeah, that's a riot.
Okay. What about like in front of Union Station in Washington where they
Like if you're just gonna keep pointing out things that are obviously riots, I'm just gonna say yes.
No,
she's not. She wants to say she's not.
XG, I'm doing the opposite. XG, I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm pointing out things that were written in the press as protests. That's why I'm asking you. So I just gave you an example of something that happened that was written up as a protest, not a riot. But I gave you exactly what occurred, and I used your words to describe what you think a riot is. So a bunch of people beating up on cops or on park police, destroying federal monuments and defacing them, and causing damage and attacking park police, and would that be a riot or a protest?
I'd say that's a riot.
Okay, but it was written up in mainstream media as a protest. So
Yes.
I'm not jumping on you. I'm just saying, like, it's interesting where people have the distinctions, and it comes into play in very significant ways, not just as the public is hearing it in the media, but in legal cases. And this happened right after the what we're going to deem as riots in Minnesota. Okay, we can agree they were riots.
Yeah.
And buildings were burned. So someone threw a Molotov cocktail and burned up a building, a pawn shop, and killed a father. I forget how many kids the dad had, but killed a man. And when he went to trial, they were presenting it as protests and not riot. And the judge, and there's a very good article about this, I can send it to you. The judge took the approach that it was a protest, not a riot, and it was a much lesser sentence.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, well, it makes sense where it's not a good thing that it happened.
Well, yeah, it's not a good thing. It's hard for it to make sense.
But that's why the distinction can come into play in a legal sense as well as in a.
Yeah, I wasn't. Let me make it clear. I wasn't denying the distinction at all, or that saying it didn't exist, or saying that violence or riots on my side of the aisle have never happened. No, that's the difference between me and Republicans. I would be willing to disavow and acknowledge the things that have happened on my side, and be like, yeah, that shit was wrong. Shouldn't have happened. That probably shouldn't happen again. I disavow that.
I'm not
That's the
saying
difference between my side and the other.
No, I'm not
because
saying
they'll just act like any violence that comes out of their side happened because of us.
XG, I'm not saying one side or the other. I think it's really important, though, to define terms. You can apply it to all the fact patterns, but define the term first. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, but I think that the Brandenburg versus Ohio's case
The incitement.
was relevant to the college decisions that were made. I'm not an expert on it, but I do know that the administrations in those colleges were being advised by lawyers that had looked at the Brandenburg versus Ohio
But Brandenburg.
and not wanting to get in trouble on that.
Wait, just real quick.
I mean, there's prior. I mean, there's subsequent cases to Brandenburg, but that's a two-pronged test in Brandenburg. I don't know if you're really looking at Brandenburg with. I don't know if I would necessarily apply that fully, because there's other tests. I mean, you can also look at. You're looking at. Okay, we're going to go down a whole rabbit hole.
Hey, Abby, we don't need to talk about it.
Okay, so another time.
Wait, just real quick before the point gets lost, because Wallace Williams says in chat, total double standard. Did you not hear me disavow both the sides, including my own?
know if he's writing in the chat. Remember always, though, with any of these, that the policing powers of a government, of a state, is specifically of a state, the policing powers that are given within the 10th Amendment, give that governor of the state the power to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. And when it is, something like a protest, or an organized gathering, there's the right to not take away and put a prior restraint on them gathering, but to limit the time, place, and manner that they do it. We have that ability under, the policing powers to protect the citizens, that people aren't gathering at 3 a.m. in a private neighborhood banging drums. It's time, place, and manner restrictions. Anyway, but Stan, we can do it another time. We can get into it.
Wait, what's Brandenburg?
So, leading case of Supreme Court case. It had to do with a guy. I'm going to do my best to remember this. He was a Ku Klux Klansman, and he was speaking to a group of Klansmen. And the question was what he said and whether what he was saying was incitement to then, was there an intent to incitement, and was there a likelihood that as a result of his words, they would be incited to then go, if he said, hey, there's a Jewish or a Black community down the street, go rip them apart, versus there's Blacks and Jews that live in your community and they're bad people. Like, difference. So they look at the likelihood of what he is saying could actually cause that crowd to do something, and was the speech intended to have the crowd do it. I'm doing my best. This is kind of a while ago, but that's basically.
Kind of what Trump did on January 6th.
And they used, and Brandenburg, that was why the case kind of came back into the limelight again. And there's been subsequent cases since it, but it has to really have a likelihood, and you have to show the intent, and the words that are spoken have to be words that are inciting words. So you have to really go through the fact pattern of it. And I mean, if that was to be litigated, it didn't get litigated with Trump. It was back and forth as to what he said. And in Brandenburg, the outcome of the case was that the Klansmen did not incite them. Although, if you look at the fact pattern, you would say, oh my God, like, that's horrible what he said. But it didn't reach that level to take away his ability to speak, to take away that freedom to speak. It has to be, it has to fit this test. So I'm doing my best on this. I'm trying to Google it. You have to look at the fact patterns. I would say Google the Brandenburg, and then probably Google subsequent cases.
Okay.
And there's been several in front of the Supreme Court. I mean, again, generally, the test to take away your right to speak has to be so compelling for that it's the highest level of scrutiny. They have to narrowly define what they're protecting, and it can't be overbroad. It has to be very specific, and it has to be so important to the government to protect that they can take away your right to speak.
Well, on that topic, right? Since we're talking about speech right now, plus to get it back.
I took you down that article. I apologize.
No, you're good. Just to get a little bit more back to the title, on the same topic of speech, right? There's one point, and as you've noticed, I'm a lot more level-headed and calmer than I usually am in this room, right? So I've been trying to keep it respectful. So understand that when I say this, I'm not trying to stoke flames. I'm just trying to point out what I'm seeing. When I look at social media, right, and I see the conservatives with like that 20,000 person website of people's names and addresses or workplaces that have been making fun of Charlie Kirk or have been making light the incident or celebrating it. It feels like those same right-wingers and some of the politicians, left-wing too, that have called for like gun control and I guess wake of this incident, are completely working and spouting things antithetical to what Charlie Kirk wanted. I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk would have just owned, quote-unquote, whatever people were making fun of his death had he still been here. I'm pretty sure he would have just acted like it was just memes on Twitter, not to take it seriously, that this is just the left being gross again, quote unquote, right? But for the most part, it feels like the free speech warriors and the people that are chanting the fact that he died in the name of free speech are now the same people scrutinizing every piece of free speech that's on the internet because they don't agree with the fact that they're celebrating his death or they think it's vile. Now, granted, you can think it's vile, you can think it's disgusting, but in the same way that Charlie didn't deserve to get shot over what he said, right? I don't believe people deserve to be losing their jobs over their personal feelings towards what's going on. Because guess what? That would have been the same exact standard that Charlie Kirk would have wanted. And as much as I disagree with him on 99% of what he says, he probably would have agreed with me that people shouldn't be getting fired over that because conservatives were all on that plane when cancel culture happened in 2016 with the whole Gamergate stuff in 2014 prior to that. And conservatives were losing their jobs over simple jokes because liberals were triggered online, et cetera, et cetera. And conservatives are super anti people getting fired over making memes on the internet or jokes, but now it's completely 180 because it's one of theirs that got hit.
Well, before anybody continues, Abby, BB, I have to make a phone call, so either you're going to keep it open or you want to close it.
No, keep it open for a little, and then we'll close this.
Guys, if you give me about 10 minutes, I'll come back. Thank you.
Abby, I just sent you a message. It's about exact. I was just writing a comment in a group because somebody was saying the exact same thing about free speech, and I found that I sent you, and it was talking about what you were saying exactly at the exact same time.
There's people with their hands raised. I can't figure out how to bring them on stage. I feel so bad. I'm clicking on it.
I'll bring them up. Don't worry.
Oh, but here is, wait, can we just have a moment? Augustus?
Well,
It was a good day. Sorry, Augustus.
It is going
okay, and then why do you believe that?
Well, because it's being promoted to the left, that the left can get away with these sorts of things, that they'll be heroic in these sorts of moments. Thanks for letting me share.
Heroic in what sense? Like, who's getting away with it? Like, I'm pretty sure he was caught. He's currently under investigation and being charged soon.
No, I think he's talking about the more violence. Will the try to create that spark more violence? He's saying. You want to elaborate more on this?
Not really.
All right.
Not really.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me share.
Welcome to the stage, Holly. Welcome, Jayla. Welcome, Jason. Jayla, do you have something to say to that?
Yep.
All right. Jason?
I was there earlier. I'm just trying to get a feel for the conversation again.
Awesome. Anybody else in the audience didn't cash in your pick tickets, please cash it in. And if you're wondering how you can do it, it's free. Where it says community conversations and collaborations, you just click on that. Let's say join house. And then Holly, would you like to talk on the title?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I'm kind of with Augustus on this, and it's a scary state of affairs. On the flip side, even though I've been really down in the dumps about all of this for days, today I've really started to see and recognize that the antithesis to the evil, I've just been blown away with the international outpouring and support for Charlie and just what he stood for. And also, I have close to me, I won't say who, that has always been very anti-Christian, and she also happened to be a massive Charlie Kirk daily watcher and supporter, and she is making comments to me that I think she could be leaning and moving in the direction of becoming a believer because of, in large part, this whole thing. I mean, there's something happening. There's something very spiritual happening where we are grieving, sobbing, heartbroken over someone that we didn't know. There's something more than just Charlie happening here, and I think there's really something beautiful also happening from it.
Hey, Holly, can I chime in real quick?
Please.
Yeah, just to support kind of the beginning of what you were saying, and when you were agreeing with what I was saying, an example came to mind that On the app Blue Sky, there's currently a hit list of conservative influencers that's going viral, and being circulated amongst radical left influencers and
you mean the same way the calls to civil war are happening from the right ones?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, next one.
Hold
Hold on.
One mic, guys. One mic.
One mic, and it's on Augustus.
My apologies.
Augustus talk.
Yeah, I don't know what that guy's talking about. All I'm saying is it's an example of violence being ignited by the left. Is that on the left, there's a hit list with Benny Johnson, Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, Walsh, and the list goes on like to be something like a dozen people, maybe even more, calling for the assassinations of these individuals. And instead of it being censored or being like whatever it is, where it's like de-escalated or anything like that, it's actually being promoted. It's actually being, promoted on that app, Blue Sky. So check into that, guys.
Yeah, let's check it. 4chan.
Hold on, everyone.
Hold on, everyone. One mic, Galen, cash in your pink ticket, and I'm gonna put the buttercup.
Wait, 1 sec before Buttercup. XG.
Go ahead.
When I was giving my example, I wanted to throw something else kind of like also at you when we were defining what's a riot versus a protest. You get a bunch of crazy sports fans that like to climb on.
Oh, that's riots immediately. Yeah.
Is that a riot?
Yes, I would say Philly fans are the worst at that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Philly sucks, respectfully. I'm
Do you hear this shit? Augustus, please.
I just want to, man, listen. I'm sitting here with bated breath to see what Buttercup has to say. So, Buttercup, how you doing?
I think BB knows what I have to say.
No, I don't. That's why
No.
Mike's not here. Go ahead.
I wish you two would get a room already.
No. So there's like an elderly woman that hangs out with BB's crowd that he's convinced I saw her.
We're talking about the title of the room, though.
Yeah, can you just stay?
But why are you lying to this poor woman and telling her people to start a rooms on?
Buttercup,
What are you
we've
talking
got a real conversation going here on this, and we've got people from the left and the right like having a really good civil conversation. And it's honored when that happens on here. We can't. Please stay with it. Talk about the subject. It's cool. Take your position, but stay on topic.
Can you, so will Charlie Kirk's not spark more violence? Can you speak to the title?
Certainly more violence on this app from psychopaths
Come on,
who
Buttercup.
convince middle-aged women that people are starting rooms.
All right, listen, I don't want to
Let's go
understand
back
each
to
other.
what we were talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, guys, keep cultivating the conversation, keep it going.
Dr. Slippers. What's going on? Welcome. How are you?
Adams, you there, Adams?
Yeah, I'm very pissed off. Very.
And me?
No,
Are
not
you
even.
answering the question, Adams? Do you think it'll be more violence?
I was just threatened, and I literally just got off the phone, Abby, with the FBI. You know, with
We're already talking here though on this.
a very credible.
You're being recorded by John. Like, just don't talk about personal stuff in here.
Abby,
I'm
listen.
trying to help you.
I am shan't. Where have you got into this place in America to put me and my family? Like that is
It's the Matrix.
at this point, Abby. People have lost their minds, and
Dr. Slippers, you're in Matrix, bro.
I'm gonna wait for one of y'all to say it was a left.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. We can hear.
Hold on. Give him.
my heart breaks for the Charlie Kirk family. I couldn't even imagine. I could not even imagine what these people have to go through, but the backlash and the shit that people are doing. Did this man die for nothing? This is so incredibly heartbreaking. You know, both sides engaging in political propaganda that, in my opinion, is it's detrimental to the furtherance of us as an American population. And
take a breath, Adams.
Jay, do you know how scared I was? Like, earlier today, like, somebody literally, like, threatened to unalive me and the rest of my family over not needing a moment that people feel I should have met. I'm tired of this. I'm so incredibly tired of it. Like, I'm so tired of it. Like, this is so fucked up on so many different fronts. I mean, if anybody saw Charlie Kirk's wife leaning over her husband's casket, I couldn't imagine how that woman feels in this moment. But I've been there in saying goodbye to a loved one and, you know, having so many people having so many strong opinions to be said. We need to be kinder to each other. We do. We have to. We must. We need to be kinder to each other. And I'm sorry for getting emotional. Like, I couldn't even think about, like, my nieces and nephews and my dad just, like, somebody blowing my head off because of my political opinions on the internet. I don't have to do this. I don't have to be here. I don't have to, you know, create this face on the internet. Like, I have a great job. I have a great family, a great career. And the fact that somebody would devalue my life to the point of trying to take me away from my family over some shit that I said on fucking social media. As a Republican, I cannot stand with this. Sorry.
Adams, why don't you take a few minutes and I'll definitely come back to you. Let me say hello to J-Lo and Dr. Catherine. Hello, ladies.
I know I think earlier I could go ahead, Dr. Catherine or J-Lo didn't want to chime in.
Hi. Yeah, you know, I have to say I've seen on social media, I'm in a lot of like physician groups and stuff, and one is literally called like Empowering Women Physicians, and like hundreds of women are fighting with each other about this, hearing Adams in tears. We've seen a lot of grief, a lot of anger. I never heard of Charlie Kirk before this happened. And certainly some of the things he said, I'm like, wow, that was a lot. And I can see how these politically violent emotions are coming up. But I think, Adams, you said something that's really important, and that is that devaluing life is the problem. And how when we're hurt, we might have more concern for other humans and how they've been hurting. And as hard as it is to go through that pain, and as wrong as it is to be threatened, I do think it makes us stronger collectively to go through this and to create community by coming to consensus that it is painful and that creating more division is not the solution. And I wish our president said more cohesive and unifying things to us as a country, but it doesn't mean we can't separately contribute within our communities to bring people together. And so I just want to say to everybody, those are my thoughts, and I actually haven't spoken publicly at all about this until today in this room. And I know many of you, and I'm praying for all of your families. I have to tell you, I haven't even talked to my son about it, and I was just thinking I'm probably not a good parent for not talking about it with him. But I will.
Ms. Catherine, if you don't mind me asking,
Ms. Catherine, how do you have a conversation with
very quick, Doctor, just very quick. I just so Catherine, you said you know were familiar with Mr. Kerr for quite some time up until the situation was brought to your attention. So, what is it that so far? What aspects of his content did you consume, so to speak? Like, what were the things that you heard? As you just said, there were things that that he said that were, yes, they were there. So, do you mind?
Sure. No, I don't mind at all. I feel as a working woman who has left my children with other caregivers, and his stance on how women should, really get their MRS degree when they go to college, and be home with the children. And I do think that an intact family is the best for raising children. To be a man with a woman, and the woman stays home, and the man goes to work, and some of those conventional conservative thoughts that where I live and where I work, and when I'm on the front lines in the emergency department, that's not most of the time what I'm seeing. And I wouldn't want children to think that their families aren't as valued as what he says a woman should be as a mom, or a family should be. So I do think.
So that's
there is now
it sounds like it takes a village to raise a child. No, but what I was asking is like specifically like not what your interpretation of what he said, like what were some of the things, because that's the other thing that I've had to contend with, especially on this Clubhouse, and even in real text that exists. And that's why I was asking you that question. I was like, what is it that you heard from his mouth, that was somewhat problematic, or something that was beneficial, because it's a two-way street, one way or another. So yeah, that's what my.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And like I said, I've only gotten to hear some of the context of who he is, and I do think a lot of times it's taken out of context. So I tried to see more of what he was saying, like when he was talking about DEI and vetting a pilot, based on the color of his skin, and having doubts because of how they've shifted some criteria. I thought that was pretty polarizing statements, and I like that he's willing to debate and listen, and goes into college and really, I think it's great to see young people caring about family, caring about politics, caring about community. But I do think he was a polarizing figure, and I do think that has, unfortunately, we do have to look out for when we take public positions and they're not popular. People do get killed, and
Dr. Catherine, the same thing that you're saying is what I said. And it received this level of backlash.
But the violence comes from the left.
No, wait. I want Dr. Stevens, the fellow doctor, what did you say, brother?
Oh, hold on a second. Before we get to that, let me say hello to Nutrition Lee.
Hey,
Nutrition Lee.
you can just call me Leah. I'm sorry, it's complicated, but Hey Catherine, it's been a while since we've spoken. I just want to kind of bolster what Catherine was saying. Here is a direct quote for you. Just get married. This is you were asking for Charlie Kirk's words. So just get married early, reject the siren song of maternity, and have lots of kids. Being a part, which I'm not. I'm just because you asked for his words, not an interpretation, right? Being a partner at a local law firm isn't actually that big of a deal. Having 3 kids is a really big deal and will make you happier, and it's okay to be a stay-at-home mom. In fact, we need a lot of stay-at-home moms, and a lot of women want to be stay-at-home moms, and we have miserable women because we've been shuffling them into corporate wasteland, when in reality, a lot of them don't find a lot of passion and fulfillment in that line of work, and who can blame them? And that's like a pretty mild quote for a lot of what he said in terms of women not working, but I don't think Kevin is interpreting what he said. I think it's that's his belief, and I don't think it's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's just he said what he stood for, and I think that's commendable that he said what he stood for, but that is what he stood for.
But it's okay that he has the right to have the opinion to stand for that. Listen to what we were talking about before, and again, I'm the last person you would think to tell you to go listen to Bernie Sanders. Someone put the link, if we can find it, I'll put it in the chat, about political violence and people having the right to say exactly what you just read. And hey, anecdotally, I've had the career with kids and a partner in a law firm, and some of his saying what he says, sometimes you have to take pause. You look back and you think about how you were as a parent and what things have been different. You took a different direction and you were a stay-at-home. It does give you pause. It's not, I'm not saying right or wrong, but it's not so to make people think.
Andrew, really quick, could you give me any example of somebody on the right also denouncing both sides of violence like Bernie did?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't searched it, but I'll find it for you. That happened to be Gary's chat. So we all just stand, Dr. Jordan and those of us in Gary's chat just saw it. But, I mean, if you'd like, I'll search and I'll find statements from maybe, someone in Congress, or, I will look for it and find something for you. But it's just a general statement about exactly what you just heard.
Do you find that statement you just read, do you find that to be problematic, or you have no issue with it?
So I also work, right? I'm a dietitian, and I run practice. I work, and I think, and I'm a mom, and I think you can work and be fulfilled, and also be a fantastic parent, right? So it's not that I have an issue with it. I would say I think there are also stay-at-home moms who are very fulfilled. It's that it's not my path, right? Are there things that Charlie Kirk said that I agree with? Yes. But that's not, I think I came up because I wanted to, the question for Catherine was like, is that your interpretation or is that what he said? If that's what he said, but I think that's okay. Like, should he have been murdered for saying what he believed in? Like, no. That's, to me, that's insane and healthy democracy.
Many of us were raised by stay-at-home moms. I'm older, so maybe my parents' generation was a lot more stay-at-home moms, but I'm just curious. Everyone on the stage was raised by
my mom worked part-time, but I wanted you to add really quick. And this is by with no intention to be prophetic, but Charlie's wife had a law degree and held a GED. She was working on her PhD in Christian leadership. I suspect that there's now discussion over who will further the movement too, right? And so that was your job. That doesn't mean that in any way, shape, or form you deserve what happened to him. But the question is, free speech, absolutely. He should be allowed to say whatever he wants, and people who respond to him should say whatever the heck they want. But the question is, some people are going to be angered by this, and some movements are going to be thwarted, and some are going to advance because of what he said. And I'm sure he was well aware of the
Well, to speak on the risk, he met with the security company a couple weeks before he was assassinated, and he told them he needs to put bullet-resistant glass around him when he should be doing these outdoors. He said he would take it into mind, and he would get back to him. He never got back to him.
Excuse me, JB, can I be on the queue?
It's your turn, Brian. How you doing?
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me on stage and giving me the opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to salute to everybody. I see Dr. Catherine here on stage. There's some prominent people in this room right now. I would like to salute to everybody that's commented in the chat and engaging with their words as well. I would just like to say my condolences to Charlie Kirk and his family, the beautiful family that he left behind, those beautiful long blue eyed babies that he left behind and his wife. I think it's horrible when I see people just trolling Charlie Kirk or laughing about what happened to him. I mean, what happened to him was horrible, and I'm still hurt. Even though I have Canelo and Crawford in the UFC this weekend, I was badly hurt because what I see, and I can't believe they aired it on TV, and it's crazy because your kids seen this, bro. Your kids seen this. Everybody's kids seen it. My kids seen it. And this is what we're raising these kids on, bro. Good American fucking assassinations, bro. It's horrible. But to have that man to be sitting in an audience, I mean, this is a guy that's not even violent. This was a good guy. And the more that a father, a husband, a religious man, and because you're in a life that he said he's pro-abortions, you people want to, if he feels a certain way, you can feel, you don't gotta kill nobody, bro. Not like that, bro. It's sad, bro. I'm really hurt. I can't stop thinking about him and his beautiful family. God bless everybody in this room, and God bless Charlie Kirk.
That was an amazing fight, wasn't it? I thought Crawford dominated.
I thought it was boring. I don't really want to talk about that because of the seriousness of the topic.
No, fuck Crawford. Fuck boxing. Bullshit.
I'm sorry. Fuck you on that because I know that Aaron and it's our lifeblood here. So sorry.
I thought it was a boring fight, to be honest with you. But Canelo didn't bring his A game.
I was freaking out where it went down. Freaking out.
That was correct.
Yeah, it was good.
To answer the question, XJ, I started to put some stuff in the chat. I just did my best with this. Mike Johnson, and I'll try to get the video of it, recorded a video message, and I put his quote in the chat. Also, the Senate thing, Governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, also made a very beautiful statement about stopping, having moral clarity, and stopping violence.
No, just real quick. In those items that you just mentioned, I'll take a look at them for sure right now.
I have to.
Those items you mentioned really have, in the same way that Bernie denounced and listed specific examples from both sides.
I'm gonna find that. I have to sit and listen to videos of them. You're killing me.
That's why my bad.
No, but my quick search, the National Governors Association came out with condemning it with a statement. he's also very much a man of faith, and I respect that about him. So I will listen to the full video from Johnson, and I really am impressed with the governor of Utah. I didn't really know much about him before.
Well, it's just my opinion. Mike Johnson's has done a way better job than anybody thought he would when he first came in.
I know, and he's crossed the aisle quite a bit. I mean, he's pissed off some far-right Republicans as he's done it, but he's crossed the aisle and he's worked well with Hakeem. And you can't take that away. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. They have to get legislation through. But I promise you, XG, I'm listening to this room too, but I will listen to the videos and try to find them for you.
The other thing that people have talked about is the fact that Mr. Burr was poised to run for president one day. And so we need to kind of factor in tourism with his political ambitions and how perhaps he had to cater to a wider base or perhaps one bureau.
So I probably the same chat that you were in. There was a piece this morning where someone suggested that he was at this point a political performer, which is kind of a new role that I hadn't heard of before. Someone in between a politician and someone that, and this is probably important, that is able to monetize their opinions on social media. And just so everybody understands that, not in Clubhouse, but on YouTube, TikTok, or X, when you generate engagement, you get paid for it. At the low level, it's not very significant, but at some point it does. So this has led, it continues to lead for people to try to say provocative things because they get paid. They can build a following in a certain niche and continue to go down that rabbit hole potentially. They get paid for it. So sometimes some of these opinions that you hear on different spaces because people are getting paid to do that. And it's unfortunate that the algorithms were changed from kind of the sex cells which existed early on till now, triggering the emotions of anger, fear, surprise, etc. Or what works better for the larger engagement platforms. And you stay on longer.
I'm the best moderator on Clubhouse. I never made a fucking dime. Somebody show me how to do it.
You gotta sell your soul, JB, for don't tell him what he has to do. You haven't made no money off. He's the best fucking marketer on Clubhouse. You fucking tell him shit. You haven't made shit. Don't tell him nothing. You don't even got a pre-feed. I'm just making suggestions to the gentleman. Don't tell him nothing. He knows more than you. Okay. You know what I was gonna say? And I go after the word JV or whatever. No.
Thank you. So I'm trying to say about the Charlie Kirk situation. That is actually the floodgates have been open.
Yeah, when you apologize to me for being just ridiculously obnoxious the other day, you can go next. But personally, I think you're an idiot.
I don't even know about this scenario. We taking it, I'm not gonna lie. That's good. Moderate goals. The gentleman goals is generally some space. And it goes haywire. And you can't monetize it. We need to monetize it. You know, it's called that pop. You know what I'm saying? So you can label it your own way, where the audience will somebody can get on the stage and the joke is if it gets to $10, to $20, it gets to $50,
We had a heat wave. We had a heat wave. We had a heat wave. Very good tea. I got some fresh mint. Just delish. He's describing what I'm doing.
What is up, man? How you doing? Long time to speak.
Hey, capiche?
Tell me about them, man. How you doing? How's the family? Man, dude, let me tell you something. I know you for a few years now. And I look at your picture, I'm like, this fucking dude doesn't age.
You know why?
Why? Oh, I know why. We're not even going there. Anyway, we man, you're a security guy. Well, Charlie Kirk says fuck mobiles in America.
So, that's actually why I called Clubhouse. I think I wanted to see what everybody was talking about. You know, I think, and this is outside my personal opinion and experience in life, you know, my education, what I studied and everything, and, you know, I think the most obvious thing people do is say, you know, life's your life, you know, when somebody dies, you know, it's bad, right? But I believe there's actually a deeper conversation behind that, because I think words actually matter. So, do I think it's going to spark more violence? I think I think we've been there. I think we've been in a boiling pot, you know, ever since the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. You know, it's been a boiling pot, and things are just kind of continuing to boil over. I don't think this specific incident, to be quite frank, is going to spark anything else. I think we're going to see a lot of things that I think the right is going to use it to you know, and raise their base and get that stuff going. But I don't think we're going to see a lot of violence because of this specific incident. I think we're going to see a lot of violence because politically we're in a very bad space in this country. And I think I've said that before, talking about Trump with you in this very room. So this is just going to be, it's going to continue. We're going to continue to see this type of violence for sure.
Well, wait, man. And I agree at this time right now. We just don't need this. And I don't know, man. He really makes me discouraged. Abby, I gotta go. You want to pick somebody to run the room with you? You want to close?
Yeah, we need people want to keep going.
Can I get in the queue?
Yeah. Okay. I just another one.
Pick this schmuck. What are you doing?
It's okay.
No. He's fine.
I clicked on it.
Listen, he's honoring something.
A woman I love very much is on the stage. I'm going to love her.
Who's this?
There you go. So,
I do. But Jordan, did you always eat pizza? I gotta go back. I'll catch you later, Abby. I want to finish that conversation you guys started a couple weeks ago. There's been some developments. All right, guys, have a good night. Be safe.
Another episode of J. Bresca Incorporated. He's gotta go take his dog for a walk so he can take his shit. Capiche?
The title of the room, I think the answer is yes, it will spark a lot of violence. Of course, people killed all through the history of man, of time, everything's been fine from the wars and everything like that. I tell my people, we have talks in my house and stand forth at the table. You know, all these wars there because of a reason, and they go back and forth, and people get killed, bro. And we're speaking about Charlie Kirk. On Charlie Kirk, he's a true American hero that people will die behind him. this shit going on. Ain't nobody behind killing people by themselves. Everybody's in the game. You understand? So when they find out what gang that was, I know you thinking of a convention of blood and creek. I fucking holler them. But at the end of the day, they're all mafia.
So I want to just discuss this earlier, brought up a concept that Blue Sky, especially there's a list of people that are on that list. There might be a small number of personalities putting it together, but that's not the vast majority of people on the right and left. And we don't even know if it's even Americans. There's a reason that foreign provocateurs would want to see something like that and use bots to amplify it. And we didn't think Blue Sky has the same amount of money that Xbox to block the bots. So that point about Wisconsin, can't speak to how it works there. But even if it was on X or somewhere else, the number of people that really want to see people hurt is very, very small.
Well, I mean,
Usually people, yes.
and it just happened in my city. A guy who was a realtor started posting right after the murder, like really horrible stuff that not only did he deserve it, but like he's happy that he just went on about like that. I'd have to find the posts, but very, very derogatory, very supportive of the murder, and there's a code of conduct, I guess, for realtors, and it went viral. It went viral all over the city, and then it went nationally viral. And this guy had just gotten elected to the board of realtors here, and they removed him. They removed him this year, and I guess he resigned for future years. The real estate brokerage that he was working for fired him. And I mean, all his social media accounts are down now. But when the stuff was up, there was like, when I looked at it, maybe 300, 400 people reacting, that were seeing his posts. And like, I had a lot of friends on, this was a Facebook post. But if you were to read what the guy said and then saw the ramifications from it, it was just really for a professional in a business, and he's in the business of trying, like the weirdest thing is he's trying to go get clients, selling houses, and he's just, it was just very bad. But there are circumstances like that, and that one, it was, this one all over the country picked up the story because he lost his position from, I think they call it like a board of governors or of the realtors. It's interesting, Shai, because I actually had interaction with this guy personally maybe a year ago, and he was very, how do I put this, like, caustic, the way you would argue a point with him, a political point, and coming at it as a Republican, he would say something like, for me in my profession, how dare you be a licensed lawyer? Like, you should be disbarred because you're supporting a convicted felon, and no one should ever use you, and no one should use your services, and you're probably really stupid. And just like that would be the way he would respond to a political point. So he what happened in doing that to another realtor, like really, it was caustic stuff. So I think it might go beyond just someone celebrating the death. It was also the manner and how they said it. So do I think it should sit on the board of governors? No, because they definitely have ethical standards. The same way if a judge did it, or someone. Yeah. So that, do you know what I'm talking about, Shasha? Did you see this?
I think I know what the bullshit talking about. Because I've seen like a numerous
I've seen a multitude like there's so many. I saw one post where she was a pediatric nurse, and she basically put on her Twitter, fuck his kids, fuck Charlie Kirk, fuck his wife, just went in. She ended up getting fired. The children's hospital that she worked out put out a statement saying they don't condone such behavior and terminated it. I'm kind of indifferent because if you think that these political views do not affect the way they treat people at work, you're sad in this statement. So if it's someone like a nurse or a surgeon or even a teacher that deals with children posting egregious things like that, I think they are deserving to be fired. The only thing is, it is qualified as free speech. As long as you're not inciting violence, I believe in your own thing. But there are consequences to the action that you know that you have. And if you know you're going to a hospital, or you're employed as a teacher, I think it should be a little bit more careful with especially in these rooms.
There was a nerd.
You're in the Matrix, Mom. You're in the Matrix, bad.
Look, I think it's awful for these people to post stuff like that. They need to think for themselves.
The Chicago GP.
It's okay that people die. I think it's awful. Unfortunately, we're in a world where someone like Elon Musk basically implied that everybody left the center was a bad person. With some of his tweets on Wednesday. And that is also inappropriate. The thing is, he's been able to monetize it. He is where he is because he's had such a large following, and people misunderstand him getting away from the game with other people being
contributed to this shit. And what I'm trying to point out to you guys is that the vast majority of people on the right don't know what Trump is trying to do.
Big
Just
talker.
because you're on the right, what is Trump trying to do?
Well,
You mean what he's saying up above? He wants to attack anybody on the left that says something.
You don't get to ask for feedback. The piece was over the moment that bullet went through that guy. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You guys have been politically silent for years. Painting righties as fascists just because they're against abortion. You guys made the Charlie Kirk to be this alt-right elitist, when he was actually more moderate than anything else. So now that's one of the only guys that were willing to talk to you guys. Now you guys want peace. Now you guys want civil discourse. That's not how that works.
Let's bring up Louis Maggiani, all the people that came in our room celebrating the death of the CEO of a healthcare company. Like, what the hell was that about? All I'm saying is, it's getting violent, and I played a clip in my room earlier. They're trying to normalize political violence, and it's not normal, and I'm not celebrating it. I don't care if it's the right or the left.
Hold on, please. We have a couple new folks in the room, so I just want to give them some space. Yasser, welcome. Big welcome, Big Rush. Yasser, let's get you first. Do you have any thoughts on the room title? Will Charlie Kirk's death spark more violence?
Hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be here to talk to all of you. Thank you all. I'm a friend of mine, so being a fellow TVs just that was awesome. Definitely, with the more violence, for sure. There will be in a couple of months. There's no way, because the thing is, it's keep.
I mean, if I'm not in my space, I'm curious.
Kito!
We don't know. I don't know. It definitely wasn't me. I didn't know anybody. Yeah, y'all just a good friend of mine, don't you?
Okay, I'm putting back up, but I need to get my 20 close.
Like the tickets out, or what's going on?
Yeah, sorry.
Now, whatever, and because they met and they finished it, now they are trying to push it right, that's it, Michael. They try to push it Michael. Now they try to.
Then they had to boom the room. They had to boom the room.
Good evening, Pepe. My name is Jaya. Thank you for holding this room.
Holy shit, how did we start with fucking him? Because I couldn't talk. You guys
Yes, we can hear you, dear Cleo.
Sure. So, this is some shit that's pissing me off. So, who's going to replace Charlie Kirk? Now, this is some shit that's been kind of like getting on my nerves. Dude. Okay, so Ben Shapiro's kind of old school. He's kind of been like doing this shit, right, on college campuses. But then you have fuckfaces like Rabbi Shmuley and dude, I'm not like somebody who will get into like conspiracy theory stuff, but all I'm saying is I just like I'm really kind of like worried about what kind of influence we're gonna have.
Well, it's better to live with the Jew than to die by the Jew. Just embrace your reality, Pepper.
No, but I'm just saying, like, and this is not me, like, I'm not somebody who, I'm a Zionist, I guess you could say, it's like I support Israel defending themselves and existing, but it's just like, dude, I do not want them co-opting any fucking American movement, centering themselves, like, even at all, and I just, like, it just seemed like these fucking vultures, since Charlie Kirk has been killed, I can't fucking stand it. You know, Charlie Kirk, he's a good guy. I think he was kind of like starting to think for himself and kind of question things like right before he was killed. And to all the people who think maybe I'm gonna like agree with them that like Israel would have been killed or some stupid shit, I'm like, no, I think that's retarded. But yeah.
There's some wild Israel conspiracy, bro. They were fucking guys doing this shit other way.
It's like Mossad is gonna kill like a beloved man close to the president. Where it's like the vice president and his wife were like they flew with her, and J.D. Vance was helping carry the casket. President Trump made a speech, you know, gave little, like I think 2 little, one newsreel on Instagram, and then like a short speech online regarding Charlie Kirk. Like he was good friends with them, and like the last thing that Israel would want to do is like piss off, you know, the one party that fucking supports them in America. Like, I don't stop. And of course, not piss off Trump. How do you feel sick? Do you think that there's like, you know, certain groups that kind of, or certain group that kind of, I don't know, pushes their, tries to insert their own nation's interests into our,
China. I don't think it's that deep. I think it was propaganda to get these fucking lunatics pissed off to take things better or something.
Oh, as far as the shooter goes, oh no, I don't think the shooter has anything to do with Israel.
Conspiracy going on. Have you heard the latest one?
Which one?
So apparently, the conspiracy goes on like this: is that there's a group of like there's a cell of like trans activists that are going around planning these things, and so like the shooter, the guy that yelled and obfuscated things at the first, that guy that they arrested at first. Supposedly he was actually hired by this group, and it's a group. It's apparently a group on Discord, and they're like they planned out the whole attack ahead of time. It was multiple people, like trans activists type of people. That's the story I've heard, and it's it was the guy's
boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, is trans. They call it the roommate at first, but it's actually his partner.
Well, yeah, it is his partner. So, I mean, the multiple sources have confirmed that. Now, there are some weird things that happen. There is, I don't know who it is, but there was an account where there was a,
They knew what was happening before it was going to happen.
yeah, it was somebody said like the day before, and it was a picture of a trans woman saying something's big is going to happen. Charlie Kirk is coming to my school to speak, and it's just like, that's weird. It could be a coincidence. I have no way of knowing.
I think Charlie Kirk was coming to my school to speak, and then a little bit later, and then something big's going to happen tomorrow. What is happening?
It's in my profile right now.
The woman is not related to the account.
No, this person actually goes to the same university, UVE, or whatever, Utah Valley, whatever university. And this person actually stated the day before, said, "Oh, Charlie Kirk's coming tomorrow. Somebody should obliterate."
Check the facts. So the person in the
okay, I'll read the fucking. I'm not talking about his partner. It says Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. This is just let's just say something big will happen tomorrow.
So the Omraz account, right? Okay, is not attached to the person in the picture. Somebody took those two pictures.
Yes. The point of contention is that it's really weird. Because I remember when I don't know if it's still up, but I remember when it was up, somebody said that. Somebody actually posted that on Twitter the day before. And once again, it could be coincidence, but it was very odd that that happened.
That trans people say that they would know Charlie Kirk.
Well, I mean, there was also some published back in February, I think, that was talking about Antifa having like a activist.
No, I said trans Tifa.
Trans Tifa?
Yeah, that's the new nickname for these trannies on the campus.
Yeah,
they're called Trans Tifa because they all.
I mean, a lot of them are homosexuals and kitty diddlers. So
yeah,
it's long been known about Antifa. It's like the one way. When you're such a degenerate, what's the one way you can feel special and like you're serving a cause and you're fighting the good fight? So join a group of degenerates and then, I don't know, do something.
Well, Pepe, I got like a really good saying. It says that not all homosexuals are pedophiles, but all pedophiles are homosexuals. I like that one. Came up with it.
Not really. There's like a dude on this app that was like caught in 4K and he like touched a little girl.
I'm saying the same. I'm trying to point it.
I know. I'm saying the same. I mean, there's like little girls that get touched by weird dudes too, though, which doesn't make sense.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
It's a gross topic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not all pedophiles are homosexuals, but all homosexuals are pedophiles.
That doesn't make sense. No, I don't agree with that. Anyways, I know this room title was not good. So everybody wants to see me do violent things and call everybody, the N-word, all of that stuff. That's what I'm known for.
I gotta give you props on the JV group for getting mod.
Yeah, got a mod in there. Then Holly ended up, saying like, "Who did that? Like, who is that bitch? Like, excuse me? You were always like kissing ass in this room and shit, and like now all of a sudden you're just like, oh my god." Like, does that woman even have a fucking mind of her own? Like, I'm so disappointed in her. Like, why would I do that? I see sick, I have a burner. That's not following anybody. So you're never gonna find it. And, I will go in there and I will listen on anonymous mode. And, I can see Sig. Sometimes he's in there. Sometimes he's modded up. Abby. All of these people. See, I'm not like Jay. I don't say, how dare you win Jay's room? You fucking traitor. Oh, you fucking faggot. Oh, you suck so much. Like, I don't do that. But, like, she's one of those people that got bullied into, like, oh, I guess you're right. Pepe is a horrible person. And it's just like, dude, he's like bullying you into submission. Like, you don't have to take his shit. Like, it's so weird. I got got so bored of talking about this fucking homo that I just stopped, like, I actually kind of stopped making rooms after all that drama because it's just like, well, this app is still gay and boring. And, you know, I just thought it was really funny to show this motherfucker that I don't even make rooms anymore. And like, oh, guess what? I'll make them at the same time as you. Oh, guess he's getting more numbers. Amazing. Best moderator in the clubhouse isn't that good, is he? Not that entertaining.
Well, I mean, yeah, like, you know, for the most part, I've left this app for a long time, and it's gonna come back, and it's just like the same toxic bullshit.
No, it is.
You know what I mean?
No, it is very toxic.
You know, I mean, I go into a room and I get kicked out, and I'm like, why the fuck did I get kicked out? Who was in there that I knew I pissed off like 2 years ago that all of a sudden sees me in a room and now has to like kick me out of the room. You know what I mean? It's stupid shit like that. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't have as much of an issue on Discord as I have on here. You know, that shit.
Yeah, I mean, on here, I will just be like, you filthy nigger faggot. Why did you throw me out of that room? Okay, let's talk about your PTR, you ugly bitch. Like, I go straight to hell. Fuck these people. You know, people say, oh my God, you say horrible shit. No, I actually am like, I'm actually, holy shit, when you see black people, here's what, okay, Goats is a good example. Goats again. Okay, he'll be in a room, and he's smarter, he's probably smarter than me and all that shit, but, you know, he's also a university professor, so, you know, it is what it is. But people are like, oh, I hear you talking. No, so it's more nigger babble. Nigger babble. Okay, brother, go on with your nigger babble. And I'm just like, like, I can't imagine, like, me saying that shit, even though it's exactly what I'm thinking. It's just like, I watch how they talk to each other. It's like, white people, we just say what we want to each other, but we have to, like, oh, shit, you're black. We have to be sensitive. You know, but yeah, black people don't have to hold off on us. Like, we have to, you know,
walk on eggshells.
Yeah, and it's just like, okay, then, like, why should we even debate you guys? Because you guys are just assholes. And certain stuff is off limits. But yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, Goats again, he is funny. I think he's more of a classic liberal. But I don't know.
Did you hear how much of a narcissistic piece of shit fucking Adams was? Every time you come off mic, he would bring the conversation back to him as having to call the FBI because somebody threatened him allegedly.
Yeah, well, I don't even want to get into it about Adams. Him and I were cool for years, and so were most of the people in my circles on here. So, you know, I don't. He did say something tonight, like, I'm part of the problem. And he was talking about, like, violence. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, he was
like, I actually say how it's like this violence. I've said nothing but bad shit about it. Like, I talk about violent crime and violence in general, saying how it's bad. But I don't sit here and talk about, like, oh yeah, you guys, you know what? You just go ahead and find you one of them black men and really just rope them up, or, you know, something stupid like that. Like, I don't do that shit. That's like the easiest way to end up on a watch list too, by the way. Like, advocating for violence.
Yo, did you see Fuentes? It was the only time I've ever fucking agreed with him actually coming out and publicly denouncing all the.
Yeah, he's scared. He's just being a bitch.
I know. I gotta give him props though. He could have went the other way, which is what I was expecting.
I mean, I think he's matured. Yeah, and he's just kind of scared.
He sucked him off into maturity.
Yeah, and that's like such a big open secret. It's like, we've known about this for years. Like, Nick Fuentes is a homosexual. I don't say this because I disagree with them. I don't say any of that. He's actually somebody I was proud of. Like 6-7 years ago, I remember seeing like this kid and his followers. I'm like, holy shit! Like, I have faith in like the younger generation, even though I don't agree with all of his shit. But dude, this guy's never had a fucking girlfriend. It's known that he's, you know, there's a couple of other people that he was known to have, you know, to do stuff with on the right that were not straight. You can also look at the times where he's been exposed with like what kind of porn he was looking at when, screen sharing. Dude, the guy's gay. Like at that age, how can you be like, what is he, like 26, 27? And he's not been known to be with any woman, like at all. But there's definitely the men, there's the porn you've looked at. And why are so many priests gay?
Oh, I think I can answer that. I think that one of the conspiracies is that the Roman Catholic Church takes all the women who have like extreme sexual proclivities and stuff like that, or nymphomaniacs and can't control their sexual urges and stuff like that, and also homosexual men. And I think they force the men to, or try to coach the men to become priests and nuns. That way they're celibate. The way they don't.
Well, yeah, if you're like a gay person, what is a respectable?
It's a good ideal.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. It's just like you have to think about it. Like throughout history, if you were a gay man, especially like 3 centuries ago, like what is a respectable thing you can do if the vagina is ooey and gross? You become a priest.
I think the problem is that the celibacy, the pledge of celibacy, and then you take a bunch of grown ass men, and we know men are fucking horny anyways. You make them take an oath of celibacy, and then you stick them in a locked fucking castle with a bunch of young boys. Like, what the fuck do you think?
Or a bunch of horny women. And it's kind of a big like conspiracy that nuns, I guess, like have like a high.
I've never heard of that about nuns.
You should look it up.
And women, I have wondered like how many nuns. I will say this: it could be because like Catholics are very they shun materialism. They are. If you were to look at like who is somebody that's like heavily revered, it's like Mother Teresa. She's somebody who gave up all comforts to help the poor. And so like I'm not gonna lie, like going to Catholic school, most of the nuns look like Butch Dykes, literally. Now, could it be that they were actual Butch Dykes? Possibly. But I don't know. Like I can't prove that, really.
So where did you?
Or maybe they were like so unmaterialistic and just so for serving God that they didn't care about trying to appear good looking.
So where did you get the 6?
Yeah. I did see the Pope did say he's praying for Charlie Kirk and his family.
It's a nice night, even 30 minutes.
So I don't know, this title is probably killing me. Everybody wants me to be unhinged and stuff, so I might as well get into it.
It's a great time to extend that, yeah. So for me, I think it would be, or it should be, somebody who graduated from this BLS program. The Black Leadership Summit program.
Should replace him?
Yes, it's not even really going to be a replacement, but be the person moving, turning point forward to the extent that the whole argument, like everything I hear about, Charlie is he was raped, he was like, he was this, he was like, I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Like, did y'all even watch or listen?
And I agree. Here's one of the weirdest things is even like before I kind of went down my, and I'm not going to say the summer of brotherly love or summer of love, whatever the fuck you called it, where black people were trooping out all over the country, and that kind of like radicalized me, not because of rhetoric, but I was just like, oh, you fucking animals, naughty. That made, and then I had to hear their sassy rhetoric, and I was just like, oh, wow, you guys are just, that was what radicalized me. And then but there was always like the moderate and the conservative black people that I always was a fan of. Like I've spoken with Officer Tatum before, like Charlie Kirk. He lives here in Phoenix. He's like, to me, just like a very reasonable everyday guy. I mean, I find him very hard to disagree with. But even like moderates, like what is it, like Chris McWhorter?
No, I think it is very difficult. It is difficult to disagree with him when you're listening to what he's saying. Not taking little tidbits that might make you feel uncomfortable because he's holding you accountable. Like in everything that I've heard him say about black people, so to speak. And look, I'm African, so most of black people want to delineate from first generation immigrants, so to speak. But I was an American-born East Africa. Let's just put it that way. My ancestry is from East Africa, but I was born in America, and I appreciate what America is. You know what I'm saying? These people that don't understand where you live, like it's like you don't know where you live. There is nowhere else on earth that, especially if you want to bring up the black, you want to live in your skin. Okay, you're black. Pack up your bags and go anywhere else on planet Earth and make something of yourself. I think that would be. I need you to do that.
I think that would be like a radicalization or de-radicalization program. Is you take all the blacks that like to bitch about the United States, and you say, okay, Uganda, you go.
Go somewhere else.
Here you go, Zimbabwe. And you're like, what do you mean, motherfucker? I ain't got no motherfucking Section 8. Where's my goddamn food stamp, motherfucker? And they would be like, fuck this shit. I'm going back to your money. You motherfuckers are evil.
Hey, yo, check this. I'm speaking from one of those. I come from a more affluent side of being from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And I've been back home and I've observed and I've seen, especially after coming to America. I came to America. You know, I was born in America, went back to East Africa, grew up there, came to America as a teenager, and then went back to Africa as an adult. And I was like, holy fuck. Shit started to make sense because I come from a well-off family. Not too many people come from a well-off family. You know what I'm saying? But what's the funny thing that happens is it's not even just black people, Latinos, Asians, Europeans. Everybody wants to come to America. Everybody, because there's something about America where you can make something of yourself that you cannot do elsewhere on planet Earth. And that's why I'm saying, like, hey, you think, America, this America, okay, pack up your bags and go somewhere else where you can do what you could have done here in America that you didn't do. And because of white supremacy. White supremacy stopped you in 2025, right? In 2020, let's go back to 2010. In 2010, right, white supremacy was stopping you from doing what you can do to make something better of yourself, where you can go and do that somewhere else on planet Earth. Ain't no fucking way, bro. And I've been to Europe. You know, I'm well traveled. Let's just put it out. I'm very well traveled. I've been to a number of other countries on the planet, including the Middle East. All these motherfuckers that say they can go to the UAE and Dubai. Good luck. Only if you have money. I don't give a shit and go there. What would you say?
I said only if you have money.
Only if you have money. The only place you can go on planet Earth without money, you can go there with your last fucking dime and still be able to make something of yourself, one way or another, is America. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people don't realize this when it comes to the.
They don't know because you don't travel.
This is not from traveling, but if you look at the economic mobility, for example, even in the country that spawned ours, which was the UK, the economic mobility there has always been horrible. You've always had a two-tier health system, two-tier school system. The chance of you remaining like lower class or working class and being able to move your way up, it is so much different in the United States. We're a place that no, I haven't. But hold on a second. Hold on a second. But like
it is a lot easier to move yourself up into a different economic class here in the United States. Like that is something that everybody, and part of the reason why we're so successful is because we do make it easier for very intelligent people. Because not everybody, I'm not going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg because I'm not as smart as him or, whatever, or sleazy as him. A combination of both. But he, if you are a very promising person, you can definitely come here, and that's why entrepreneurs come here from all over the world. It's a lot easier to blow up here in the United States as opposed to the rest of the world.
So, Lord, I have a question about Charlie Kirk. I just have a question. Do you agree with Charlie Kirk's statements that Islam is demonic and evil and false? That Islam is what? Demonic and false. That Muhammad was a pedophile. I wouldn't, phrase it the way that.
This is so unrelated. Who cares? I don't know.
Just ask it. I didn't know.
You can bash Muslims all you want, but we're not even talking. I don't. It's like.
Oh, yeah, sir, it is.
It's like if we're talking about economics and just like, hey, do you think it's okay to call black people the N-word? Do you mind if I say the N-word?
If Charlie Kirk said that, I would ask black people.
Page 4.
Look, like to your question, and I think you said that because you looked at my profile, and it read that Surah 282. It's about contracts. So there are particular principles, from the Quran that are viable and that make sense to the extent that it's still tied into the Christian or the Judeo-Christian traditions. But at the end of the day, Islam is very militant. Islam is a militant religion that, and like I said, I'm from East Africa, right?
I was just getting clarification.
I'll give you clarification. So before the transatlantic slave trade, there was the Indian Ocean slave trade. And they used to come to that portion of East Africa where I'm from, that coastline. And they used to take people that looked like me and force them to either convert into Islam. If they didn't, they would get castrated and then be sold into some type of slavery. They would castrate you. You get your dick chopped off. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, hey, look, what he said, it was, I'd be more careful when it comes to, expressing, my disparities with particular religions, because once you start attacking people's religion, you're going into how they govern their spirituality, and you have to be prepared to explain and prove and show them what it is that they're doing wrong relating to the spirituality. Christianity was used to enslave black people, so to speak, but not today. You cannot use Christianity today to enslave black people.
We were the first to also outlaw it, and I would say this: a lot of black people like to say chattel slavery was the worst form of fucking slavery. It was so horrible. No, if you look at the North African slave trade, where it didn't matter if you were black or European, there were actually more people from Europe taken as slaves by North Africans than they came to the United States. Yes, they chopped, if you were male, they chopped your dicks off.
They take cotton off your penis and sew it up. That's so fucking ridiculous, bro.
No, that's true. And then what they would also do is they would, so what they did, especially I'm sure they did it to blacks, but Europeans in particular, they would chain you in the galleys of a ship. So you had to shit, eat, and row like where you were sitting. And once you were too sick or weak to continue rowing, they just threw you overboard. You drowned. It's just like, oh yeah, but chattel slavery is so much fucking worse. And it's not that I'm trying to make light of chattel slavery. It's just like their rhetoric makes it so that you have to have this extreme empathy for them. And if you disagree at all, it's just like, no, it's bullshit.
Exactly. It's like, oh, this just happened to you. You're the only one that have experienced, this type of atrocity, relating to, colonial powers or imperial powers that are going around colonizing and trying to take over people's shit. You're not the fucking only ones. Yeah, and that's the thing. Even for me, part of my disparity, especially, on the Black American side, is that They try to negate the fact that, yo, bro, I look like you. I'm in America in 2025, so it doesn't fucking matter my heritage. Like, and they don't know how to tell me. And especially because I have locks. I have locks right now. You know what I'm saying? So I look at this like any other nigga. You know, I'm just any other nigga over here until I start speaking, until we have a conversation, and then you'll start being able to know, oh shit, you're not actually a nigga. You're from here. You're from away. You know what I'm saying? And this shit is the dumbest shit ever to the extent again. And this is the thing. Like I was saying, like even going back to the title, who is going to replace Charlie? And like I was saying, I think it should be someone that was in his BLS program, right? His Black Leadership Summit program. That's who it should be, so that it can. To me, mine is a concession, relating to a concession, right? Because all these motherfuckers, bro, they can't even listen to what the man was saying. He was pro-family and pro-constitution. He was a pro-family constitutionalist. These motherfuckers don't understand.
And that's one of the things that I think that you missed. I mean, that you just said that people do not understand. As somebody who's been around the far right for fucking years, what the far right will always say is take your fucking constitution, shove it up your fucking ass. Your constitution is what has led for your country to be the way it is. And especially a lot of them end up taking a fascist bend where it's just like freedom of speech. Like, what? So you can say to let the enemy speak? No, absolutely not. These are not people that are tolerant. And so I just find it really funny.
Now you got people that are educated, that people that speak against the Constitution. Have you read it? Have you read the Constitution? You know what I'm saying?
There's some declaration. There are some. No. Hold on. No. Trust me when I say this. There are smart fascists, and even like, if you were to go to like the most extreme end of the far right, which I've spoken with a few of them, they're probably in prison now. But like neo-Nazi accelerationists, which they have a very bizarre formula for how they want to achieve their utopia, and that is basically. Before I describe their what their formula is, what they seek, or I should say, some of their let's just look at their qualifications. Like William A. Pierce, he's a doctor. He was a physicist, very intelligent man. Nobody would call him a dumbass. I believe he wrote the Turner Diaries, and it kind of serves as like a way. It serves as a fiction novel on how to achieve, accelerationism. At least if you're a neo-Nazi, there's other forms of accelerationism. Even there's libertarian, accelerationism. I wouldn't call them actual libertarians, but they are. The fuck you call those people? They were really big. It's what the Boogaloo Boys were. Oh, anarcho-capitalists. But so basically, what they advocate for is for terrorist attacks. And so their whole idea is that you go into like, I don't know, a supermarket, wherever there's people of color, and you just start, mow them down, kill them, stack up a body count. You just do this kind of shit. And then eventually, what they think will end up happening is that, well, it'll create a stronger and stronger backlash against white people. And then they'll want to try to strip white people of their guns, and then white people will be kind of forced to resist and say, like, well, no, I'm not getting my guns, go fuck yourself. Do you guys see how violent it is? Because at that point, they think that, well, like, black people, brown people, whatever people are going to be retaliated. Basically, hold on a second. But they're going to be on the defensive at that point. And then basically it forces like a racial / holy war. And so like one of the acronyms.
150 now.
It's what is it? Rohava. It says like racial holy war now. It's one of like the less known acronyms that I don't know. I've never heard anybody talk about it on here on Clubhouse. But that's what they believe. Like I've always looked at these people as like complete like schizos and psychopaths. But I mean, I think it's like it's a hypothetical thing. If you're like a truly evil person, could it possibly achieve their goals? I have no fucking way of knowing. But it is, these people do exist. Timothy McVeigh was an example of an extremist that was a big fan of the Turner Diaries, and he's the one that like just set off a bomb in Oklahoma City and killed I don't know how many people. I mean, like these people do exist, and they're pretty horrible.
Hello, Cleo.
What's up there? Yeah, 150 now.
Challenging week on many fronts, and so what I can say is honestly, I think that to the topic, I don't think anybody will, and I think that it's going to be down. There was no super aggressive things that happened the past 4 days, and that's basically is if this happened onto a Democrat, I mean, if the cities would have burned down, I absolutely agree with that 100%. That's unquestionable logic. And so I think that God-fearing people just need to let the ones that aren't just kind of, sizzle and fizzle out. And it did, and that'll be that. So.
Do you think that one of the disappointing things about white people and conservatives, actually let me rephrase, conservative white people is that they're very law-abiding. They tend to be a little too, I don't know, like they're very high levels of conscientiousness. Now, you can look at this, like
do you really believe this?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. The psych-a-lot, shut the fuck up. All right. Dude, dude, I let you on. That's not me meeting you, by the way, but if we're not, dude, okay, articulate.
What are we doing?
I'll entertain you if you literally don't disrupt like you usually do. If that's your plan for the evening, I'm just gonna reach to the audience.
See, well, let me tell you something. What if this was like the Republican George Floyd test? And the Republicans passed it, right? Because they didn't burn down shit. So great. So whoever does less violence is going to win.
Well, I don't think that's. So I would say that like when it comes to like winning hearts and minds, like the one thing where Democrats do show their ass is that like, look, I'm somebody who's on the right, but if Sam Seder or like, I don't know, Ezra Klein or one of these shitlibs was at a university speaking, and I would have heard that bang and seen him bleeding out of the neck and heard that his children were there, and I saw like this is where I think there's a difference, is that if I saw right-wingers like laughing about it, like I would actually, there's a good chance I would challenge them to a fight. Like, you think that's funny? All right, well, I don't think you're shit, chump. Like, you want to see something funny? I'll beat your ass. That is where I would go, because I would find it so repulsive. And I'm far more willing to like want to discipline people on my side. I guess because they're close to me. It's like, yeah, that's what I want to hate people.
Because they have integrity for the most part. Beaver.
Okay, doctor, if you're just, you know what, you're going to the fucking audience. He's like, dude, I know you do this on every stage, but you're not funny. You can be like, you can be entertaining when you center yourself sometimes, but you're just being obnoxious right now. Like, holy shit. But no, I absolutely.
It's a spiritual war, dude. It's a spiritual war, and you can see on who's on what side. The thing is, it's a spiritual war also in terms of a geopolitical thing. And Israel did take that guy out, dude. Israel took him out because he was course they did.
No, they did. Yeah, this is so retarded.
That's plain as
No,
day,
it's
but
not.
he can still be on the Republican side.
That is the most harebrained bullshit I've ever heard.
Yeah, both are true. He was conservative. He had conservative values, so he had all his liberals triggered. And
I understand that he was starting to ask questions about Israel, which a lot of us have had. I'm somebody who's, hold on, shut up. I'm a Zionist, okay?
I'm not private
Shut the fuck up. Let me finish my thought. Okay, you stupid faggot. Like, shut up. Like, I support Israel as a state. I them existing, defending themselves, all of that. Do I think that they are far too willing to co-opt, different political movements to insert their pro-Israeli shit? Yes, absolutely. Do I find it incredibly fucking irritating? Absolutely. I mean, literally, the vast majority of Americans.
I think you guys heard enough. You want to hear the rest of it?
I would like that to be sent to me if possible.
Nah, we good.
Okay, so what do you guys think about that?
I enjoyed it. I gotta say, I feel changed now. My opinion of it has changed. Thank you, Lisa.
Send in the chat, whoever's trying to get it. Can't put it in the chat.
Yeah, that was some great. I thought it was very interesting.
MacArthur said about slavery. I know who John MacArthur is, but I never knew about those comments.
Lots of white Christians think that about slavery.
As
I want my motherfucking co-workers telling me to my face.
I knew he said that. And there is a difference between believing in Jesus and being a damn oops, excuse me.
Yes, say it.
Being a follower, between being
but it's gonna go
plenty of people that believe in that he walked the earth. That's just a historical fact. So when people say they're Christians, it just means they believe he walked the earth. It doesn't mean they're a follower of him. These people are not followers of his teachings.
And we wouldn't have enslavement if they were really following Jesus. But that's a whole nother story.
So it's just, white supremacy wrapped in the cross. But
there it is.
Again, that's
I love that. White supremacy wrapped in the cross.
Yes, it is. There it is.
What you can't do. The Ku Klux Klan was a Protestant.
They was a Christian. Boy, that lighting the cross was lighting the way. That was a Christian thing.
Yeah.
They were. And they could not stand the Jews.
Yes, they were big lost boys. Yes.
Oh yeah. Wow.
They were the poster child. Yes. For wasp. Yes. So the Christianity stuff it's convenient, right? And then also it's also convenient so that the distinction between Muslims and Islam can be even more directly related to, like, this is God versus the devil.
Yes.
Right? This is the big crusades. This is Jesus versus Muhammad. So it's
It sounds like the Palestinian people that be on the streets every day rioting with Antifa.
But white Christianity has been a problem for a very long time. This could even be tied into what's happening in Israel and why Christian Zionists are extremely dangerous and how white Christian evangelicals are tied into that. They were also tied into the adoption of indigenous children and displacement of indigenous children. I mean, there's a whole thing that rabbit hole you can go down when it comes to white Christianity and what it has done to this nation and black people of color. It's actually just
right, because they don't care about the people in Israel. They want that shit because of the rapture. They don't give a fuck about the people in Israel.
How do you know that? How do you know? They told you?
Because that's a Christian doctrine.
Oh, they told you that?
Okay. What's wrong with the Christian doctrine? What's wrong with the Christian doctrine? Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You need to check your Palestinian people first.
19% of the KKK was white Protestant. 20% of the population was in the KKK, and they were white Protestant.
They were Democrats, just like the Antifa.
They ain't Democrats no more.
They're not Democrats now.
Not since Reagan
I mean, wasn't Trump endorsed by David Duke? So I'm confused.
They call it what you call it. They call it Antifa now. They don't call it by.
Yeah, David Duke. David Duke is Antifa.
No, they're trying to burn federal buildings now.
So David Duke is Antifa now. Like, so David Duke openly endorsed.
I suggest anyone watch the GSA in Utah videos. These people are.
That's been her question.
These DSA.
Yeah, I'm talking about Grant Boozer, David Duke. He publicly endorsed President Trump, and
He also endorsed Hillary Clinton too later on.
But who became president? Like, what is your point? Like, at the end of the day,
So Nick Clinton was also endorsed Biden. What do you want? What do you want me to do?
And what we're not gonna do is keep interfering with the female talking, a woman talking on the stage. Can you please let her finish, and then you can come back and retort with an answer, and not just more,
But I think the important point to take away is that because this has been so intricately linked with religion, that we do have to be careful in the ways we approach both talking to people who have been radicalized in this bullshit, but also making sure that we can't, not letting people rewrite history and idolize this person, because they're gonna try to make a statue for him or something.
They are.
That's already done. It's already done. I made it on So can we agree that the right has been doing this long and it's wrong? Can I ask her a question? Can I get her to agree on that? Dude, she's not going to agree with you. Dude, she agree that the right has been using it like the evangelical and they go on with it. I don't want to be right.
Your argument is essentially that Trump has continued right-wing tactics, okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to get her to agree with me. Can you agree that that's legal?
Why is that an agreement when you can't answer my questions that I asked you earlier?
You didn't even ask me a question.
Yes, I did. And
She asked you multiple questions.
I always ask you coffee.
So then your question is a good one. It's just you just like
I'm not saying just agree. I'm rather like history be rewritten on this particular stage. Already I made the comment that he would do supporting Hillary Clinton. That was false. He did not support, he did not endorse Hillary Clinton. Nor did he endorse, who else did he say he endorsed? All of those ones he claimed he endorsed, he didn't endorse them.
What? Do you want to respond to that? Because I thought that was odd that you said that.
No, you guys are good. You got the plan.
He did not, you don't want to respond, it's fine.
He wasn't a member he didn't support Antifa.
Martin, did you lie?
Yes, but I mean, you're saying these things.
Martin, did you make a mistake or did you lie? Which one was it? Was it a lie or a mistake? Which one was it? Did you make a mistake or a lie?
Oh, suddenly you don't want to come off the mic.
On the same page. I don't consent to recording and Kitover, like, once again, and people recording. I absolutely do not consent to it. You're very
Accountability from
Hold on. I answered the question. I'm checking this man. Did you lie or not? Why did you lie or not? Did you lie or not? I'm sitting here over there like a little girl. Lie or not? Yeah, that's why you stay on mute, you bitch. You softy ice cream ass. Yeah, I run you niggas. Queens run you niggas, bitch. Queen, you are a queen. You right, and I run you. That's why I said it. You are a queen. You don't run anything. Stupid. I've been fucking the 4 years. Are there indication of something else going on? Queens don't run anything. Wake up, nigga. I already ran you. I just made part of you, bitch. And now I got you out your body. I'm fine, Jesus. Oh, yes, you're not having sex. You like, find Jesus, 2012. Tell your daughter to find Jesus while she's having babies out of wedlock and living in your home. Yeah, check your own home. Check your own home. Not living with me.
you like the worst Christian.
Did you live with right here?
You should never say anything about Jesus out of your mouth. You are no example for him.
No, he needs to find Jesus straight up. Oh, God. Me and your daughter. We'll go to church together so cause she having babies out of wedlock, not me.
Your judgment.
Oh, my God. This is my son, and he's actually out of wedlock. I'm living with you. Something's not clicking. Did you not teach him how to drive? I'm saying, my son. I was out there. I'm a single fat. He's over $100,000K. So I'm paying for your kids. I need a progress report, bitch. You can have an AI. I need a progress report on all your kids. Fuck out of here. Time to hear for you and your fucking ass. Your baby's gonna be a man or you're gonna be a little chihuahua. Your baby is a man. Your baby's gonna be a chihuahua. Your baby's a Tory. Producing kids out of wedlock.
It's good to be living on your belly button.
That's all it is. Y'all niggas be trying, and only reason I'm going to with you, that's fine. That's what their kids are at. All that niece. I got the money. I got the money to afford it. Can you pay for your kids' apartment? Can you put your kids in an apartment or do it with you?
Your kids are on their face.
That's cool. I can afford it.
You can afford to have
I can afford it.
pop their kids on your
I
face.
can afford it.
You pay for people to pop their kids on your
I
face.
can afford it. I can pay for your kids like a donation
too.
Because I was raised. I was educated. My mother made me go to school. My mother made me go to school. When I had no kids out of wedlock. And when I got my first degree, she said, "Go get another one." So I can help you out if you need it.
Your degree was a waste.
I can help you out if you need it.
No. You don't need help. You need jail.
No, you do. You live in a house full of kids. You live in a house full of adult kids. Charlie Kirk would not go for this.
Stop popping your
He would actually say you fell into the trap of the black stereotype.
Stop popping on people's
Charlie Kirk literally
said,
if you have kids out of wedlock, that's bad for
your
black
whole
people.
face look like Brian.
So that's what Charlie said. Did you say when you met him and you had
Your whole face looks like Brian.
hey Charlie, I have kids that live with me and they're out of wedlock. And we don't really know if the dad is doing his best. Charlie wouldn't say, he wasn't going for that. He wasn't going for that. Yeah, because I take care of plenty of kids. I take care of plenty of kids, baby. Pay tuitions and all that.
Yeah, you pay.
Yeah, Charlie wouldn't have liked you too much, Amari.
Morris, you muted. You come off mute, brother. We can't hear you.
Okay, Amari, stay on mute, please.
Right? So, when segregation ended, right? Black people, when slavery ended, actually, black people were just forced around, right? So they had nowhere to go. And then there was laws put in place to put them into prison and
What's your name? What's your name? Jackson. It takes a lot of courage to come up here. Yeah, I should take a deep breath. Okay, I'm not here to pick on you. No, I appreciate it. No, that's okay. I know what I do. It can be very intimidating to get the crowd like this. Just take a deep breath. Let me make your argument. I'm going to make your argument for you. I'm going to tell you why I think it's wrong. Okay? Yeah. Is that fair? Yeah. Okay, so the argument that is being made, that you want to make, is that there's legacies of injustice. Yes. And that those legacies impact one generation after the other. And when those things get handed down, you have what is a system or a systemic issue that isn't just isolated in 2024. So the argument that you're making is that what happened in 1954 does impact 2024 of decade after decade after decade. Let me tell you my response to that. Of course, there are some truth to that. However, every culture, every person in this audience can point to issues that families or generations prior had that we're able to overcome. So the question is, why is it that Black America is one of the only populations, that and Native American populations, and so what happened in 1964 is that 25% of Black youth were raised by a single mother. Today, it's nearly 75%, about 70%. So that means that 1 in 4 Black kids will have a father around. Only 1 in 4. That's the number one issue happening in the country, and it's not because of systemic racism. I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
okay, so I think I misjudged you at first.
Okay, so he cut this off. I want to hear the rest of it. But anyway, I just want to know what the fascination is with Charlie Kirk with Black people. This seems to be his number one topic. He's worried about DEI, affirmative action, Black women, Black pilots, Black households with no power. Is he Black?
No.
Does he have a Black child or a Black woman? What is going on here?
Even if you go back to awarded for the racism, them white folks send him money, and they like it. What he does.
That's how they prevent white people from ever developing class consciousness.
The thing is so crazy about this revisionist history. Nigga, it's 2 minutes ago, we still was in Jim Crow.
Even though you had a mama and a daddy in the house with you.
Thank you.
I just watched a video of a grandmother. She's in her 70s, upper 70s. She picked cotton. 100 pounds of cotton only gave you $2 a day. Like, and then some of it, if you in the Mississippi
I disagree with what you said.
you didn't even get paid real dollars because you got paid plantation dollars. Unemployment rate in 1950 was 50%. Until the Civil Rights Act, equal housing, that's when the shit was cut in half.
I mean, we used to get arrested and beat up.
No one should have seen this.
On the sidewalk.
No, I agree, but I would say,
Really for black people back in the day.
I would say, like, I saw it, and then, to me, it was, he lives in Phoenix, like myself. I'm somebody who came from, like, North Florida, right? I used to make fun of them, and like, pretty much everything. One of the things I could say about him is that I thought he was a genuinely good person, and I didn't say this in a lot of references, I disagree. Basically, other people with much different political views than us that are just like so I'm basically saying like, wow, right there was basing it on some nothing of this happening to them, extra flying or something.
I want to say this real quick. One thing he would do is use misinformation and false stats. And the people that were debating him, for the most part, did not challenge what he was saying.
Exactly.
Thank you, Gemini. Thank you.
And that's very, very key. Now, when the clip we just heard, he said 1 out of 4, right? So that's 25%, correct? So 1 out of 4 are not actively involved in their children's lives. So basically, black children we have an epidemic of black children. Now, if we're talking about cohabitation, you might have a point, but we're talking about active involvement, which is what we quoted. According to the CDC, is 60 to 80% of black fathers have at least a moderate level of active engagement in their child's life, right? And that's far different than the 25% that he quoted. But the gentleman that he was debating conceded without challenging the stats and took it at face value. And that's how you get over when you're debating. Use confidence in lieu of fact. And he did that.
So I'm going to add some context to what Agent was talking about and add a little bit more context. So I don't know if anybody has ever seen the movie called The 13 Minutes. This documentary back in 2016 about the prison industrial complex and about the prison pipeline system and about the Jim Crow laws actually and what the prison pipeline actually did, especially to black men, and how it impacted black men in regards to increase the prison population. It took black men out of the homes for crimes that were not considered to actually sentencing guidelines and structures were not given the same. So now you had this continued recidivism, right? And then on top of it, it then took Black men out of the home. So now you created single parent homes, right? And then on top of this, now you created this prison pipeline system where also you had young men who literally were from the juvenile system being put into the adult system, right? And then now homes were also being taken from these women and from people who also had families. And we talked about this, agent, in another room, where literally what was happening is people didn't have enough money to have bail. So now people are selling their homes and trying to mortgage and finance their homes. And if they're behind on the mortgages, so Black families were losing their homes at large rates in the 1960s and the 1970s. And all of this all has contextual conversation. But the people who were challenging Charlie Kirk never had the intellectual prowess to actually challenge him in these things. And if you listen to a lot of the conversations, and if you've listened to a lot of the people that are challenging him, they did not have the prowess to come back and have these conversations with him intellectually because they did not understand these things in depthly. So he knew what he was challenging and he knew how to challenge it. He didn't have the in-depth conversations because he didn't have the in-depth knowledge. He was just spewing a lot of bullshit and a lot of very invalid data, and people were just taking it at face value. I'm sorry, but y'all can be mad at me all you want, but that's the reality of the situation. And we live in a time where people are allowed to literally come onto places and stages. I hear a lot of this rhetoric, not just in these rooms, but in X and all of these places where a lot of you people, not everyone, but I hear a lot of people spew a lot of bullshit. I heard this, I heard that. I will literally tell folks that I have gotten my data from the Crime Index, from the FBI. Oh, we get stats. You only want to believe stats if it fits your narrative. You can't believe stats only when it fits your narrative or your discussion. It's either you believe the data or you don't. You can't force data or want to believe data when it's encouraging your argument. Period. And I'm going to land here. Some of y'all need to really stop listening to X. Stop listening to all these fucking platforms. Get in some books and really fucking read. Because some of y'all lack some real intelligence to have real intelligent ass conversations. I'm going on mute.
Hey, Red, I'm glad Red woke that up, right? She added context to a contemporary time period where we can, all agree.
And Alef just got through doing that very thing in real time when Omari lied about support for David Duke, and Alef challenged it, told him it was not true, and he went on mute. The nigga went on mute and wouldn't come off mute. So we get it. We understand. We know what's going on.
Hey, but y'all, yeah, I think the problem is most people in this room here, not only in this room, but in a lot of Black clubhouses, we haven't saw Charlie Kirk's content. Let's be honest, right? But hold on. I'm telling you, if it don't apply,
yeah, the correct word isn't saw.
Listen, if it don't apply, let's apply. What I'm saying is, you gotta understand, Red, sir. A lot of Charlie Kirk's content, he was talking to kids that were 19 years old, 20 years old, right? 21. They didn't have the qualified information that a Red has or a culturally inappropriate has. We are in our grander years now, right? And I think when he's up against young people, they're on the defensive because a lot of this information they don't know. That was part of his shit. He wasn't
old motherfuckers that believe this shit.
See, my teenagers ain't with that bullshit.
But I'm saying, how many teenagers know the information that Red just provided? Not many.
That was part of it.
my sons and my daughters to be that way. So if people aren't raising their children in their homes to understand where they came from and understand the historical data and understand how to read data and understand how to process information, then that's problematic because yes, they went to school, yes, they've gotten formal educations, but it starts in the home. And if we're dependent on the education system to teach our children, you're a day late and a dollar short. That's a problem.
Yeah, but a lot of it's also the point is that, and they may know the information, but you have to be a certain type of aggressive and have a certain type of bite to get up there and know his platform, know that you're gonna be posted on platform. We could go to because he's gotten fucked up before. Let's be like he's gotten destroyed.
He got destroyed by all them Cambridge University students and
when you pick and choose insecure, kids that don't really know their way around this stuff. They may even know the information, but they may not know how to deliver it. And if you bombard them, him and Candace have this very specific way of where they take stuff, and they ask you stuff and like right back at you and like try to throw you off your square. You have to be super confident. So it's not that they just don't know. They're young. They're little kids. I seen the same debate that was the boy he was a kid, but it's predatory. Go bang with some adults.
And that was my thing too. And that's why when it was just rushing, Omar was getting mad. It was either Omar at the clip, and I'm like, well, no, this is important to highlight because the way that he used to pose that stuff, these kids didn't know how to debunk it or rebut it. But a lot of us in this room alone, we could have easily destroyed that man. So, but the danger of it is them being embarrassed in real time with lies and not having the execution.
He has a specific debate style that is not a debate, right? Because you can be very specific in your and precise in your words, and then they'll try to repeat it back to you and say like, so you're saying such and such is evil?
Right.
They have very interesting tactics to twist what a person is saying, and people are not expecting to have to correct like that.
It's very clubhouse.
They don't know to say.
That's why
I don't believe in good or evil. I'm just stating what it is. It's racism or something to that nature. But him and Candace, they will go off and they will just take something that you say and they'll either amplify it so that it sounds ridiculous because they know that that's the only, they know that works with a lot of people. Or they'll hang on to like a portion of what you said and ignore the main point.
And just harbor in that point.
Yes. And they take one word and hang into it, right? And then what they do is twist it. So what they do is for a young person, it's hard to regurgitate. And so what they'll do is they'll spin and spin and spin in that situation. So it's hard for them to get off of it. And then the person doesn't know how to redirect. And if you're not sure how to redirect a debate, it's very hard. So if you don't understand debate decorum, you're not going to be able to challenge somebody because you don't understand debate decorum. If you never took debate in school, or if you never did moot court, if you never did any of those things, you're not going to understand the tactics that they're using. And these are very basic tactics when it comes to debate. So they're skilled in it.
Right. And that's why when they get in front of real scholars like Destiny, he can roll over a lot of people his age because of the way, and I agree with some of what he says, but like I've seen him be on the same stage as like a fucking Finkelstein, and like these prominent scholars, and he sounds like a child because they have all of the facts, they know the dates, they know the details. Our kids, like I read to my son, especially since we
was talking to other people playing the game when they were strangers, they would all be saying nigga, like everybody, like the white kids, the black kids, and I would be like, dude, why are you kicking with these motherfuckers with the N-word? I said, I stopped him and I corrected him, but I wasn't even aware, like, the influencers on YouTube, that there was this pipeline that was directing these white suburban boys and some black boys down these alt-right rabbit holes. And they got a whole generation. I think it's too late. They already got the generation. That's why they had that film Parenthood. I think it's called Parenthood or some shit about that kid in London who killed a girl and he had got indoctrinated with the manosphere shit. Like a whole generation has been exposed to this bullshit from what's the guy's name?
Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate, yes, Andrew Tate, and all of these personalities. This shit has been in their heads since like junior high. My son's 21 now, and that's when I noticed it was when he was in junior high. So you know these kids that are coming up behind him, like they've been thoroughly indoctrinated with this bullshit. And so I think we need to be talking about how to get ready to confront this new batch of white supremacists, because the internet did it. It did what it's supposed to do with these fucking rabbit holes in the algorithm.
And to your point, Quinn, I think some of it do intersect, right, with manosphere and what Charlie Kirk was doing. But remember, it was a reason why Charlie Kirk is doing this, right? Think about it. Charlie Kirk, Queen, is only 31 years old. Imagine all of us in this room at 31 years old and how we've changed to be a better person, or some of us were.
My God, because I just turned 32, and I don't know. I'm really excited.
No, let her respond. I'm saying he's 31 years old, right? He had the ability to change. I guess we're not going to know that, right? Who among us was not a racist when we were 31? Right. Listen. We are never going to see his development, or as Julian said, his growth and development, right? Shout out to Chicago, right? We're never going to see that, right? So I do agree with you, Queen, that some of it is a manosphere intersect, and it's a reason why. Democrats pretty much said, we ain't thinking about men, particularly young ones. Right? So there was a void that was filled. Hold on. Wait. It was a void that was filled when you had young, I'm going to say in this case, white males who felt left out of society, right? Shame to be football players, shame to drink a beer, shame for these different things. So this is what you do, and this is what the country produced. Charlie Kirk, right? This is what the country produced. Andrew Tate. I can go on and on like that. Hold on. Yeah, I'm done here. 5 seconds. Right? So, Charlie Kirk is what America's been wanting, right? And he appealed to the Generation Z, and I'm not mad at it. He wasn't my cup of tea, but I understand the assignment. And he's not here now, so he's going to live as a martyr now.
What is the assignment?
Anyway, I have a clip of Charlie Kirk getting folded up with Miss, if you want to respond first, or do you want to go ahead and let it go?
No, BT is always go ahead, Jess.
What he does, he pretends with his fake stuff. Phases of just simply developing, which is before something is born, which is when life is generally
tribe about this is why y'all be dumb, bro. Y'all, we do this, we do that, we do what? You do this to a motherfucker who is going for abortion but can't tell a human fetus from a fucking dolphin. That's your leader. This is who y'all are following into hell.
Listen, we've heard this racist comments so much.
Well, yeah, talk so much just I gotta keep it up because it's like, so I'll be right back.
Was he actually looking at a dolphin penis? Like,
Yes.
yup. He said he looked, Julian. He said he looked. Oh, yeah. You got. That was a. For the treatment.
Still waiting to hear what the assignment was.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta play some music because we got some spies.
Play that clips. I'll sing some for us. Play that clips, Coffee. Appropriate. Play that clip. Play that fight though.
That clip shit is hard as hell.
Culture. I figured out who it is. Do it. Take the back shot.
Who dropped that, bro? Who dropped that? Leave in the club. So they love me up. They come to close down. Say, yeah, I've been listening. It's like, yeah, of course, he has some white supremacist views. And, yeah, he was trying to change the
Yeah, of course, like that's supposed to be a given. Racism. We're not gonna normalize racism.
He was trying to change.
We're not gonna go by the way racism.
A lot of these young minds out here. But at the end of the day, like, some of the stuff, like I said, I agree with some of his points, but a lot of you guys have been disingenuous with a lot of his points that he made. Because a lot of things, when you go read it, it wasn't in the same context that y'all tried to make it.
Can you just tell us one point that you agree with? I just want to hear one that you agree with.
Like the empathy thing, he said a whole statement. He said he don't believe in empathy, but he said he thinks sympathy is better when you read the whole statement. You guys made it seem like he just, don't have any empathy. He just, said I don't care about nobody.
He said we shouldn't be fighting slaves because we're not smart enough.
No, that what he was talking about. What Lisa played earlier, he was talking in the context of that lady saying that she was had affirmative action or whatever, and she got into the, his position with affirmative action. He used that plane. He used that pilot saying basically if it's a pilot that's not, qualified, I don't want a person that's just black not flying a plane. See, you guys take things out of context and then try to make it seem like they did anything. You guys are great.
That crashed and they automatically assumed that like the pilot was a woman and that the pilot was black. The story is the helicopter. That was response to the helicopter crash, right?
But you know what? When he said what he said, what I heard, the way I heard it, it was like if it was back in the day, it's the equivalent of saying, of course there's
congressmen in the trees. And, you know, Master does, which a lot of them out there, but he does say some good things sometimes. Every day he said chicken is good, and you know what? Chicken is good. You know, so
And you know, if you leave, I'm saying, you guys don't have to make things up to make y'all feel good. That makes y'all are making anything up. So Jimmy, we got to be I'm trying to say the narrative. All right, Jimmy, here's a real question for you. That's related to the subject, okay? Now, he said he would question if a black pilot flying a plane, the credentials from the qualifications, right? But as you and everyone else on the stage know, Tuskegee Airmen were some of the best pilots of World War II, despite the adversity that they went through. And they are one of the reasons why we won the war. So what do you have to say about that? Wouldn't you trust a black pilot like those white bomber pilots trusted black pilots more than they trusted the white bomber pilots? I definitely trust the Tuskegee Airmen and black pilots that they was some of the best pilots, like you said. But I don't trust you guys because you guys take a lot of his stuff out of context. Like, no, you didn't take it out of context. You took us out of context. Hold on. Okay, so you know how Will Chamberlain was one of the best basketball players of his day? These black pilots today are the Michael Jordans and the LeBron James of flying planes. In fact, they're the top pilots, dude. What's your point? If you're taking his words out of context with things he said, then I look at y'all disingenuous. Because when I go look at
Listen, if you're in context, it wasn't the right context for some racist bullshit.
If you're gonna say that, then you have to come with the full context. So go on mute, get the entire quote about the sympathy and all the bullshit, and say the quote in the full context. But you can't come up here talking blah 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 out your fucking ass without any fucking quote. You gotta be lying, man. Y'all just lying. You are lying.
It ain't no context for no racist ass bullshit.
This nigga is naked, stringing them wrong.
Good evening, clean black people.
Hey, Megan, I'm wearing Philip Quinn bathing suit over here. What's funny watching on?
I see that there's one black person that's down cold. Y'all feel like the bus can't go anywhere until they get on.
Yeah, we gotta kick their ass off the bus. We gonna pull this?
As a teenager, it doesn't even really count. It's like we weren't really trying to hurt each other, but it was my brother and I, when in our 20s, when we got into a fist fight. He ate my cheeseburger. That's what it's.
That is literally up. But who did you think of, Pepe, that would have such, whose death and assassination would have such an effect on history and the nation right now? Since we've alive, because you're like a little older than me, but not much.
Well, I would say like there are, and like I said, I like to listen to like liberal podcasts to hear what they have to say. Like I listen to, and quite frankly, I haven't been listening to right wing podcasts shit for several months. And so I'll just
listen to expect. Because you don't say that.
Yes, and so like I'll listen to left wing ones, and like I tried to listen to the most intellectual.
Because you want to be King Kong, you get your good nigger sticker. It's just not.
Exactly.
Get back to work.
Worse is that you know there's somebody around him who are like, yo, bro, that's not true. That's like things you're saying.
Yeah, you guys somebody said that. I gotta do more research.
One second, brother.
You gotta about to talk, y'all. And then
brother. Yeah, thank you. Let's have some mutual respect for each other. So the worst part about it, as I was going to music.
Well, you say it's off the bat. You say.
Okay, I got you. I see what you're saying. I forgot about that. Yeah, so
we would like to hear Concrete and then let you respond because they both right now.
What I was gonna say was we know that this gentleman has enough people around him that somebody somewhere told him the actual truth. I'm sure that on that production team, that security team, that somebody along the line said, "Hey, bro, what you said is not true, and it's hurtful to good, clean black people."
Doubt it. I doubt anybody on his team. Correct. You know why? Because that's why he continued. Someone said it seemed like he's obsessed with black people. No, what it was that's a safe place to attack. The threshold is so low for us. We ain't gonna do nothing. You can continue to bully us and say kind of those defaming statements, and no bad will come. But he knew to watch his mouth when it came to the Jewish community. He knew to be careful when it came to the LGBT, because the thing about it is they gonna ride for theirs. So I hope that what we need to check that shit from the front gate.
What the mind sleep? Yeah, it's people trying to come up. Y'all niggas is letting this nigga play.
Hold up, man. First of all, let me tell you why you're doing it. We have someone streaming a room. So when you have an undertone of copyrighted music, they can't stream it on YouTube anymore. That's a problem. We're not asleep. We're aware of
Get on code.
Yeah, stop playing with the minds, bro. What's wrong with you?
Shut up, nigga.
But yeah, that's what I think it is. I think they sat there and just laughed at it. He can say all the ignorant stuff he wanted to say as long as he was attacking black people. It's funny you mentioned DEI when the actual number one beneficiary of DEI is white women. But he ain't gonna say a female pilot, I got a question things. He ain't gonna say, he knows not to say that. It's a reason he strategically came after black people, because he felt like we ain't gonna say nothing. And then he knows a couple coons that's gonna laugh and say, I see what he's saying, I get it, oh yeah, like some people are saying on this damn stage right now.
Yeah, but sister, I don't think his target audience were black people. Like, I don't know.
No, they're not. His target audience is not black people.
His target audience was always disenfranchised. He would catch a couple random homes up in this shit, but most of the time it was young, disenfranchised white males. That was the target audience.
Hey, so why did he hold conferences with? Y'all muted me down. I was just saying, like, in the vein of why y'all think it is? Because if his target wasn't anything black, why was he holding conferences, summits, and personally funding, these conferences for young black men and women? We go back to 2018, 2019, and he did one in 2020. So my question would be like, why did he do that? Now,
What they call it? What's the name of the conferences?
It was the I'll talk about this in the room another day. My question is, if he wasn't trying to, if he didn't need him, didn't care about him, we at least can say he possibly was trying to convert him. Like, we can't say it was nothing behind it, because he literally did conferences for young black men and women.
Wow. That was when he was with Candace Owens, and that's what both of them were being paid to do at that time, was to convert people over to Trump supporters.
And brother,
okay, so he was converting the young black men and women to Trump
for a short time period. I think he ran an academy for like 3 or 4 years where it was focused on African Americans. But it was just his whole goal overall, like just not with blacks, but overall, his job was to radicalize, to convert young men, mostly it ended up being young white men. He found his target demographic to being conservatives, introducing them to the conservative side. That was his whole thing. That's where his value lied to Trump. Even though Trump was dancing at the Yankee game the next day, he didn't give a fuck. But yeah.
So look, that's another question I got, right? So if Charlie Kirk, if his loyalty lied with Trump, can we make the statement that Trump is anti-Israel?
That's what we should via Charlie. We can't do that via Charlie.
Okay, so if we can't say he wasn't anti-Israel,
So how do they explain if we're going to make the connection that Charlie Kirk to Trump, his anti-Israel rhetoric he's been on for the past 90, 120 days before this shit popped off?
Run that back.
So, all right, so if he's the mouthpiece for Trump and he's speaking for Trump and he's trying to convert people to get onto the side of Trump.
Other than the mouthpiece for Trump, he was just a recruiter. So his political views probably didn't always exactly align or reflect what Trump's exact political views may be. He was a recruiter. His job was to bring in new blood, young.
Okay, yeah,
college campuses, and that's what Turning Point meant. We're not turning them into conservatives. That's what it is.
And he was the spokesperson for Trump. So I get what your question is saying.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. So like recruiter, whatever term you want to use, you're trying to get people that follow you, fuck with you, to go ahead and, you know, this is Trump. This my man's right here. Like, go ahead, fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? We give you all the knowledge, information you need. This is the way of Trump. So if that's what we're saying, then what's the conversation? Where do we feel like this shit go left? This shit get, you know, sticky, because, you know, that's why I asked the question. So is Trump anti-Israel? Because we're connecting him to Trump the last 3-4 months before he passed. That's all he was speaking about. So was he a de facto? Did he go left when it came to the whole support of Trump and just wanted to do his own thing?
It's not a one-to-one. It's like not a one-to-one. He's trying to build an argument through the Socratic process. Like a lot of shit not really. It's a really flawed premises that you're operating under as well. And inaccurate. The flaw I saw immediately was the idea that he did something for black people, or to, you know, that said, oh, black people in the title, and therefore that's like a benefit to black people. Because again, converting them to what? To be MAGA? Do you think that's beneficial for blacks? Even if you were to get, even if, one second, brother, one second. The concrete land. Go ahead, concrete. Thank you, I appreciate it. So that's what I got from your first statement. That, oh, if he were to do something for blacks, isn't that beneficial to blacks? He would convert them. And then I just take it that profiteers information that has no substance. What would ostensibly be the enemy's home, they have no problem doing that. If they want to convert you, if they have some susceptible people who are willing to patronize them and convert to their ideology, even though it's destructive to the person that's converting, they have no problem with that either. It's called being a useful idiot. So I just take it that you were trying to make an argument that he's probably a beneficial aspect to blacks. I don't see it. Yeah, I'm going to respond to you on this. Like, he was not anti-Israel before he died. He was still pro-Israel before he died. The date for his death, he took a Zoom call with a rabbi and a commentator, preparing responses to anti-Israel comments, to questions that he anticipated coming, because he wanted to show that he was still aligned in base, which is why you're still surfing. So with that being said, bro, you can't sit here and say that he was anti-Israel when the day before he's preparing to show everybody how he is still aligned with them.
Wait, okay, so hold on. Let's go with what the Gemini just said. The day before, he was preparing to meet with the rabbi to show how.
No, he did a Zoom call with the rabbi. He wasn't preparing to meet. They did a Zoom call.
He did a Zoom call with the rabbi, and this was to show that he's pro-Israel.
It was to prepare him to field any questions about his allegiance to Israel.
So is this Zoom call? Is this online? Is this something that I could watch and I could pull up?
No, but there's articles about it. You can you can look it up.
Oh, okay.
And the commentator that was on the call with him, let me find his name real quick.
Yeah, this was to show that he pro-Israel. Yeah, I would love to look, because I ain't right or wrong. Like, I don't know it all, but that statement,
the prime minister's name that he spoke, let's see, I'm gonna find it. I just heard it.
It don't fucking matter.
Rabbi Pesach, I'm gonna check the name. Rabbi Pesach, Pesach, Josh Hammer. He was preparing responses to anti-Israel
questions that were anticipated during his college campus tour to show he was still in alignment.
So how do we? So I would say that would be an opinion. Like, and I would have to go back and I would have to literally watch and listen to exactly what you're saying before I speak on it. Because if this is a Zoom call and you say this was to show his alliance with Israel, okay, I haven't watched it, so I'm not gonna speak on it. I'm not gonna say debate you on that. Cool. But when it comes to everything else, like I mean, we get played clip on clip on clip. Like if he's doing this to show his alliance to Israel, I would actually think that's what he should be doing, right? Because there's so much content, there's so many platforms he visited on that literally is saying the exact opposite. So I would have to listen to it myself. I would have to go to the Zoom call, whatever the case is. But yeah, I mean, I
just a little bit deeper. He had a pattern of aligning with people and then having problems with them and realigning. Like he did the same thing with Trump. I don't know if you know about it. He was criticized for. They said that at one point he stabbed Trump in the back, which was only a few months before his death, right? And then he realigned. He was also saying he wanted the Epstein list released right now. We deserve full transparency. And then later on, he rejected that, saying, I trust my friends in high places to do the right thing. So he did this multiple times.
Yeah, so the Epstein thing, literally before he died, the last thing he spoke on was transparency, and we need to see what's in these files because we don't believe what Cash Patel, what the Fed is saying. So if you're saying he flip-flopped before he died, literally before he died, his last stance was literally, y'all need to release the Epstein files. I don't believe what the Feds are saying. I don't believe Cash Patel.
I have a clip where he says he doesn't want to see it released anymore. I'll find it to play it for you.
Why you found that clip? I wanted to just say he was more like Candace Owens than he was different. And we all know Candace is a flip-flopper. And Candace Owens also immediately following his death, sat there and said that she said they were best friends. Now this is her words, they were best friends. She said that there were a lot of things that he believed in that he didn't necessarily feel at liberty to speak about. So what it tells me is that, they were having these conversations and stuff, and he probably flip-flopped the same way she did. Now, she recently, I think yesterday, tweeted, Charlie Kirk was fighting with some very powerful billionaires that he took money from over things he was discussing. The pressure on him was immense over the last 2 weeks. The truth will be revealed, the messages will be leaked, and the movement he built will rise up. So it seems like there's something that she knows that she's trying to get out.
So, in 1 second, I want to give you this concrete real quick. The Charlie Kirk Show, July 14, 2025, quote, honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I want to put trust in my friends in the administration. I want to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done to solve it. Balls in their hands, in the quote.
Okay, mine is from the end of August, so let me get this and drop this in the chat. And that's what I'm saying. So go ahead, sis.
I just want to understand, like, why does any of this matter? He started Turning Point USA, which is a Christian conservative group, and they endorsed Trump not once but twice. And they used their organization to, endorse conservative politicians. So, like, are you trying to get at the fact, or are you trying to make a claim that Charlie Kirk was not a Trump supporter simply because they had that one disagreement?
I think she's talking in Gemini.
No, I'm not talking Gemini. I'm talking to you, whoever. Oh,
you talking to me?
Yeah. Oh, wait. The guy who was speaking earlier?
Yeah, you probably federal agent.
Yeah, him. Sorry, yeah.
Me? What was the question? Because that's the question that I literally posed. I literally posed the question when it came to Trump's alliance with Israel. My question was, so are we saying that Trump is anti-Israel? And I asked that question because... Okay, so when it comes to the last 3 months or whatever time frame, because Gemini just made a statement from the show in July, and I got one from August. So Charlie was starting to become anti-Israel. So when did he stop becoming the mouthpiece or the cheerleader, whatever you want to call it, for Trump?
Because
He was never the mouthpiece. He was
he
never
was
the
never,
mouthpiece. He was
right.
never the mouthpiece for Trump. He just started an organization that endorsed conservative politicians. So that's all they were. They wanted
So him going to these campuses and passing Trump hats throughout the crowd says what?
that he endorses Trump.
Okay, and so are we gonna do semantics when it comes to a mouthpiece versus
Hold on,
Because Charlie Kirk had an agenda. His movement, he had his own movement. Trump is a mouthpiece for the conservative movement. I think that's where the confusion is. Trump is a mouthpiece for the conservative movement. It's not the other way around.
Bro, that man supported MAGA and Trump, and he spread that shit. Like, what are we talking about?
He's not bigger than Trump, so he's not bigger than Trump.
To address your point, yes, we're not trying semantics, but we are being precise with our language, because a mouthpiece is somebody who speaks directly for somebody. A supporter could be a mouthpiece, but is not necessarily a mouthpiece. A mouthpiece is repeating verbatim what the person they're representing is telling them. That's not merely a supporter. A supporter can have their own agenda, their own ideology, and still support somebody else because of some like overarching goal. Doesn't mean that they are in lockstep. A mouthpiece speaks specifically. Okay, all right. That's how we're
So I'm saying I agree, but how many mouthpieces or supporters of Trump have passed away or something horrible happened to them, and Trump said we're gonna fly the flag halfway? Like, come on,
are you just saying? So let's use the definition or the term. Hold on, brother. Let's use the term supporter. And now the question is, why does this supporter get so much reverence? Is that the question, basically?
Yeah, we can go with that.
All right, great, because he really appreciates his work. There you go.
He really appreciates it.
He's highly indebted to the work that he did. There it is.
Gemini, are you there? Gemini? Any of the mods there?
I'm right here.
I'm right here. Can you remove John Kitover? He's saying he's going to report everyone in this room. He's in the group.
I'm gonna give him too much attention.
Yeah, he don't have no power.
He feeds off of that.
I don't want him.
He's got 1,000 accounts.
I don't want him adding me. I don't.
He's gone. He's got 1,000 accounts. He's gone.
He's streaming right now.
He's still streaming.
Guys, go on YouTube channel.
I hear what was saying about he was indebted. I agree. It will look really bad given all the rhetoric and all the stuff that Charlie was saying pro-Trump. It would look really bad if, something wasn't done. Some type of into a martyr to try to make it look like we put him on the level of a JFK or MLK.
Yeah.
And to rewrite history. Because many of us were not that familiar with Charlie, but I'm hearing that now it's getting global attention. I was in a room where a girl who lives in Denmark said that they held a moment of silence in Denmark for Charlie. We've been hearing about the protests happening in the UK and how there were more than 100,000 people that were basically also aligned with Charlie.
Japan,
So it just a lot. South Korea. I mean, and it goes on. We're hearing people in Nigeria that's getting online and crying about it. So it just seems like they're trying to, make this into something else.
So that was a good point you brought up, right? So let me ask you a question. And let's be for real. Like, don't do no funny shit. The black community. How privy was the black community to Barack Obama before he started running for president? Was the black community following Barack Obama? Let's just be for real.
You asked the same point. What's your point? No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I didn't give a fuck. We was like, yo, I don't care who we was happy Obama got in.
We was happy with it. Hold up. Let's bring it back so we get one mic at a time. What's the relevance?
Okay, so, shit. His birthday was coming up next month. So 2028 elections, he could have ran for president. Now, we have conversations amongst ourselves, and just like with any industry, whether we're talking about the fashion industry, the music industry, whatever industry, there are conversations about
Hold on, let me just. I won't be long.
You couldn't have run. Hold up, stop. You're saying something that's false. You have to be 36 years old to be able to run for president. He was 31, so in 2028, he could not run for president. You're wrong.
All right, so I'm wrong. All right, I'm wrong. Thanks, Gemini.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't like that, Steve.
Yeah, he could have ran the next time, but.
Yeah, but he's not even presidential material.
No, there's no political resume.
What are we talking about?
You know, I saw him at the rap. The white folks was crying. He was going to be our next president.
Yeah, they said that, but he had no political resume.
No, hold on. Wait. Is somebody lying to me on stage? So hold on, real quick. To be president of the United States, the Constitution says 3 main requirements: age, you must be at least 35 years old, citizenship, and residency.
Natural born on the soil. He was only 31. He's
31 years old, bro.
He was literally about to, hold on, when is Charlie Kirk's birthday? He was literally about to turn 32, and in 2028, but okay, I'm just saying, if it's 36, what I'm saying is out of reach, but if it's 35, you're saying he couldn't run,
No, he was still too young, bro.
still too young.
No, so I'm trying to figure it out. Like, yeah, I don't get it. Like, let's move forward. What's going on? Like, I feel like the women when they say that
Jumping around, you asking a lot of questions, but you trying to like hide your position on this. Are you a Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, let's get to
You might not know me, but everybody know about me.
Are you a Charlie Kirk supporter?
What were you trying to get to? Like, what was your overarching point? Let's concede. Okay, he can run. Okay, now what? Like, where were you on with it?
I actually forgot, bro. Go ahead, John. We was having a lot of
or just to try to help you get to your next point. Like, fuck it, I'm not going to contest it at this point. Just go ahead and see where you was going with it.
I was
Real
going
gentleman.
somewhere. Hey, Gemini, I was going somewhere.
that car was driving in a circle, bro.
That's all right. Come on.
It was swerving. It was looking.
Hey, he pulled up and pulled off.
It be like that sometimes.
You crashed into some
I feel like
power.
blacks want to support Charlie Kirk, and I don't get it because he was so blatantly against us.
I
don't know why anybody would
In the conversation or having conversations about it shows the play off for it, because this is a conservative white man that got killed by a white man, but somehow, they need the energy of black people, right? So somehow now, Clubhouse, media, wherever we want to talk about it, we're deeply involved in this conversation. HBCUs are getting shut down, black people are speaking out, making their videos. I speak about the play. I'm not really a side person. I speak about the play, and the play is literally trying to garner the energy of the black community. Because why did this white man get killed by a white man, and the black community is so involved in this situation?
That's the white people, man.
This is harvesting the energy.
They have a room right now, the white people, called "Who is Going to Replace Charlie Sad Face?"
It's the same thing that happened with Rittenhouse. If you remember, Rittenhouse didn't shoot any blacks.
Yeah.
He wasn't attacked. Well, he was attacked. I don't think he was ever hit by a black. It was a black dude that was there, I think, with a skateboard. I don't know, but he didn't shoot any blacks. But the thing is, he was like black adjacent because he was patrolling the George Floyd protests. So that's why we're involved with Charlie Kirk, is because he was an outspoken, harsh critic of the black community. So obviously we're pulled into the fray with his assassination, because it could have possibly been one of the Negroes to have done it, even though we know that that's not our type of shit. It's still something that we could have been involved with because of his outspokenness against us. Still involved because, again, it's his outspokenness.
Man, most black to redirect the conversation. I have a question, right? Because we're hyper focused on someone that's not here anymore and is creating a larger impact in his passing than he did when he was alive. But on our side of the fence, our side being anyone that is not pro-Trump, right? Do we have anyone that is our Charlie Kirk that is actively effectively recruiting the younger generation that's going to come in, the new blood? Like
Dr. Umar.
Absolutely not.
Dr. Umar.
Yeah, Dr. Umar. I
seen how impactful and effective he was, and how pertinent he was to their campaign, that we would duplicate that or improve that and utilize it on our side at the same time. Like, you have to fight fire with fire. You can't just sit back and see, okay, they're obviously going to run that play again. That play is working. Matter of fact, they don't even got to run it again. They're going to improve it, enhance what's already there. So we need to be doing the same thing so that we can have new energy, new blood, new people coming in on our side with fresh, younger ideas on how to campaign and market or reach a newer generation. We need to focus on that. I think that would be a better thing than to keep talking about somebody that's already done their job and is still doing their job in post-war.
And Jim and I, will the Democrats have a person that wants to recruit young men? That's ultimately what it comes down to. And that's what Charlie Kirk did. That was his superpower, right? Because the man's dead now. I'm just giving maybe a little teeny bit of flowers, right? His superpower was galvanizing young white males. And that's what the Democrats do not want to do. You know, they tell y'all, them white male or guys like BT, what do they call it? Masculinity, toxic masculinity. Oh, boys shouldn't play football. And that's the culture war that Charlie Kirk was fighting. I don't know if the Democrats want to ever do that.
Well, there's like a couple of key aspects that there's a couple of key aspects that a black person is never going to be able to duplicate, which is being that level of vitriolic on a wide platform, right, and be widely respected by the mainstream while being highly vitriolic. Number one. Number two, $1 billion backers. So those are going to be like the two. So all the Democrats are opponents. So all the Democrats are.
The left has none of us.
Well, I just take it that $1 billion.
That don't make sense. Come on, bro.
One second, brother. I take it that $1 billion donors aren't in the business of backing vitriolic black people for the sake of helping galvanize young black people.
All you gotta do is do the same thing. But he was vitriolic, but
it's not true. Benjamin Crockett got Alex Soros as his backer.
Is the way, like, he put the medicine inside the Kool-Aid, right? So if you watch the way he did it, like, he would have speakers like Nick Fuentes, who was openly racist and would tell you he's openly racist.
Charlie Cook, Charlie the gang was working with.
Because he was so vitriolic. What Charlie did was he played the middle ground. So I'm not, a white nationalist. I'm adjacent to it, but I'm pro-Christian and everything else living on campus. And then he would bring them in as keynote speakers. So they were on the same campus that would not have them there if it weren't for his platform. Right? So I'm saying all that to say, whoever takes it up on the left side doesn't need to be vitriolic. They need to be tactful in the way that they launch out so that they can be palatable to mainstream. That has to be the goal from day one.
But it has to be authentic too, more than anything, Jim. Kirk was as authentic, so it can't be like a fake kind of phony Democrat. You know what I mean? It could be.
You're talking about. Let me just say this real quick. If you're talking about getting support in a way which is not acceptable as a black person, or I'm saying it for a white person is acceptable. He can be as vitriolic as he wants. He can tone it down and still play the racist card in front of you. A black person can't do that. There's no possible way that would be palatable on any mainstream level if you're being an extremist.
But it can be a white guy. Basically, it can be a white guy.
So now, we already have that. If you have black people if you have somebody who wants to be a spokesperson to get black people behind them, as vitriolic as they can be in that regard, we already have that.
Give me a name, bro.
Of somebody that goes after black people, I already said. I think I said Dr. Umar.
Nah, I would much. I think it would be easier if you said Cornel West, but Dr. Umar.
All the typical names that do the same work. You don't have those are people that get support from black people. I mean, you might not like him or respect him, but he's still somebody that's trying to get the job done. The average his level of vitriol. Look at his agenda. Look at his level of vitriol.
Not Dr. Umar. He managed money bad.
Here's the issue. His agenda, his level of vitriol is probably what got him no funding. Had it been a different race with the same agenda, he would have gotten the funding. But because he's black, because he was so revolutionary, that's why everyone stays away from him.
Yeah, I would definitely say more so Cornell West versus Dr. Umar. Like
Cornell West is
but also here's other thing. And before I go into this other thing, let me say this too real quick. So I was correct. Before Charlie Kirk turned 35, he could have ran for president and got elected. Just plug the numbers in, and I believe right there. Put in the chat, talk to me back on the stage, how it goes. So now let's go back to this conversation, right? Bro, if we talking about Umar, this is what we gotta understand. When it comes to voting, when it comes to the House, when it comes to the Senate, this shit is a monopoly. It's a monopoly. Tell me, outside of the early 1800s, late 1700s, who, and we know why these people won, who ran off a third party and actually became president? Nobody. I answer for you. Nobody. That's because this whole voting system is a monopoly. Because once you're at the independent level and you're in a certain state, guess what you still got to deal with? You still got to deal with the House and the Senate. You still got to deal with the Democrats and Republicans. You got to pick a side. The president of the United States, I'm sorry to say it, you have to pick a side. You're going to run as a Republican or a Democratic. That's it. There's no in between. There's no gray areas. There's nobody you can tell me in history before that like solely just did an independent campaign and became president outside of what I just said. So, that's just how this shit is set up. It's a monopoly, and yeah, it's fucked up, but this is the world we live in.
Well, yeah, but to Gemini's original question, I'm gonna say the Democrats loosely, right? They don't have no one that's 31 years old, first of all, right? That can galvanize Generation Z, right? I'm trying to think outside myself, right? Think outside the stage. That side don't have it, right? They're not galvanizing young men. We know who they're galvanizing, right?
That's literally my point.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They don't have nobody of the equivalent.
Yeah, a weak point that it needs to be addressed, and that gap needs to be filled. We need to have someone that can go out there. They need to have some financial backing, go out there and target a younger audience and bring in blood. Like all of our military institutions, our police academies, everybody, they always are actively recruiting young guys, younger generations. Like that's a mandatory thing for us to even maintain our position as a number one military source as far as the nations go, right? We have to actively, that's one of the things Trump did do is, since he's got in, I don't know if y'all do know that, but the police numbers and the military numbers have shot up, right? That's what the Democrats, in my opinion, need to do is to target a younger audience and have someone out there that can do it. Like we've seen the impact Charlie had. Cool. Now we understand that. Now we need to move in that direction so we can do that for us. So we have a newer generation that's ready to take up arms and move forward and push the line. Like we need that.
And then somebody put up Westmore as a possibility. I mean, we have a lot of people in the Black community, but they just don't have the backing. So maybe we should start backing some of these people. There's that young man who is out of Florida, the youngest African American in Congress. That young man, I can't think of his name right now. You guys know who I'm talking about?
Are you talking about Frost?
Yeah. And he's a very articulate, focused young man, and he could be a leader in leadership for our community. We have a lot of people who qualify, but they need to be backed. Charlie Kirk was backed by billionaires.
Right, he's able to drop out of college. But let me ask you this though, Lisa. Let me ask you this, right? Do you think from the Democrat side that the person needs to be a young black male? Don't you think it'll be just as effective or impactful to have a white guy do it as well? That the race doesn't play as big of a role as the recruitment, the effectiveness of the role of a recruiter that they have, right? Like if we're looking at the racial demographic of the country, you probably would be better off using a white guy to do it, honestly, because who makes up the majority of the country? You can't just go after the minorities. I'm not trying to get a bunch of black people in. I'm trying to get a bunch of people overall. As many people through the doors as possible. Every fucking nationality.
Who breaks the tie? Who breaks the tie, though, Gemini? Let's say white America and the United States has split 50-50 on their beliefs on who they should be in office. So now, who breaks that vote? Who's a tie-breaking vote at that point? Black America, right?
We are. Right, but we got to get to that point. So let's get there. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to get to that damn point. So we need to use whatever tool. Like you can't. I don't care about the color of the tool. It could be purple. As long as they can get us there and bring new people in, they're effective. When we see the numbers, we see the stats and facts, then that's what we need.
Well, we still need somebody because young black kids need a black man to look up to emulate. We can't have. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, we can't have white people being our leaders on a local community level. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I agree with you. So that's what they did.
We got like
Y'all a bunch of racists.
Their ground race dropped. All of them. They leave from Alabama, Birmingham, Chicago to Baltimore. So we're doing it at least.
Lisa, when Kirk partnered with Candace, I think that's what he was doing, right? So what if we did the same thing? We don't have to do one. We can have a pair. We can have a black and a white that work in it.
And that'd be great, but it's just, to me, that's the problem we're having in our community right now. That our youth need to be able to look up and see the leadership, see the success, and the pure reason that they no longer or haven't been teaching American history that includes Black achievement has been a problem. And then we don't do it in our own, I'm not saying, when I say guilty of it being deleted throughout our school systems, we have to be a little bit more vigilant on showing our children that there's nothing that we can accomplish, and look where we've come thus far. We've come so far, and we have a lot to show for it. It's just not we're stuck in a dependency stage and on some plantation. We can't move around. I've said it once, I'll say it twice. We have excellence in every field in this country, from astronauts to zoologists. You're going to find a Black person who is achieving in excellence, not marginally, and don't even require affirmative action.
Are you racially obsessed?
Oh my God, here you go. I thought you were not talking to me. What happened to me?
No, I'm not talking to you.
I can't. I'm not gonna.
I'll drop you. I'll bring him back, but you're gonna have to wait till you finish what you were saying. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that, and to answer his question, yes, I am. Because you know why I am? Because I'm supporting my people. I'm supporting my community.
It's called the American people, stupid.
That's on you. Don't make your
She's
insecurities my
obsessed
problem.
with black race.
Lisa, I don't have a problem with you. I don't mind talking to you. Lisa, I don't mind talking to you. The only reason I left the room the other night is because you were swearing every other word, and it was disrupting my spirit. Moving forward, excuse me. Now, the other thing is, your people, okay, there are Black people that you don't care for, like a Candace Owens. You don't care for her. So what I'm saying is there ain't no such thing as my people are Black. It's my people are people who are aligned with my way of thinking. So you need to stop with this racial approach and look at it in terms of your people are people that agree with you and that you're aligned with. Candace Owens ain't your people. Mr. Coonologist over there on the Supreme Court ain't your people. It ain't a Black thing for you. It's about how they think. So you need to keep it real with yourself. And stop making it sound like it's about race, when in fact it's about how they think. Tell the truth.
Don't tell me how I think. You're not in my head and you're not in my bed. So you don't know how I think. I'm telling you, I've always uplifted Black people. Now, when they're not uplifting and being positive to the race, to the community, you get none from me. You definitely get none from me. But when they are, when they're in line with what we need to have done in our community, our tangibles, like you guys like to say, what we need to have accomplished, then everybody is.
He's right about that.
Oh my God, I don't care. You guys cannot. Don't come on this stage and speak for nobody else because you don't know them. Speak for yourself in the first person.
So is Candace Owens your people? Is Candace Owens your people? Like you said,
No.
black people. All right then. So don't say it's about black people. It's about people that you agree with.
I just explained to you about that, and like I said to you the other night, you don't listen to absorb, you don't listen to appreciate, you don't listen to engage. You're only listening, waiting for your chance to contradict on shit that you haven't even gave the whole conversation any type of consideration. You
I'm sorry.
Second part
You're right. I jumped in the room. I apologize. You're right. When I heard you say, the only reason I jumped in like that is because I heard you say black people are excellent in every area, which is true. But then you went on to say that my people in this, your people ain't black. Your people is. I didn't even hear what you said. What did you say about people like Candace Owens?
Never mind. Already. So
Candace Owens ain't her people. Candace Owens is not her people. So what is she talking about?
Man, watch out.
Did you hear what she said or didn't?
No, it's on that to repeat.
You can stop me an idiot.
No, I would never call you an idiot. What did she say about Candace Owens and Coinfinity over there on the Supreme Court? What did she say about Clarence Thomas? What did she say?
It don't matter. Now we all know you come in and represent black people.
What did she say?
You should know because you started snapping, right? So if you don't
know, I was just trying to figure out what she said. I didn't hear what she said, brother. Can you repeat it?
You should be the one to be able to repeat it because you came off mic snapping, right?
Okay, but then you repeat what she said since you heard it. I didn't hear what she said about Clarence Thomas and people like Clarence Thomas and Candace Owens. I didn't hear what she said about people like that.
Okay. And he was right. You started talking about it before. You came off immediately, just like I said, June. Don't listen, you guys, I said it clearly. He doesn't listen to understand, doesn't listen to consume, and doesn't listen to consider. You just want to just pick off and have an argument about stuff you admittedly say you ain't even heard. So how you
I came in the room like this. I apologize about that. But I'm seriously trying to understand because you said black people are your people, and I'm trying to figure out what carve out do you have for people like me, Candace Owens, and Clarence Thomas. What did you say about people like that? Are they your people?
I align.
What did you say about people like that?
Listen, I'm gonna repeat it. When we have people who don't align with the good of the overall good of the black community, then I don't align with them. And is there anything more basic that I can tell you? Will make it more simple, put it where the goats can get it? That's just plain. Because even from the time we got over here, and all y'all know, somebody was putting about Harriet. Not even Harriet. What was the first rebellion? What was the guy who held the rebellion? It's late for me, y'all. He had people. Yeah, come on. We're not going to bring them all. So let's not be uncomfortable with leaving the ones who want to be left behind because they think the master's water is colder. I don't have a problem with leaving them behind.
So then why don't you say I'm for the black people that agree with me instead of saying I'm for all black people? Because that's not what you want.
I said my community. I don't know. What am I?
Why are you? So do you consider people like me in your community?
Understand.
Do you consider people like me in your community?
Oh my God. Okay. No.
Am I in your community?
I asked you, do you think you're in the community?
I don't know what you're talking about. You said my people.
What is about?
You said my people. Who is your people?
Okay, listen, Manfinity, I'm not gonna have this.
Of course you're not. Because you jibber jabbing over there. You double talking and you jibber jabbing. You can't even make sense of what you own.
You just see you yelling. So you just want to come in and get attention. You got your attention. You're yelling and screaming. You got what you came for. I am not going to upset my spirit tonight, knowing that your intentions are not even pure, that this conversation is not even one that you really want to have. You just want to be seen. So come up here and get seen. That's all I can tell you right now. Y'all bring them up. Yo, you can have a conversation with somebody in.
I ain't trying to take nobody's spotlight. I just asked you a question.
Nobody needs spotlight. Nobody needs the spotlight. We having a very.
Well, you jibber jabbing and double talking, and I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
You're not even listening. You're just talking to try to be seen, bro.
We've been
I ain't trying to be seen.
We've been having a very great conversation for hours, and here you come.
Until I can, right?
No, the disruption is unnecessary. If you want to join in the conversation, feel free.
I said, I'm not.
It was literally until you came. It was literally until you came.
No. Let me keep it simple.
Hey, it's good.
Either you join in on, stay on topic on the conversation. Give me 1 second, State. Give me 1 second, State. State, 1 second. Either you join in on the conversation, stay on topic without trying to center yourself. I'm removing you from the room the next time you do it.
I can't help but center myself. Everything I say is
Here's what it is. I said what I said.
I said what I said too.
Where were we?
Okay, so can we move the record? Who was speaking? There's somebody speaking so eloquently before we.
Yeah, somebody was speaking. I'm not trying to remember where were we.
Yeah, that was me speaking so eloquently, but I forgot what I was saying.
I don't think you're talking about your state. I really don't.
Oh, Joe. So.
TC joined the stage. What's up, TC?
Oh, okay.
What's going on? Yeah, man, it's crazy out here. I think the left has finally lost its mind, and it's plain for everybody to see. Listen, I think you guys have kind of wrestled with this concept of American freedom, and you've realized that you don't want freedom. I think you realize you want a type of anarchist type of freedom where rules are according to you and everybody follows your rules, you're happy. But when somebody takes the First Amendment and they say things that you don't like, now they're racist and anti-American and anti-black and all this other stuff. You guys don't want America. You want an idea of America that fits your biases and your prejudices. You don't want America because America is a big enough space for a multitude of opinions, whether they agree with you or not. You guys like to be put them in the audience if they don't agree with you. You like to shout them down if they don't agree with you. You like to censor them if you don't agree. Look, it's happening right now. You're triggered. You don't want freedom of speech. So when a guy like Charlie Kirk comes around, and he convinced you guys, when a guy like Charlie Kirk comes around and commits to the First Amendment principles that this country was founded upon and challenges your presuppositions and your perspective on the world, you come away thinking he's a racist and he's a bigot and he's a misogynist and he's anti-black. No, he's not. He's just not agreeing with you. And if you come to a debate with him and he has a more informed position and you walk away with a bit of information that you didn't have before you came to the conversation, you don't denigrate him. You don't try and celebrate his death. You don't celebrate his assassination. What you do is you realize that, damn, this is America. This is what America looks like. This is what I get when I get America, which is why this guy is celebrated. They had a vigil for him today in D.C. at John F. Kennedy Center, and I'm so glad that there are people that are coming to Christ because of his witness. Thousands of people have agreed to go to church today simply because of his witness. So that demonstrates that there's no amount of silencing on the left that can cause people to essentially reject the faith. People are coming to the faith because of Kirk.
Wrap it up, bro.
Okay. I wanted to respond to that.
That was amazing.
So, I've been paying attention to politics since I was about 16 years old. And I'm going to give you an example, right? I didn't agree with a lot of the things that John McCain said. Stout Republican, conservative, right? But I never walked away from hearing anything John McCain said to say he's racist. Nothing he ever said that I heard would lead me to believe that he's racist. So that shit's on that point, right? Because it's many conservatives that I've heard speak throughout my life that I cannot cleanly say are racist. I just wonder what goes on in you kind of folks' heads
what makes you want to bow down to these people so much? Do you want to feel included? Is that your way? And I noticed on your PTR, you have multiple pictures of Dak Prescott, which would make you a Cowboys fan, which would make me understand why you're, why you think the way you think.
Stay on subject.
I did stay on subject. The team that he likes proves his personality.
Man, stop making it personal, y'all. That's why y'all lose debates.
So, I know Jim and I want to jump in. You want to go ahead, Jim?
Go ahead.
Respond to that slang.
Okay, so what the thing about it is, first of all, no one. I like the way you guys come in here and announce what we're thinking. There's no one in here celebrating anything. Maybe you were celebrating and you don't want to say it out loud. So I think you should speak for.
I don't have to announce it. You announce it for yourself.
No, I don't announce shit. You ain't heard me say nothing about celebrating anything. There's nothing in the title. There's nothing that came through my mouth. Play the clip of me celebrating anyone's death. I'm in the business of healing. I don't celebrate death. So I wish you would speak for yourself and stop speaking. You guys come in here all the time. We don't go into your spaces and start speaking for you. I come in here and I say what I say, and I stand by what I say. I never said anything about this man, celebrate his death or nothing. What we've been doing is making sure that history is being recorded correctly. So there will be no misinterpretation of who this person is. And I don't give a damn. I don't agree with you, but I'm not going to sit up here and celebrate anything happening to you. I don't agree with a lot of people, but I'm a grown-ass human being. I'm an adult, and I know how to carry myself as an intelligent adult. I don't need to pander. I don't need to kiss nobody's ass. If somebody says something I don't like, I don't need to fuck them. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I said that some of the things that he says I don't agree with. And just like he has the right to say them, I have the right to disagree with them. And there we are. So what's next?
Well, I think you interplay we and I. When you're defensive, you say I. When you're offensive, you say we. And I think if you take an inventory of how you use the words we and I, you'll realize that you're actually defending yourselves when you say I didn't do it. But then you say, we don't do this here. Yes, you certainly do.
When people the worst no matter what. Okay, now you're trying to tell me which pronouns.
You don't know how I think.
So don't do that. It's not a one-way street.
So let me hop in there. And I can witness this. When people did come in and celebrate, she immediately reprimanded them.
Right, but that's my point. When she says we don't do it, she's speaking for a group. When she says I don't do it, she's speaking for herself. So which one is it? Is it we or is it I?
Exactly.
Because I know I was certainly in this room and they were celebrating her instead of
One second.
Brooklyn is one.
Okay, dude, I can tell you what. Who else? Soda. You said here, you said they. Brooklyn did, we conceded that, and she got pushed back too. Brooklyn, no, she's not in here.
All right, so then that's not relevant.
The other one.
So, TC, who's the they? You can't make that statement and not substantiate it. Who's the they?
When I said you, I was talking to the group. Because when Lisa says we, she's talking to the group.
When it said they were celebrating.
When it's tolerated, it becomes tacit consent of the entire group.
It wasn't tolerated. Matter of fact, hold it for 1 second, just give me 1 second. TC. Brooklyn recently has been standing in the go because there was pushback, and she goes, I get it, I'm too volatile for the stage. Because she received pushback about saying that type of rhetoric, right? So, again, I'm going to ask you, who's the they? Put names on it that's been celebrating his demise in the room.
I gave you Brooklyn and name a few. If you guys that's all. If you guys chastised her for celebrating, then good for you. But if the shoe fits, then wear it. I understand Lisa has a position she stands on that she's not doing it. I can respect that position. But I've been in this room plenty of times where I've heard the celebration, and I personally was to it.
I don't like to lie.
I'm not lying. I was here when it happened.
When did this man die? Can somebody give me a date?
Wednesday.
Okay, so the date is now Sunday. I have only had one room since then. So how many times have you been in here? And the replays are up. How many times have you been in here and you've heard people celebrating?
And you know what's funny?
Moving on.
No. We're not gonna move yet because he chastised you for using we and I interchangeably. But he is accurately only as named one person.
I've come here plenty of times, and his death has been celebrated.
By who?
It was only one room since the death happened, so you came here plenty of times.
When I say you, I'm talking to the collective group because there's Tazlik and singular. When I hear somebody celebrating it, it is permissible, and there's no pushback in the room. When I was here specifically, there was no pushback. That gives Tazlik consent for somebody else to participate. I don't know what chastising happened when I wasn't here, but that didn't happen.
Can't nobody get chastised first off. So you can just say what you don't like. You can't.
I didn't say we chastised.
You say another name besides Brooklyn. You said they. There's plural.
You celebrated it, as I said, when I'm speaking to you and Joe.
Because I'm finna fuck your ass up.
Hello?
He did not.
Yes, he was. I'm gonna fuck your bitch ass up. Is that the tolerance of the left?
Tell me what I said, because now bitch, you're gonna make an enemy. Now bitch, you're gonna make an enemy, so you better be motherfucking accurate. Because bitch, I had a motherfucking.
You talking about racist? You was calling him all these names and shit. Matt G.
Oh, you ain't fucking racist. That's not celebrating his death. You fucking lying, bitch. Don't get fucked up, bitch.
Oh, he's a racist.
Don't get fucked up.
Oh, you out of your body now, huh? Because you know it's true. You was calling him all these names.
You out your body if you keep on.
You was calling him all these names.
Just give me 1 second, brother.
You with the wrong one, bitch. I'll for real. I'll twist you up out your shit.
Just you ain't not out your body. Let me handle it,
You're playing with me.
Hey, just give me 1 second, brother. Omari, he asked you when was he celebrating his death. Your response to that, right? Because I want to stay on topic. You're not going to worm your way out of this shit. Your response to that was he was saying some negative remarks about Matt. He didn't ask you about Matt. He said, when was he celebrating Kurt's
Who said that?
That's the question.
Who's talking about Matt?
We're talking about, okay, that's what I heard you say. When was he celebrating his death? Because I didn't hear Just do that at all.
So in the rooms prior to, not in the 420 rooms, and the other rooms, they was talking about, oh, he's a racist, he's a piece of shit, he was this, he's that.
A lot of people have said there's a difference.
In the day he died.
Omari, I want you to be able to differentiate because you're intelligent. I want you to hear me. If somebody disagrees with someone else's rhetoric, that's a lot different than celebrating their demise. If you say, I don't believe in what he was saying, I believe he was X, I believe he was Y, I believe in Z, you have a right to have your opinion about that person. That's a lot different than dang God. That's way different.
He said, I don't give a fuck that he's dead.
The difference, that's still not celebrating.
Tell me where I said it. And Omari, let me tell you something. You playing with the right bitch, but you got the wrong fucking idea. I'm telling you right now, I'm not the one to play with, bitch. I'm not. You play tag with all these motherfuckers. You patronize all these other people. I'm the wrong one to play with. You saying some very flagrant shit, and I'm not the fucking one. So you better say what I said verbatim, bitch, and I'm recording it. Because we're gonna take this to task, you bitch. I got your fucking ass, bitch. So repeat it. Come up off mute, bitch.
Pussy.
I'm just say that it's
No, hold up, Ray. I'm gonna give this bitch some time. Come off mute. You made a very bold claim, so come up off mute and support your claim and state what I said verbatim.
Respectfully, anybody coming out there might get shot. We're gonna do it just on mine right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I said what you said. You were
All right, repeat verbatim.
I don't ever, you knew what you were saying. You act like you were not being all like, hey, you know what? I'm sorry to hear this man died.
Bitch, I don't gotta do this shit.
You were not. You were last.
I was the first one who said I don't enjoy people getting killed. That's not my style. I don't have to like him. I don't have to think he was cool. I don't have to think he was not racist, bro. Like you are getting sued. You're getting sued. I'm going to make an example out of your bum ass.
You call him a racist.
I promise. He is a racist, and so are you.
You calling him names after he died. That's basically celebrating.
Bitch, it's not basically celebrating. I promise you.
Let me give you 1 second.
I promise you, you're gonna pay for everything you said. I'm gonna rip your ears out the side of your head.
Omari, listen. Saying the name, right? Let's say, I'm gonna use a random person because I won't even deal with Kirk. Let's say Jamal died. And later on, I'm like, you know what? Jamal was a real fucking racist. That's not me celebrating his demise. Me celebrating Jamal's demise sound like, yay, Jamal is fucking dead. Fuck that nigga, I'm glad he's fucking dead. That's me celebrating his demise. Me saying, no, well, I always thought he was an asshole. There's a big fucking difference. That is showing I have this name, I might not care about it, but that is not celebrating. You know what celebrating means, right? That word means you're excited, you're rejoicing, you're just loving that moment. There's a big difference in saying a name or saying this is how you felt about said individual. Then celebrate.
I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way.
You think it's funny to play with people's
very interesting.
Nigga, fuck you.
I find it very
This shit ain't funny, you fucking cracker. I'm going to serve you, bitch. I promise you. You play with the wrong motherfucker. You won't put on you. I promise you, bitch. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. You won't tell me you won't never get in a room with me. I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
You admit to that.
Fucking hoe ass nigga.
You gonna sue me for your racist thing?
Yes, bitch.
Okay.
Yes.
Do that.
Yes.
You do that. You're a racist.
For defamation of character. Yes, I'm going to sue.
For your racist thing.
Yes.
That man was trying to kill.
Yes.
You do that.
Bitch, I can say whoever is racist.
You want to go ahead all these names after
Do you understand what country we live in?
The day he died, you calling this man all these names.
He's a race, and I'm calling him that today.
Hey, Omari, you understand that he said that Martin Luther King was a cheater and everything else, and this man was already dead, right? So is that celebrating his death? He absolutely still stated his opinion about people that were already dead, right? So if the same thing happens on ours, but you don't call that out, we're with them. But when somebody else has an opinion about him, then all of it, because he's passed, all of a sudden it's celebrating. How can you?
I don't think he ever won. Martin Luther King died.
It doesn't matter. It's still after his death.
He's at the.
It's still after his death. It's still after his death. Is he alive? Is Martin Luther King alive?
If he would have did that, if anyone would have did that when Martin Luther King, the day he died, guess what would have happened? That person would have been crucified.
No, they wouldn't.
We would have been angry. I would have been.
Does anybody understand what I'm saying right now? I'm just curious.
You don't do that with people first. You don't do that with people first. That's just evil.
You are a whole bitch. That's why your family is fucked up. That's why you live with 30 motherfuckers in your house and your kid don't listen to you. You gotta fucking win like you fucking pathetic bitch.
Evil.
You're evil. You're evil. Your son get evil in his pants. You fucking evil.
And you're
I
evil.
hate you, bitch.
And I said it. You're an evil piece of shit. That's what you are. You're evil.
And you're not of God. And
You're
you're
the
not of
definition.
God. You have a grandson that was born out of
You're the
wedlock.
definition
You're not of God.
evil.
Bitch, you ain't never been of God.
I don't know how you got
about God. God don't love you. Ain't done I'm very equal to bitches like you. You fucking black rat bitch.
You've been the worst type of person. And only reason why
I am the worst type of person. Motherfuckers like you, I'm the worst type of person. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. DEI, bitch.
Culture chill. Look, I'm gonna say this right now. This is why y'all give these punk ass niggas like space to be punk ass niggas. Like it was completely.
You won't get another chance. I'm gonna be up right early in every room to block your bitch ass out. Bitch, them funny looking ears won't never hear another word.
Like, look, man. I remember when my grandma had dementia, we stopped letting her do the prayer at Thanksgiving because we would be there for 20 minutes talking about Job and Noah and all that. Just took the mic away from her.
No, Ray,
please do this.
Ray, hold on, Ray, you have a point, but there's just people like TC, where TC usually, even though I don't agree with a lot of his viewpoints, he articulates himself well, and he'll be intellectually honest. If you corner him and he's wrong on something, he'll concede. He did it earlier, right? Omari moves the goalposts again and again and again, and doesn't even stick to his own conversation, like his own points that he'll mark the line, and after you corner him at that line and prove him wrong with his own logic, he'll refute it and move the goalposts again, which is not honest. Say it. But he had no problem when the other side was doing it, but it just has an opinion about him after his death, which is far from celebrating, which is another way that you try to get away from the conversation that we were initially having. That's the first goalpost move, because first you said he was celebrating. Because he had an opinion about the man, he's celebrating. That's having an opinion. It's a big man. They were fucking right now.
Now, mind you, when three becomes against the law on some happens, this man will like, bitch, you finna get the fuck out if you don't shut the fuck up. And I'm dead ass serious.
Whatever, I don't care.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
That's what
bitch, you keep on fucking playing with people's livelihoods. Now, if something turns out to be illegal with this shit, you done sit up on here and play with my name. Bitch, I don't play like that.
Don't forget
you think being antagonistic and making jokes and shit is funny? Bitch, I'm not play like that. You will be in court for the rest of your life, ho.
Just don't forget this is.
I promise you, I will turn over every rock to fuck your life up. Don't ever play with me like that, bitch. Anything I said, I stand on. Immediately when he died, I said, I don't believe in people getting shot for what they fucking gotta say. I didn't like him. I said that before he died, and I would be a punk to say I don't believe it after he died. Again, like I said, with the exemption of Gemini and Haitian, I'm consistently one of the realest niggas on this fucking stage, and I stand on whatever I say. You niggas hate yourself, you niggas hate being black, and you want to come and share that fucking shit on us. Bitch, I would never be pussy, and you'll never threaten me, hoe ass nigga.
Yeah, I'm going to say he did not celebrate the death. Because me and him was talking and saying at the same time, Charlie Kirk got shot. Somebody shared the video and I was like, oh, that nigga dead. And the next thing out his mouth, yo, I'm not cool. I don't celebrate people dying. He did not celebrate that man's death, not one fucking time. And has not. It doesn't seem to be a part of his character. And when people did celebrate it, they were immediately reprimanded for those views. And other opinions came out because I started listening to y'all, and if my shit changed, like, yeah, that's kind of not right. But still, I don't like the shit he said. So, as we say, don't come up here lying on people. For real, y'all playing with people's character, it shows your character when you straight up and down lie on people for entertainment. That's some Real Housewives shit.
I can tell you, anything happens to me, I promise you, my nigga.
I don't align with most of the things he said, but I'm not celebrating his death, and I'm not happy that man died the way he died. I'm celebrating his death.
But here's the thing, we shouldn't even have to say that, okay? Because Democrats have been trying to push for gun reform for a while. And it's only been MAGA and fucking Republicans that have been stalling it. So now that one of yours got shot by someone who also believes in the Second Amendment, what do you want Democrats to do? What do you want the left to do?
They don't want nothing. They just want to sow discontent and shit like that. People, and now it's a free speech issue. When years ago it was a free speech issue on their side. These people are not honest about anything. They just want people who don't think like them to suffer. And in this situation, one of their own did something to one of their own, and they just run around with their heads cut off. So the next thing they're going to do is try to silence us. We don't have the same thing when Al Davis died. I said on the same thing. He was crazy at the end. And on that, I'm gonna say the same thing about Jerry Jones when he died. He wasn't good. I'm not gonna celebrate him.
If I don't like Trump now, and I said I don't like him after he passes, does that mean I'm celebrating his death? Or that my opinion has never changed?
We live in a whole country full of free speech. Charlie Kirk himself, and TC, I hope you're here and hearing this. Charlie Kirk himself was an advocate for free speech. I'll tell you why. Because when he started Turning Point and throughout the whole Turning Point career, he had to contend with universities not wanting him to come up there because of the type of rhetoric that he had. That's where the term snowflake comes from, when they were called the Democrat snowflakes, because they didn't want to debate them, because they didn't want this. And here we are, when the same person has had an untimely demise. American citizens cannot say, what they feel. Whether it be they hated them, whether they celebrate. This is free speech in our country. And that's what I said the day he died. I will never police nobody for how they feel, whether they're gleeful or whether they're the other boy, the white boy who be on, he's a Democrat, he cried. I made space for that. I have grace for that. However you feel, you get to feel, especially from black people. And I stand by that.
It's nothing like these people. It's just so fucked up in the head, but real shit. And it's kind of sad and sickening because I'm free speech no matter what. I didn't agree with 95% of the shit Charlie Kirk said, but he has a right to say it. And I have a right to not give a fuck about it, but y'all just, I don't know why y'all get off on this so much. Y'all always changing. I can't articulate my thoughts right now, but just my advice, don't even give them niggas the mic, because you know what they about. I done been in here 2-3 weeks and seen Manfinity's character. I done seen Omarion's character. I left one of these niggas.
The niggas is dangerous. The niggas is the hall monitors, the tattletales. Bro, you gonna sit up here, and that's why I don't like him, and I didn't like him yesterday, because that type of shit is dangerous. You doing that, trying to say, and then every time you get asked, you can't point to nothing. You just out here trying to throw niggas under the bus.
And that shows something else too. That shows he has no sense of fucking community. Because I can guarantee you, this was a more fair-skinned space, he wouldn't do that. But he will do that to black people. Or what?
I think he knew you didn't say that. He just trying to throw you under the bus. That's what I really believe.
Yeah, he want to put he did the same. I watched him do the same shit with Brooklyn. And the thing is, people can say what they want to say, bro. They can say, the administration can say, we looking at y'all's social media or whatever. In this country, we have freedom of speech. And that's just it. Now, what I said is, that's not my style. I ain't into scary movies. I'm not into gruesome shit like that. And it just ain't my style to watch somebody. That shit was crazy to watch to me. But I'm not about to lie and say, oh my God, I was distraught. I don't think nobody should be taken away from their kids. I care about kids, so that's a soft spot for me. So I don't really fuck with that. But I'm not about to lie. I was just watching a nigga 2 days earlier thinking damn, his opinions is real fucked up. It's real shitty.
Why would I change that? Because he passed.
What's crazy is most people that be putting their mouth on him don't even know who he is. They just learned about him 2 days and 3 days ago. Never even followed the guy. They take clips from somebody chopping up what he said, putting it together to make it seem as if it's more it's harmful and worse than what he actually said. And that's the clips that people are digesting and thinking they know all about him, and they're gonna call him racist and shit like that. The propaganda is really heavy. I've seen Jamal Bryant do it. Shame on him. He calls himself a pastor. Shame on him. He's bringing shame to the faith. I watched the video where he chops up Kurt's words to say stuff that he did not say in one sentence, taking parts throughout the video, putting it all together in one video to make it seem as if he said, "I'm not." And that's exactly what Jamal Bryant did. And he's proliferating that shit across social media. He ought to be ashamed of himself. It's ridiculous.
Hold on. No. You know what's so funny about that? Wasn't that the same thing that the super PACs that was supporting Trump doing to Kamala Harris?
There's shame on them too. It rains on the just and the unjust. It doesn't matter who they are. You don't do that. And you know what? They're not. It's one thing if he was alive. Wait. 1 second. One second. It's one thing to do that when somebody's alive and they can respond to it, they can defend themselves. It's real grimy to do that shit when that person has been assassinated. What type of human being does that shit? Like, you gotta be a cowardly, weak imbecile, like impossible of doing anything for yourself to have to chop up somebody else's words, especially when they're dead and they can't defend themselves.
In the world.
How shameful, bro. That's the worst. And to make matters even worse, you're proliferating that shit across social media to get people to convince them that he's worse than what he is. Nobody's perfect. Everybody says stupid shit all the time. And I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that comes out of people's mouths, particularly Kirk. He said some stuff that were problematic. He said some stuff that was probably didn't need to be said. But for you to chop up his words and put it out there for people that never heard of him before, just say, "Oh yeah, this guy's racist," when he can't even defend himself. You're not worthy of having a debate. They couldn't debate him when he was alive. They wouldn't go to his face. Jamal Bryant and the others wouldn't go to his face and debate him when he had an open invitation for anybody to come. But now they say you want to become all prolific, and you want to come off mic and you want to be all strong and say, "Oh, he's racist" and all this stuff. Why you didn't say that to his face when he was there?
Somebody just respond to you, see now.
TC
If somebody gonna respond, one mic on you, whoever gonna respond.
TC, a young man by the name of Parker, he was there to debate him. I mean, they showed up.
Great, no, more power to Parker.
It will never be shown on air though, because Parker usually drags the shit out of him. Okay, in all his points, which is very unfortunate. We don't get to see it. But Parker also ran for his life the moment he got shot. He also came on video saying how sad he was for his family. He is also very much a progressive and a leftist. He got a lot of lick back or he got reprimanded by his own constituents because it was like, why would you empathize with a bigot, right? But he even himself, who has debated him multiple times, who has debated Kirk multiple times, said, listen, shootings, no matter, it is not necessary
that you don't know. You don't know me, so don't call me something that you don't.
After them, let's close their dialogue, and then it'll go right back to you, brother. Go ahead, TC.
Very characteristic of the intolerant left. Somebody that doesn't know what she's talking about. Claims to call me maggot and MAGA. Doesn't know who I am. Doesn't know me personally. I never once addressed this, what's her name? Juicy. I've never addressed this juicy person before in my life. I don't know her. Excuse me. I don't know her. I've never met her before. I don't know who she is. And she seems to know I'm a maggot and a MAGA and all of this other stuff. It's uninformed. It's uninformed. And it's emblematic of what we've seen from the left over and over and over again. And America's tired, which is why the left continues to lose election after election after election. Your presuppositions are grounded in ignorance, but you're so loud and proud with the ignorance, and you're so happy to display the ignorance that you don't see the ignorance for what it is. It's folly, it's foolishness. America laughs at you, but nonetheless, she wants to, that's fine, I'm going to address Parker. Good for Parker. There are decent people on the left that gets chastised from their party when they do decent things because they're not anarchists. The party has been, this movement has been taken over by anarchists, Antifa people who wants to assume a position of authority, taking it by force when they don't realize they don't have the strength behind them to take anything. They want to use violence. Violence will be met upon them. Utah is seeking the death penalty against Robinson.
Okay.
Good for you. Congratulations, left. You put forward your campaign. He will die at the hands of the state. I don't know who this Juicy is. I don't know who this Juicy is. And I don't know who this other guy is either that's talking, barking across the stage and talking and threatening people with lawsuits and shit. You're going to beat somebody's ass. Real big of these people.
Respect the stage, TC. One mic on Juicy.
Wonderful. So Charlie Kirk did not die from an Antifa, okay? He died from a right-wing nut job who was about an impressionable age, was white. He wasn't trans, he wasn't an immigrant, and he was very much in a Republican state. Okay, let's start there. The violence is coming from your neck of the woods, you fucking weirdo. And yes, I know you. I know you from Lose Group. TC stands for total cuck. It stands for total clown. That is you, my dear asshole of a foolish young man. Okay? Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So you said it was just as repulsive for the Trump super PACs to Dr. Kamala Harris's words, but I know without a shadow of a doubt you didn't say nothing against that.
It's amazing to me how many people know me. You guys don't know me. You don't know me. I don't know who these people are.
And I want to make sure you don't get interrupted as well. You know, I do the same for you, bro. Go ahead, finish what you're saying, all right?
So, this is motherfucker made me lose my train of thought. But as I was saying, I can guarantee you didn't say anything about them chopping up her words. You also said, I forgot what you said. That's his debate strategy, interrupting me like Trump used to do, shit like that. You said that the left keeps losing elections when they won the one right before. I don't know you or at all.
Well, at least this gentleman brings some perspective to the conversation that's devoid of personal attacks and ad hominem. So I'm willing to engage with him. I'm not a Cowboys fan. Dak Prescott favors me. So people call me Dak all the time. I use that in my PTR to make fun of Dak Prescott. Number two, the point about the elections, sir, what election are you referring to? The last election we had in this country, federal general election, was in 2024, okay? Donald Trump won that election. Previous to that, you had the midterms in 2022. In 2022, Republicans took more elections than Democrats did by volume, more seats and more, just by sheer number, more elections. State houses went to Republicans. Democrats net lost seats, state houses.
Republicans. I think in the House, Democrats picked up a few more seats in 2022, but they still lost the majority. So what election in 2022 did they win? Hakeem Jeffries, hold on. Hakeem Jeffries is not. Hold on. Well, I'm giving you, listen, brother, I'm giving you facts. If my facts is what's making you lose your train of thought, just write them down. They are 100% correct. Did the Democrats win the House in 2020? Did the Democrats win the House in 2022? No. We're not talking about. He said the last election. That's 2022.
Last election was 2024.
No, before, yes, 2024 they lost. 2022 they lost.
I specifically was talking about, and I believe I said the last presidential election before the last one.
No, you didn't say presidential. But if you corrected it now, that's fine. But if you're criticizing what I said Democrats, I said liberals and the leftists continue to lose election. I'm talking about in recent history. I'm talking about 2024. I'm talking about 2022. I'm talking about even before that 2021. Continue to lose elections.
But you stopped at 2020. Okay, that's fine. You do know that historically, the party that's in power in the executive branch usually loses the midterm elections. It's like historic. That's a historical fact. Because the power that's in party usually rests while the party that's not in power, they get to sit up and just make accusations and criticize the president. So they usually do really well in the midterm elections after that. You do know that, right?
You do know historically presidents typically enjoy 2 terms. You do know that, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm very.
So why didn't this party win 2 terms?
Because it wasn't the same president, and Joe Biden probably had his early onset dementia.
I agree with you. And so it was you guys that put him up, and it was you guys that put up Kamala Harris. Even with his early onset dementia, Kamala Harris. She was. You're correct. You're right. You're correct on that. I won't quibble with that. You're 100% correct. You didn't elect her. So why was she selected?
Because she was the vice president.
And no, she didn't have to take on She didn't have to take on the nomination just because she was vice president.
No, you asked me why was she selected.
I agree, but my question.
So you know, historically, vice presidents after the president's second term usually run for president and usually wins that party's nomination. Correct?
No, they don't. We haven't had a vice. No, you're wrong. We've not had a vice president turn president in the last 30 to 40 years.
I didn't say that.
No, ma'am, respectfully, he said after the presidency, the vice president.
I didn't say that.
All right, so what did you say?
They win the party's nomination.
No, you didn't say win the party's nomination. You said wins the presidency.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, when was the last time we had a vice president? When was the last time we had a vice president win the party's nomination?
Al Gore.
How many years ago was that? Al Gore was Clinton's vice president.
5 years, bro.
Exactly. That's not recent political history. We've had 4 presidents since Bill Clinton.
Okay, you in presidential elections before.
Okay.
Let's just set this in.
Was it going to be Dick Cheney, number 1?
Dick Cheney didn't win. Biden didn't win. Pence didn't win. Okay. Harris didn't win.
Okay.
Harris did win, I guess, but she was selected.
This is why I say I cannot talk to these people. He is twisting my words around. He knows what I said, and if I didn't say it clear enough, he knows what I mean. Okay, let's go from here. Al Gore, and then Dick Cheney. I know Dick Cheney didn't win because Dick Cheney didn't run. Dick Cheney was never in a position to do that. He wanted to be vice president. That's all he wanted to be. So then the next election after the Bushes was Obama and McCain. So there was no vice presidential nominee to run. Okay, bam. So then Obama's vice president was Biden. He did not win immediately because we know there was a sweetheart deal for Hillary to be the next nominee. Bam. Hillary versus Trump. Trump won. Mike Pence was not
January 6th. You got a lot of support for your claim here, brother. You got vice presidents that ran and did not win the nomination of their party.
Very few after Al Gore ran. The only one that actually ran was Pence and Biden. And
Just the
Biden
low quality rappers gotta bribe rappers so he can win the rap room.
But he did win.
How long you did John run as vice president? Stop it. He
Vice president and
Long
vice
time
president.
been up over this room. I know.
I just explained to you that we all know Hillary Clinton had the
John, you been here for a while?
and it was even in
Yeah, you guys read the gospel?
For the sake of argument, I'm willing to concede that on the left, we've had more Democratic candidates, Democratic nominees from the left that were previously vice presidents. I don't think we need to beat this into So we don't need to beat the horse on that. What's your point? The point I'm making is
It's 2025. Grow the fuck up, fag. Go to the Jew and read a book, dummy.
band of misfits that get together and criticize, but you lose
Yeah, I hear this bullshit. Do these women have a rest?
Loses elections. Every side consistently loses elections based on the temperature of the country and how they feel like the president is doing. And as I said,
Trump had 2 terms. Listen to me. Trump had 2 terms.
He can only run against girls.
Stop it.
Historically, that's what it says. He can only win against girls.
Trump had 2 terms. Obama had 2 terms. Clinton had 2 terms. Bush had 2 terms.
Historically, the power that holds the executive branch loses their midterm elections. Historically, I can't think of very many times where it didn't happen. But what are we talking about? You saying it like that's some new news. We know how the country goes. Like, president's in power, the other party gets to do nothing but criticize everything they do when they lose the midterms. But somehow they usually win re-election. Okay, so what's the point? So I just shitted on your point that the left is losing elections. The right loses elections. I can guarantee you in these midterms, the right is going to lose a lot of elections as well.
No, they won't.
You guys agree that you're all like, you guys agree that like you're in a failed democracy, right? Where the right and the left argue thinking that it matters when it's really the rich and the poor. Like you guys are literally slaves in America. You're poor, don't no. All right, fine.
I don't know what he's talking about. I think we had, this wasn't the highest level debate, but at least it was respectful. I conceded a few points, graciously actually, and that's emblematic of somebody that doesn't have to rely on ignorance to make their points, like the previous speaker. I at least have respect for the guy that he actually was able to bring some legitimate points. Again, it wasn't a high level conversation, but it wasn't riddled with a whole bunch of ad hominem attacks.
Do you see how you have to give yourself credit? Like you have to
uninformed, going on belligerence. This is the belligerence. He thinks he's smarter than me. He knows he's not smarter than me. I backed him up plenty of times, and that should say more about me than it says about my college, right? The fact that you don't even have respect for my college, and I still let it go on a regular basis.
You don't have to shut up.
Here goes the ad hominem belligerence again, right?
Bitch.
The belligerence.
That's all.
Here's the belligerence.
Back up.
Here we go.
Big ass shit.
The belligerence.
Because you don't
Here we go.
shut up.
The belligerence. Here we go with the belligerence. There's no substance. There's no defensive positions. There's only belligerence. This is what you have to gain from the left.
You're right.
Absolutely.
You're done. Shut up. Next. Man, you want to get ate the fuck up? You came out here to get beat up too?
I will concede that it wasn't the most intelligent debate, but that's because the person I was debating wasn't very intelligent.
Imagine a bitch from Liberty College coming and playing with you. Bitch, if you don't go get my fries and leave me the fuck alone.
You really a wedding planner, TC?
Yes, a wedding planner. A whole wedding planner. The epitome of masculinity is a wedding planner.
This is is what the left does. They spin out
Yeah,
lies.
what they do is fold your ass up. Yeah,
Anybody can look me up. Anybody can look me up. My company is a public company.
Graduated from Liberty
My company is a public company.
nothing.
I'm happy to
Standards, my respect for everyone else, you have not accomplished it.
Anybody, and now he wants to shout me down. Now he wants to shout me down.
You went to Liberty College. You went to
my credentials are very clear. I make 4 times the amount of money that he does, and I'm happy to stand by what I do. I'm not a wedding planner.
So what's my salary?
And I have wedding planners for me. But I
trying to be like that because you would have to.
I guarantee you.
So what's my salary?
Why don't you salary? You tell me what it is. You tell me what it is.
You said you make 4 times more than me.
I guarantee you I do.
I guarantee you I do. You're like, basic.
Let's put up the tax return.
You just said.
Let's look at the tax return. Let's look at the bank statements. Let's look at the bank statements.
Okay, stupid bitch. You said I make 4 times more than he does. So how much do I make? Because that would indicate that you knew how much I make. Mike's on you, bitch. All right, thank you. I'm embarrassing nagas tonight. If anyone else would like to participate, I keep these bitches on mute. Bring it on up. I'm up for a while. That's you. That's Omari. I put all you bitches on mute. Full tires on flat hoe.
Period. Can we just take a moment to compliment Jazz's PTR? It's very beautiful. I don't know what it reminds me of, but it's pretty dark.
The 2 dildos coming out of his head. Oh no, those are yellow horns.
Where your brain at?
I just thought it was a dildo. I'm a little bit visually impaired. That's why I be. I'm shit. Alright. Got the cataract and glaucoma.
It just never feels anything like they never had any type of facts, any type of movement in real life. It's always just, got some political life, just how you feel. And then don't want to get roasted. But you said all this stuff, everybody's demonic, everybody's this. Then when I flame your ass up, then it's like, oh man, I'm an exist, bitch. I'm going to flame you. I don't give a fuck how you feel about it.
Y'all see why I'm an atheist though, right?
He's fake ass Christians. He ain't touched the church. He ain't even about to go to church.
I will give TC a compliment. I looked at his PTRs. This chick is pretty. She's pretty. A little too light skinned for me. I like mine chocolate. Look, she pretty. I like mine to be like looking like she came straight out the motherland, like looking like she from Sudan. But yours is pretty. That nigga in the chat, what he say? I come to Clubhouse to listen to Americans like I like watching Asian women drive poorly.
That's Jeremy. Type of crazy. But I also wanted to say, y'all not like, man, you're not giving your boy justice. You keep trying to blame the left or the right. Like, why does his political affiliation matter? If you want justice for him, it shouldn't matter who, like what political ideology they have. You should just want justice. I mean, I didn't even like Charlie Kirk, but I think that the person who did it is a psycho and needs to be brought to justice, whether they're left or right. They need to be off the street. But y'all too busy trying to say, oh, they were blue, they were red. And bitch, they was crazy.
Just to your point, I didn't even know. Imagine one MAGA who is a Kirk fan is upset with the ones who are Nick Fuentes fans, and the Nick Fuentes fan shot the Kirk fan. Like, yikes on the bike. What's going on?
It's just like gang violence. They should make that violence and the FBI files just like gang violence. Just like that. They should have
is like, even though like in my hometown, in my neighborhood and stuff like that, there might be people I know who do something stupid. And like, yo, that nigga needs to be locked up. One dude, he killed a little Indian man that worked at a corner store. I was like, yeah, that's my homie, or was my homie. But he needs 45 years to sit down and think about what the fuck he did, or life. I don't want people to not be able to say what the fuck they want to say, think about repercussions from a crazy person. That's
crazy. And that's what I said. Me not liking him as a human, I just wouldn't want to see, like, I just think about, like, that happening to somebody I know. That's not nothing I want to see. Like, I mean, fuck him, you know, and his beliefs or whatever, but live your life, bro. You know, if you want to be racist, you know, you got kids, raise them or whatever, do that. That does not mean I don't have to like a motherfucker. Like, y'all gotta stop this shit, and y'all gotta stop this disingenuous whole like, oh, he needs to be brought to justice. That's what I agree on. He does need to be brought to justice. But all this, he was mad, and he said he was a broker. I don't even know what a fucking broker is. I just found out who Nick Fuente was a couple of weeks ago, and I just found out that he was as racist as he was a couple of days ago. That's the thing. I don't care about y'all like y'all care about us. Y'all come in here, y'all say these antagonizing things to black people, knowing what black people go through every fucking day. If you want to act blind, cool, bro. Cool. You can't get mad when we call it out and say it's a racist act. Nobody's trying to fight you. Nobody's doing none of that. Just like nobody was trying, no black people was trying to fight, what's his name? Charlie Kirk. I never even really seen nobody black have a reaction to him. But y'all come on here and y'all make y'all the martyr, whatever he is to y'all lessen his value when y'all do the whole, okay, this person is a leftist, a radical leftist or whatever. Who the fuck cares? He's a killer. And you're going to be real tight when we find out he has no political affiliation and it was just on he's just a crazy person. Because that's what probably was going to happen.
Hey, Josh.
If you were to go Chris Rock.
Josh, real quick, the thing about it is, why the fuck Charlie Kirk? Like, do these niggas realize how many white supremacists are still walking around here with platforms like Gavin McInnes and Richard Spencer and fucking David Duke? I have a video of a young nigga, a YN, on Beyonce's internet talking about why he supports David Duke. And he sounds so much like a lot of people that be on these stages. The same bullshit about niggas' pathology, the same bullshit about the First Amendment. And he's talking about fucking David Duke. I saw a video with a young black boy, like 15 years old. Like, I don't even think he was 15. I think he was probably like 12. Talking about the only thing Charlie Kirk was a soldier for Christ. Now, y'all heard that video that I played earlier, that I sent earlier, saying that he wasn't even on that super religious bullshit when he just came out, but all of a sudden he started rapping his white supremacy and the fucking Christian and the Christian doctrine. So I think y'all will want to play this and then tell me who have you heard these same words from? I don't know how to play sound, so I'm gonna post it in the chat. But if you play it, tell me who have you heard these same motherfucking words from? From this nigga talking about David.
I said it earlier that Richard Spencer is a carbon copy of David Duke in the 80s. And I think the only reason I was able to make that correlation is because I was born in the early 80s and grew up right on in that area. You know what I mean? So it's like this shit. And David Duke is George Wallace. The shit repeats itself. And that's why they don't want us teaching real history, because it'll put people on the guard
like that when they see it. So, like I said, I have changed my stance. It is sad that he died. I hate that. But he was still a racist. He said racist things. I might have agreed with 3% of the things he said. But the other part of that was brain rot that infiltrated the minds of young people.
Period. It's a lot of churches that, like Gemini said, I seen some videos on Larry B. Live's channel of some of these white Christian preachers, bigging up Charlie Kirk as some type of, I don't know, fucking missionary. And I'm like, do I need to send these people campaign videos from David Duke saying the same motherfucking shit, the same fucking rhetoric? Exactly the same. From affirmative action to immigration and being replaced. Like, all of these things are exactly the same script. But these are now soldiers for Christ. Christ didn't talk like that about nobody. It's just so infuriating, man. I hate to God that so many kids are being brainwashed with this bullshit.
It's a complete perversion of Christianity, because when you come up to somebody with some fuck shit, the easiest way in America to knock those walls down, and you can do the same thing, you can say the same thing in the Islamic world, is you wrap your hate up in religion. Because the one thing that is near and dear to so many people's hearts on this earth is their religion. So you cloak your racism and your bigotry and your biases in religion, it makes it an easier pill to swallow.
To your point, they're not really mad that the man is dead. They're mad that his message might die. That's why they're scrambling to hush up the leftists and the progressives. They don't want that message not to continue. So they have to scramble any way they can. The excuse initially was they thought it was a leftist, even though he died in a red state. Like, just by pure logic, right? An all white or majority white state, white group, and Christian and Republican, but somehow it was a leftist. I mean, it was so far-fetched to begin with. So, they have to scramble. That message is very poignant to them, and they want it to continue to anyone's demise.
But Juicy, he's already done his job. Like, this guy's message is only going to be amplified because it's been mainstream. Like I said, you don't even know the young men in your family may have been being influenced by this dude. I'm gonna post the link in the chat again. I think y'all should play it because it's sad, but it's like a 12-year-old kid talking about Charlie Kirk and how people are wrong for critiquing him and being, again, I guess he's in this pipeline. There's nobody celebrating him, but I wish I would motherfucking shed a tear for somebody that said things like black women
they don't use logic, it's really, and I don't like the guy's message. Do I want him to die? No, I'm not saying for somebody to get killed before, some of the Republicans come after me. No. But his message surely stirred up, I would call, the backwoods of America a or whatever you want to call it, an ideology that should have been left in the past. That's what I'm going to say. And the way that he talked about women, or how women should essentially, I'm trying to paraphrase, or have a place in the household and essentially nothing else. And, I just, but just his message is not something that I would stand for. His message is not something of Christ, seriously, because not all churches and folks are with this mess. Others have spoke out about it. A church here just opened up that celebrated, as far as in another way, I would say, what do you call it, like a celebration of kind of life or something like that, a celebration of life. Where is that church out here? They are heavily leaning to the right. Mercy Culture is a church out here that leans to the right. I haven't seen any literature from them. They may have posted some stuff online, but it's been pins and needles. I told y'all the other night in this room that somebody got in a fight and arguing at a restaurant here about it. And so it's just a lot of this stuff, y'all, it's concerning, but I don't have to celebrate or any of that. But I can also understand, I don't want nobody to die, but I sure don't have to like the comments that has come out of his mouth after looking him up the night y'all talked about him in here. It is embarrassing, and that is no representation, of the Lord Jesus Christ or his message. So the folks who keep saying that, you might want to go find something else to go read, because you are missing entire verses and pages of the Bible. I don't know what y'all read.
Damn, so everybody divided. Black people, the church, Christians, everybody just, there's no real life people on the line. But Matt, you in the chat saying, like, bro, the Republican Party is definitely eating itself. Candace and Laura Loomer had a fight on Twitter earlier. Laura Loomer fights with everyone. Matt Gaetz called Nancy Mace a DEI hire. These people have been fighting. I don't know why y'all act like y'all are so like, oh, we're just sitting over here. Y'all been fighting. And if y'all just be delusional, but whatever. And there was a fight at Charlie Kirk's vigil, several of them actually. Somebody did get stabbed. I don't know why y'all choose to like ignore the things that happen, but these things do happen. And when you talk about political violence, the far right is like one of the number one terrorist categories in the nation, and it's reason since Trump has gotten in. If you're honest, who has committed more political violence, the left or the right? Yeah, us. Who's committing more political violence? Us that sit here and have this conversation. Hey, when we sit here and we say left, right, no, that's not political violence.
Do you know the definition of violence? That's not.
No, you can't be saying that to. Man. Let me just say this, right? I feel like this is the play. I always say this, and every time I speak on these situations, this is the play. So, like, culturally, you're right. You're actually 100% right. I feel like everybody else is right. And at the end of the day, as long as we run around scrambling, having these conversations amongst ourselves, we not looking up. We not seeing what's going on with the elites above us. And look, hey, I'm just sitting here and I'm just indulging. I'm just like laughing at what the fuck the conversations is at this point.
But why are you
because look, this is the whole point.
But then why are you doing that? That does not make any sense, Nate.
What don't make sense, Juicy? I call you Juicy. You're a female. That's cool.
No, that's the name. So you just, first off, you had an issue when you came on stage. You said that we were all being violent. Violent how?
Oh, I don't think that was me. I just came in here. But
No. You did say that. You did say that.
I said, well, yeah, we are. Actually, yeah, I did say that. We are.
And so why?
Violently.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so why exactly? Please be specific.
Okay, so we're all acting violently because they're telling you to
What is the
I did. Yeah,
Highly violent. Okay.
Hey, highly violent, bro.
Yeah, we playing into it, like, bro, we talking about white on white crime. They got black Americans so involved. Man, this the play. This shit is funny as fuck. Like, I'm stepping back. I'll have these conversations in Clubhouse just to have.
How are we playing into it though? Be specific. We're playing into it in what way? Like commenting on current world events, or?
Yeah. So this how we playing into it. Charlie Kirk, a white conservative, got shot in the neck by a white man, and Black America is fully engulfed into the conversation, into him dying, into celebrating, into being into all of this shit. Why the fuck are we involved in this?
I'll answer you.
Why are we involved and so tight into white on white crime? This white on white crime. Why is Black America just so?
I'll answer you. It's not because it's white on white crime. It's because it's a significant world event tied to our current world leader, which is President Trump. He was very significant to his platform in the way that he injected new blood, so it's going to significantly impact him and his, which is the reason why everybody is hyper-focused on it right now. It's not just our community, the world. They have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and other countries. This is world news. So, of course, we're going to discuss world news.
Yeah, and I get
it's a monumental event. So,
Clubhouse on that, bro. Like, I definitely get it. We gonna talk about whatever.
Yeah, it's not just whatever conversation. This is a political room, right? This is a politically based room, just like its sister room, which is politically correct, right? So, we're going to talk about major events in politics. Everybody's involved, exactly, right? So, of course, we're going to discuss that. I don't get how we're involving ourselves in something that doesn't involve us.
Because Gemini, outside of this room, I'll just say outside of the whole Clubhouse app, we see how Black America is being pulled into something that don't got nothing to do with us, right? Would you agree with that?
But it's also affecting. It's also the problem is it's also affecting. Stay 1 second, because you just run on substances. I at least yield. First of all, it is affecting Black people. Okay, people's lives are at stake. It's not a play when people are dying. Okay.
Only one person died, Charlie Kirk. Who else died?
What is sir? Like 8 Black schools got bomb threats or different type of threats.
Yes, it was 5.
No, 8.
Okay. And so what does that mean?
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean? What does it mean? It makes it unsafe. And you as a Black person, let me explain something to you. I don't know if you know this or not. Whenever something happens in the world that in America that pertains to violence or pertains to the left or Democrats, the first people that are going to catch the backlash is Black people. It doesn't matter if we had anything to do with it or not. That's why we have to be involved. That's why when it happened, the first motherfuckers you heard come out and say, I don't condone political violence is Obama and Kamala Harris. That's why, because they have the foresight to know this is going to come back on us, and it always does. And the reason why people are getting so irritated with you is because as a Black man, you should definitely know that. And if you don't, I'm here as an older Black man to tell you that that's why. So we have to be involved in everything at all times, or at least vigilant, or it always falls back on us.
Hey, Coach, you actually what I said. So we actually on the same page. Like, literally what you just said, how it falls back on the Black culture, that's all I've been talking about. I've been talking about, like, how we are used and they use us to garnish our energy. The Black community. If we talk about the Black community, why are we put into so many situations that don't got nothing to do with us? And as far as with the whole the HBCUs, hey, when JFK was assassinated, the HBCUs was up. They were standing. They was there. Did they go on?
They were just starting.
Let me land. I'm about to land. So even when it comes to JFK,
bro, did HBCUs go on lockdown? So what are you talking about?
Yes, they went on
I'm agreeing with you. When I say I'm agreeing with you, I'm literally agreeing with you. Because when we talk about white on white crime, why are HBCUs getting shut down? Like, there's no evidence.
Because there was a threat. No.
Yeah. So when it comes to that, I agree with you because it's just like, yo, I sit back and I think and I look. It's just like, yo, why are HBCUs shut down after Charlie Kirk got assassinated from a white man? We gotta sit here and we gotta ask ourselves these questions.
Okay, but say there was a legitimate threat made against these HBCUs.
From
and if I recall, I'm not involved in it. Right. There's I don't know because that's what they call investigations for, and the FBI is investigating where the threats came from. So I don't know, and I'm not going to make assumptions. I'm not like you guys who just make all these crazy ass assumptions. Let the investigation play out and we figure it out. But at the end of the day, I don't find that funny. I don't find any of that funny. I find it really revolting and sickening that y'all do this bullshit all the time. You know,
you can't find it funny because you don't know where the information came from.
Sir, I'm telling you where it came from.
You just said you don't know where it came from.
No, I told you where it came from. The FBI put it out that these schools were threatened, literally. That they put it out. It's credible. They said they were credible. Oh my God.
Hold on, Rez. So you're saying you don't, because I have the note that was sent to Southern University saying that the boy was going to shoot up black kids until somebody shot him.
And he said he was going to shoot up. He had a specific number, actually.
And
he said, I'm going to shoot up a certain amount.
Hold on. And in my old school, it happened. I got an email about it, and the 3 other schools that were that are around it had to be shut down too.
And the black hold on, sir. Hold on. And the black caucus literally came out. I don't know what your problem is. If we're gonna have a real discussion in this room, we have real discussions. We don't laugh. We actually have real discussions. So if you want to do that laughter shit, go someplace else because we have real, actual intellectual discussions. So if your intellectual prowess isn't strong enough to have an actual real discussion, then you might need to take it someplace else.
I'll follow up after you. Go ahead, speak.
Well, the laughter is not funny.
Calm down. Stop being so sensitive.
Hey, bro.
Sir, I'm going to wait till you talk to me. Yeah, what you're not going to do is tell the policeman. What you're not going to do is tell me about this.
You was policing me for laughing.
Hey, bro.
I never policed you at all. I never policed you at all. The reality is, at the end of the day, these HBCUs were threatened. Bottom line. And this is what always happens, that there is a black backlash in regards to black people in the black community when these type of things happen. Anytime that there is a threat in the white community, that we always tend to be the ones, just like he said, that become the targets. We become the first target. So now they're pivoting in other directions because now they don't have us as the target. So now the trans community is becoming the target because now they re-pivoted the conversation, and now they're saying that his roommate is a trans person, and now it's a trans situation, and now they're trying to stir the pot with the LGBT community. So, like I said, it just goes on, and they go bound down this rabbit hole.
Right?
They're playing with everybody at the end of the day.
That's all I'm saying, right?
And but the point of it is that nobody is discussing the fact that in a white community, in a white town, within a purely white state, in Utah, that this white man was shot by another white man who was raised by a white family who raised him to literally play with guns from the time he was 8 years old. And everybody wants to get into whose political affiliation he was involved in when he had no political affiliation.
Where does that information come from? That he was raised to play with guns since he was 8?
Sir, it's actually...
The
so I ain't trying to be disrespectful. Look, everything Red said has been on point. On top of that, if you do drop due diligence, which I would advise you to do if you're going to have a discussion on the subject matter, right? You can see him playing with 50 cals at like 8, 9, 10 years old. Like we're not even talking about your normal high caliber rifle. We're talking about sit down big gun twice as big as him, and he's next to it.
We got two-man gunners because I was a 50 cal gunner.
Exactly. You shoot that with your thumbs. You go with both hands and shoot with your thumbs.
Right, exactly. What should I use to find this information? What should I put in?
Go Facebook.
Well, what should I put in to find this information?
Google Charlie Kirk's killer.
They were pretty good.
Charlie, okay, I'm gonna Google Charlie Kirk.
Young Family State. That's
where is it, by the way? 13 Bravo. So yeah.
So Matt, in the chat, you wrote,
I love these
that the guy was, I was saying, I don't give a fuck who made the threats to the HBCU. It's just like I don't care about what political affiliation the man who shot Charlie Kirk was. This is where you guys come off disingenuous because it always has to do with, was the person black, was the person this, was the person that. Who gives a fuck? The thing is that 8 times out of 10, when these people are caught, they happen to be right wing. The guy who tried to assassinate Trump, right wing. These people, so you cannot get mad at us or say we're being disingenuous for reading the facts. If they were left wing, I would still want them caught. I don't give a fuck. The people who made these threats to the HBCUs, if they were black people disguising themselves as white people, guess what? I still want them
caught. Period. What we talking about? That's the problem with y'all. Y'all be mad at us because we be wanting people locked up regardless of whatever. But y'all don't be wanting people regardless locked up. Here's the problem, and this is the shit that be aggravating me. Y'all move the goalposts every fucking time. First of all, it was, we can't wait. Y'all had the Utah governor praying to God that this was going to be somebody else. He was going to fall under a they category. He was praying that it was going to be somebody Mexican, it was going to be an immigrant, it was going to be somebody of color, it was going to be somebody else, but somebody that wasn't young, white, and came from a Republican family.
So why are we all fighting with each other?
Nobody's fighting.
What you just said, if we know he said it, because I watched it too, we can't sit back and see the play. Like, bro, this is literally the reason, this shit happened for us to have the conversation that we having right now. Not just on Clubhouse, in our communities, in our households, families, all of that. Like, man,
the problem is no one's playing. We got kids in these schools. My little cousin goes to a HBCU, so that's not nothing to play with. It's not nothing to be like. It's not nothing to be.
Was threatening after Charlie Kirk got sniped, bro.
I just told you. Hold on. Let me read this to you. I watched through. This is the letter that Southern University got, and trigger warning because it is terrible. I watched the full. I don't know how to say her name. The girl that got killed on the bus. Zara 2. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I watched the full her video on Telegram and decided I've seen enough of your nigger bullshit. What do you think would happen if I killed 40 niggers at Charlotte before I ran into the train? Obviously, the situation would be very different for her. She would likely live today. I am a pussy about attacking in the past, but this time is going to be different. I've decided it's time for real attacks. So let me be very clear. I'm going to shoot every angry nigger, I'm going to shoot every nigger, because these words are kind of crossed out or redacted. I'm going to shoot every nigger I see at the Baton Rouge SUK
no chinks, then I will finish myself. The nigger lover police will feel embarrassed when 25 nigger skulls are zipped up and in warning signs and looked into, and it is seen that this threat is reported not credible. You will be asking all of the warning signs, but you fail. I'm reading as it's written, but you fail to look at your own behaviors. Every person in my life has said to me, my words are not credible until now. Ignore me because the psychological pain of knowing it happened exactly as I warned will be much worse. My manifesto explains everything except specific details about where exactly I am, and it's attached to this email. I explain why I'm choosing to go now, and using my real name forces me to act. There's no going back for me now. I'm going to go for a better score than Dylan Roof.
Okay.
Now, whether that's a play-in, whether you think that's a joke, that is to be taken at the utmost seriousness.
No matter who the fuck it is.
No. I don't take it serious at all.
Well, PTR.
So let me say why.
We don't move that.
Say why.
If you don't find out, you might be
I can't say why.
No, you sound you sound stupid as hell, bro. I can't.
Because you know what? You're the same person that listened to Megyn Kelly literally blame President Obama for the state we in today. Like, what this man is.
You're talking about a different person.
I'm making a. Let me finish my point. You're the same black man that will listen to these people continuously blame black people. I'm not finished. You're the same black man that will continuously listen to white people cape for black people being the problem in the United States of America and continuously keep pushing the goalposts, and you will continuously keep saying, well, nah, that ain't it. Nah, that ain't it. We will keep laughing, and then what happens is when it happens in your backyard, then you want black people like me to then turn around and say, I need you to come help me because now it doesn't happen in my backyard. Fuck out of here. I'm going.
Yeah, that ain't me. I don't know what you talking about. I don't know who you talking to.
Well, while you're there, PTR, because this is Tyler Robinson, one of his first guns, and at that age, to be that young and be a gun owner is absolutely ridiculous. That should be another part of the gun reform. You have to be a certain age to receive a gun, because this is madness.
Well, this is what we gotta learn about white people in white America. You made a statement to be that young and to be a gun owner. Yo, when you in white America, we talking about the South. Like,
that is not the South. That's the West.
Hold on.
That's not the South. That's not the South. That is the West.
Hold on.
Clarify. They live in Utah. That is the West.
Calm down. Whether we're talking about the South, whether we're talking about the West, if we're talking about white America, they train their kids to hold these rifles and snipe and do what they do since they're way before they're 18 years old.
And now he gets to shoot Charlie Kirk in the neck. So again, it just added up to the violence that you initially talked about. No? See or no?
Oh man, y'all, this scene is crazy.
Well, I gotta admit, because you don't think that's what I just read.
Don't waste your time, bro. Don't waste your time, bro.
See, you say don't waste your time, but
I like to debate. I like hearing intellectual speak, but the more you talk, the dumber you get. Like, I'm serious, bro. I'm losing brain. Like,
you say don't waste your time. You call me an intellectual. Like, I just don't know what I'm speaking about.
You don't. He just gave you a very valid reason that they were concerned. The FBI took that seriously for good reason. You always want to be proactive, especially when it's high tensions. You're saying, I wouldn't be worried about that shit. Like,
hey, so you want me to tell you why these conversations are disingenuous? Because Gemini just said a point about the FBI. So if on the point about the FBI, do you believe full-heartedly everything the FBI says about the Epstein case? Yes or no? Just answer the question, yes or no.
What? What do we?
I don't understand the question. Hold on, wait. It's
moving the goalposts.
The FBI is not the one holding it over.
Right, the DOJ got the file. The DOJ has the file. The DOJ has. Sir, you don't know what you're talking about. The DOJ has the file.
Rez, I'm talking to Gemini.
Gemini will tell you the same thing. The DOJ.
The DOJ has the file.
Oh my God. So
The
Gemini
DOJ has the file.
Hold on, Gemini just brought this point in this conversation we're having now about the FBI. So my question to Gemini is, when it comes to the Epstein case and the Epstein files,
we're not depending on the FBI. That's not what we're waiting on right now.
Oh my God.
The DOJ has the fucking file. What do you not understand? You don't even know the difference in the agencies. This is what I don't give a fuck. Because this is disingenuous shit. You motherfuckers don't even know the difference in the fucking agencies. But y'all be talking so much dumb shit. Listen, learn and understand what the fucking government does before you come on these stages talking this dumb shit. Y'all is fucking stupid.
Yeah, you gotta do better, Slade. This not a good look.
Bro,
I'm not just trying to coach him out. Last time he was in here, I thought we had a decent conversation.
We have a decent conversation.
No, you need to listen to Just. Listen to Just. If that letter came to any school, I'm not spazzing on you, I'm telling you. If that letter came to any school, black, white, green, blue, purple, if that shit came to a fucking doggy daycare, they would shut that bitch down. Like, and you talking about, oh no, I wouldn't take this. Hey, Just, let me make it simpler. If I received that letter to my home, right? I'm out. I guarantee I'm gonna take it seriously.
If that letter came to my airline, we would shut that motherfucker down. We would shut the tarmac down. We will shut the airport down. We will shut the whole fucking airline down, and we will shut this bitch down. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Let's go down the list of how many times.
What is you talking about?
Let's go through that list, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not even trying to. Yo, hey,
that's not something you don't call bluff on that.
Just work with me, bro. Like,
I can't work with you in my life.
We just talking, bro. Okay.
Yeah, but not the saying, oh, I don't take that seriously. I don't play like that. I don't play, but not that much.
Serious because I can see that there's some bullshit going on. Because even us are sitting amongst each other, whether you for Charlie, whether you for Trump, whether you Democratic, whatever way you going, whatever happens in real life, the sole purpose is for us to debate with each other, to say, oh, you wrong, you right. Like, are we saying we don't know that this is what the play is? Is that what we saying? That this is not what the play is?
There's no play, bro. There's no play. This is what I'm saying. You think it's somebody's playing. This is a crazy person. And this is where we get fucked up in this country. Or have been fucked up. Y'all go into this whole like, oh well, this person's ideology or whatever. The bitch was crazy. Like fuck what he voted for. He was crazy. And he shot somebody in the middle of a speech.
I do agree. Just is onto something. I agree. That letter is fucked up. I don't know how you get behind that with your full chest state on that one. I mean, any kind of letter like that, if anybody got that letter at their work, like, that's fucked up, dude. I don't even know why you're going down that road to think.
That's just a safety issue. Like, what are we talking about? It's just basic safety 101, and we going down a fucking rabbit hole. That shit is crazy.
Can I ask you a question, Just? Just, I'm asking you a question, right? So when we look at all the things that happen in the United States of America, right? Like the bombing or the Tesla blowing up at Trump Towers, right? And the fucking dude that went in and shot the dude on the 33rd floor in Times Square. Even if we're going back to Maji, Joni, whatever his name is. When it comes to all these fucking manifestos and letters and all this shit, bro, are we really gonna sit here and we believe that every time we see a situation happen the way it happens, that these dudes are the ones writing manifestos and they just saying, yo, this is me, I did it, this is the reason why I did it, I wrote this letter, y'all read it, and now y'all fucking argue amongst yourselves. Like, come on, we think all these dudes are, hey, how about this? How about this? Last thing I'm gonna say, how about you look up how much it takes and what it takes to engrave a message on a shell casing? And that's what we keep seeing, right? Messages on shell casings, whole paragraphs, messages, all this shit. And y'all just sit back and believe it.
You can tell you don't manage people for a living.
Let me. This is the state of play in our country since 9/11. Every threat must be taken seriously. Every single one. That's just what we've been on since. I mean, it should have been like that before 9/11, but especially since 9/11. You know, it used to happen in high school. They would call bomb threats in and shit. We would have to leave the school. You got it doesn't matter how minuscule or how much of a joke you think it is. You have to take it seriously every time. And so that's the problem. We have
Just let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. If you don't take it seriously, what's the worst case scenario?
You miss some school or something like that. But if you don't take that one time that you don't, I've lived in
that's all I'm going to ask my next question.
Oklahoma City, or you get shit like that.
Bombing, you get all these different things that happen.
Because the one time, this shit happened at a university. Every school the next day is going to be on high alert.
Do you know they locked down the Naval Academy the same day that Charlie Kirk got shot?
Any specialized school, any black school, any school where there's, that's gonna be top priority. So whether you read it and you thought it was bullshit or not, you have to act. And anybody that is like that, this is no shade to you. I do not want them on no type of protective services that, protect where I'm at, because I don't give a fuck what you think about it. You better get these people out of here.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. Do you know something? Hold on, Dave. Do you know that if you say the word bomb, in the airports, period, point, fucking blank, it will lock and shut the fucking airport down. They take every threat seriously, whether or not it is true or not. I have been at Hartsfield Airport. I have been at SFO. I have been at several airports around the world because I work at a lot of these airports around the world. And I'm going to tell you, we take every fucking threat serious. So anytime we suspect anything, if a motherfucker calls any shit in, we are going to shut the motherfucker down.
You should. I agree.
But that protocol goes for schools. It goes for any fucking thing. So I'm trying to make a point. And my point I'm making to you, and in my summation state, is that what you're saying doesn't make sense. Because every threat, whether it's a HBCU, whether it's an elementary school, whether it's a damn airport, whether it's a apartment building, whatever the threat is, people take security seriously, and they are going to stop anything, and they're going to stop an operation, shut it down until they can secure it and make sure that the threat is not imminent. Period. Point blank.
Graz is 100% correct. I agree with you, Graz. All right, so cool. So Gemini and Just, right? I'm gonna ask y'all a question, right? Gemini and Just, if y'all still up.
No.
Do y'all feel
No.
like
No. They're not the only ones on stage. They're not the only ones on stage. They stop doing that. They're not going to booty lick for you either, States. They're not going to save you, States. Do you understand? If you say something that is wrong, one of us is going to come and correct you, and it might be a woman. I hope you're okay with that. I hope you're okay with that.
Can you mute up?
No, I don't want to be that.
Can y'all tell me so I can just ask this question, bro? Gemini and Just, can y'all tell me so I can just ask this question? Like, all right, so cool, she muted now, right? So, all right, hold on, stay. You can ask your question, but you can't. Like, question somebody, you know, if they have a answer for it, you know, other than me and Gemini, then you know, he might be asleep, so they you know. Allow them to answer. Like, ask the question just before she started speaking. Did you even hear my question? You didn't ask the question yet. What she's saying to you is, if you ask a question that she feels like she may have an answer on, and what I'm chiming in on, it's an open stage. Anybody can. But if I have an answer, I answer too. Just ask your question. Okay, all right. So my question is, right, Gemini, so whoever's to the stage, right? So based off of what we were just speaking about, of how we have to take all the threats serious, do we really believe that Donald Trump actually had a real attempted assassination on his life? Do you believe that? Just. I don't know. I honestly do not know. It seems weird to me, but I do think it should be taken seriously. Just like I think that anything else should be taken seriously. No, it's not. Oh, you know what to say. I don't look. I can dislike you. I could want to beat you up. I could want to slap you. I don't think people should just be gunned down in the street. That's not my style. I've never been that way. I wasn't raised like that. Y'all think because someone talks harsh and is not afraid to say the things that they are evil. I really don't give a fuck, but I'm actually not evil. I don't want to see nobody hurt. Even if you don't like me, I might want to cuss your ass out. I might want to press you, but I don't want to see anybody hurt. And it's the reason I got so pissed off with Omari for saying that, and Matt knows because he was in here when the shit happened. I got in an argument, and well, I really did an argument, but me and who was it? Black Freedom was saying how we really ain't fuck with it, and they was calling us a coon and everything, and we soft and everything. So it's irritating when you say something. I say exactly what the fuck I mean. I don't think the boy should have been shot. That's just how I feel. Now, if somebody else feels that way, that's on them. I believe in free speech as well, but that's not my feeling. So I think that both things, the threats at the schools, all the things that happened in hindsight, and the killing, it all was wrong. I'm not hung up on if it's a right wing or a left wing. I just know what's been happening, and it's been from the right side. But if it's a left wing, get the motherfucker out of here. If it's a black person, get them out of here. If it's an immigrant, get them out of here. But it's likely not. And then we just like we have to say, we can say, get them out of here on all levels, wherever they are. We have to look at statistics. And I'm a math guy. And statistically, it's a very, very, well, I mean, we already see it was always a very low chance of it being a non-white person. And statistically, from what's been happening with right-wing extremism, it was very likely for it to be a right-wing person. Now that we don't know yet, he could be politically unaffiliated. But all this, he had a trans lover, so that don't mean shit. Y'all got trans people on the right side too. Hey, but you see how they try to just get everybody to argue though, right? You see how, like, whether he was staying with a trans person, whatever. At the end of the day, all of this is for what's happening right now. The left, the right, the up, the down, the black, the white. This is what it's for. And we fall into it every time. That's my whole point. That's all I'm saying. I don't think taking heed to a bomb threat is falling into anything. we have to ask ourselves the same way we do our deep dives, or we go on to ChatGPT, whatever the case is. Now we have to ask ourselves, where did this come from? Who made the call? What was the validity behind the whole situation? Because that would show us more of who's doing what and who's trying to make us go back and forth with each other.
That's the
FBI job. That's not our job. Come on, stop. Right. So my God, y'all get into these conspiracy things. That's why we in the place we in now, because y'all go down these damn rabbit holes. Stop it.
Okay, cool. So, all right, cool. We going down these rabbit holes. I asked the question: was Trump assassination attempt real or not?
We don't know, because at the end of the day, guess what? No, let me tell you, it was an open and shut case. They didn't do shit. There was no full investigation. They were never transparent about the situation. One man died. They did a whole funeral about it, and they never were transparent about the situation. So we have no fucking idea, and we'll never find out, because there was never any FOIA, and nobody did shit. So we don't know.
Well, we know what's going on right now with Kirk, though. We know that, all right?
What? We don't. We don't know that either. All we know is that this white man shot him.
That's all I'm saying, Riz. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, again, I don't know. All we know is a young white man. It was white on white crime. That's what we know.
It was white on white crime. The black people being up. Good, young man.
Who went up for?
You be smoking? Do you smoke? Do you smoke weed?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, it makes sense. Gotcha.
Make a whole lot of
Man, get out of here, bro. I ain't seen you back. Alright.
Yeah, because you be in your own head.
I just checked. I had a feeling, that's all.
Thanks.
Yeah, so my thoughts are coming from the fact that I smoke weed, right?
No, because that paranoia be kicking in. I get it. I ain't talking just like you.
Paranoid about?
Y'all be paranoid about all kind of shit.
Well, what am I paranoid about? I'm not paranoid about nobody doing nothing to me. So what am I paranoid about? I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not nobody in any type of position. So what am I paranoid about? Rez?
I mean, you came up here and called us violent, so.
I ain't hear you, Juicy, my bad.
I said you came up here and called us violent, so.
I didn't call y'all nothing. So Juicy, I was talking to Just, I was talking to Gemini.
You were on the stage talking. You were on the stage talking. That means, even if you're talking to Just, and even if you're talking to Gemini, you're on the stage. It's an open stage, so we can all jump in at any time.
Of course. Like, did I say you couldn't jump in or you couldn't speak? Did I say that?
Again, you said you keep pointing out Just and Gemini like they were.
Because that's who I asked the question to.
You were asking multiple questions. Either way, I was going to correct you when you needed correcting. What's the problem?
Alright, correct me, Juicy. Where do I need my correcting at? Where do I need that?
Came up here and called us violent. There we go. Start there.
What? Oh my God.
What? That's what you did. What?
Hey, Juicy, so you saying the correction I need is that I called y'all violent?
Yes.
So this is where the whole left and right situation comes into play, because we have a person that's on the stage, Juicy, like that, don't know that I come in this room all the time, and everybody that's moderated at least know what my stance is, and you're playing.
What's your stance again?
You're playing into
what I
want you to play into. You don't think for yourself, Juicy. I'm sorry, you're not thinking
What's
for yourself.
What's your stance again?
You're not thinking for yourself, Juicy. Sorry.
What is your stance again?
My stance is you don't think for yourself. That Juicy doesn't think for herself.
Okay. And where did you get that?
Because of what you just said. It shows me clearly you don't think for yourself.
Jesus, oh my God. You literally just...
Justin, they got a little bit of tension, or am I misreading?
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's literally disgusting. Yuck.
I don't know which side is from, but
I'm so pumped right now.
Nah, Slay is like a.
And
Holy just
Did y'all grandma have with Chihuahua?
Yeah, that's
like when you first met, you like, man, this motherfucker dog. After you be around it, you be like, this little motherfucker, alright. And you might be sitting on your lap and watching TV. That's how Slade is.
Yep,
So he alright sometimes.
And I ain't gonna say if I'm wrong or whatever the case is, but look, I'm just trying to have the conversation, and I feel like we getting played. I'm not saying I'm right, y'all wrong, whatever the case is. I'm saying that you said
what who playing us and what they playing us for.
So now we're having a conversation of why.
I'm asking the question. Why?
Okay, so
why?
I answer the question. They playing us because they need our energy. So I'm just looking at the stage. I feel like this is
why? I feel like the question. Who and why?
Okay, like I can't answer it if you like cut me off. So
you gotta tell me who first, love. Who? Rest, this is what I didn't go at the beginning.
Here's the thing. I don't know who, and you don't know who.
That's the problem. You can't, but love, listen, who's on first? This is where I always get, this is what messes me up in the conversation. Because you can't be telling me who, unless you can tell me who the who is. This is the problem.
Okay, so let's do this. Who benefits from Charlie Kirk getting sniped in the neck? Rez, who benefits from that?
I don't know, because I'm not in Charlie Kirk's
Exactly. So you're in the same boat as me. I don't know, you don't know, we don't know.
I'm not in Charlie Kirk's pockets.
What? What are you talking about, Charlie Kirk pockets?
What I'm saying to you is that I am not a part of his organization, so I don't know who benefits from Charlie Kirk's situation.
Facts. That is 100% facts.
Okay, but you're the one making the summation. So why would I be discussing something about who when I don't know who? I'm not going to have that conversation about the who when I don't know who the who is.
So you can agree with me that we are pretty much fighting amongst ourselves. We don't know the
I'm not fighting.
Conversation.
I'm not fighting because here's the thing. I'm not fighting with you. I'm telling you I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm telling you I don't give a fuck because at the end of the day, this white on white crime, right? And what I'm telling you is I'm sitting back with my popcorn watching this shit go down. And at the end of the day, I think it's a very unfortunate situation. What I'm trying to concern myself with is how do I make sure that the people that I love and that I care about and the people that are in proximity to me and the people in my community are okay, and that bomb threats don't go down in HBCUs, that the people that I love and care about and that attend those HBCUs stay safe, and the people that work in proximity and work in the realm that I work in are okay, and that my child that serves in the military currently are okay, and the veterans like myself that I take care of and make sure that are okay will still be okay, just like me. That's the people that I concern myself about. So whatever is going on with their situation, I can't worry about.
Like me, I got kids serving in the military too.
Right. So that's what I worry. That's what I worry about. I worry about veterans because I'm a vet. I did 22 years in the Army. I worry about my son that's still on active duty, so I'm still in that space, and I make sure that that's taken care of, and that's what I can concern myself with because I still got reach in that space. But that's what I can concern myself with because as long as I got an active duty, as long as I got a retired military ID card, I can do what I need to do, and I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Period.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Steve, do you mind if I speak?
Absolutely. Go for it.
I ain't no mind, bro. Go ahead, do your thing.
Awesome. Well, what a cool space. I mean, holy moly, I was thinking it was like a 420 lounge where we just smoke weed, and all of a sudden I heard TC going hard.
Nah, you you can't smoke weed and speak on the stage, bro. You can't smoke weed and be in here.
Okay.
Geez, like
what I was
not
gonna.
going hard. Honestly, he really had to concede on multiple points before he left the room. It didn't really go well with him.
Well, that's what I'm going to back him up a little bit. I love TC.
No, you can love him, but I mean, if we're accurately reviewing what occurred on the stage, he had to concede on multiple points before he went on mute and didn't left.
Well, here's why I specifically love this guy. Is because
no one cares if you love him. Respectfully. Do you have anything that you want to say?
Yeah, what about you? What would you like? We don't want, TC is not here, and we don't want to discuss someone that's not here, so why don't you go ahead and give us your submission, sir?
Sure, definitely. Thank you for allowing me on stage. I am an absolute stoner galore. I love the weed.
Okay.
Because, and you know what? I'm on a hiatus. I'm like on a break of it, but it's called a tolerance break. If anybody in the weed space knows that.
Why do you say weed and not weed? Why do you say it like that?
No, because I'm in the space, and can I speak, or are you just going to fucking keep talking?
I'm just kind of curious. You just piqued my curiosity. Go ahead.
You speak.
Okay.
Man, say what you have to say, bro.
So most people don't call it weed. If you truly are a part of the cannabis community, you will refer to it as cannabis. Only like outsiders refer to it as weed. That's what sparked my curiosity. I'm also in the cannabis space. If you go to YouTube and look up G7 Genetics, that's my channel. If you go to the website G7 Genetics, which is currently sold out because my shit moves.
That's excellent.
Right.
That's what Gemini kind of did to me. He was like, dude, flip you, flip me, flip everybody. You don't even know who I am. I'm Jason from the Bay, and I'm literally fighting for the fucking goddamn green fucking goddamn stigma, and I'm willing to actually go so far that I am doing it for the prisoners. And the Last Prisoner Project is a big thing of mine, and I'm best friends with, let me tell you, the godfather of weed.
Not the name dropper.
Angelo. D'Angelo. His name's Anthony D'Angelo, as a matter of fact. And Rez, if Gemini speaks one more time over me, I'm going to let you kick his head.
Hey, yo, what the fuck going on?
Gemini is my battle, so that will never be out. Gemini is my battle buddy, so that will never be out. I know you guys work together. That's my battle buddy for life. Yeah, you might want to. Yeah, you might want to. Yeah, you true. We ain't doing that, bro.
They shouldn't go ahead.
Can I not get the mic? I don't even know what
the mic is back in your hand. Go, Jim. Go ahead.
Dude, I'll speak for like 10 seconds and you'll jump in on my ass.
Bro, what is talk?
Okay, sorry. Hey, man. I'm here to say hi. I'm Jason from the Bay. I love weed and I love you. And I want you to love weed too.
No.
Man, what the fuck?
The white coke is crazy.
Yo, what the advertising?
I'm Jason from the Bay. I love weed and I love you. And I want you.
I love you and I love you too. Totally crazy.
When he gets back to TC and tells his daddy what happened, he's going to blame all of us. He's going to say that we picked on him, quote unquote, and not that he came up here like a total high-ass doofus.
JC, I love you. Let me actually be real. That's okay. Not many people.
You know what I do like? I like Jazz's picture. Do you see her PTR? Does it look familiar?
Yeah, she did like a double finger fuck me or something. I don't even know.
It's definitely a double fuck you. It definitely.
Here's what I say Juicy. I love your Juicy.
I don't like to.
And
And you're high.
Crazy.
that's right. What I want to say is just a couple things. Shit, I think I forgot. Let me go.
Because you're high, baby. Go down back down to the goo. It's okay.
Whatever strain you are smoking, you are great advertising for it because it is effective as fuck.
That's a strain we don't even know about. That's great.
Yeah.
That strain is straining. Okay.
Ain't it?
I found it, and if you guys allow me to just speak a little bit.
We tried, bro. Jason from the basin. We already know Jason from the basin.
Yeah.
Hello?
Don't tell us where you
Jason from the basin. We got you, Jason.
No, from the basement? I love that. No. Oh, yeah.
Jason
Dude,
from
there's
the
a
basin.
certain level of love. You want to be in the basement, boo. Trust me. Because I know nobody.
Do you have any unfinished love for TC?
I know TC. Yeah. TC once in a while shows himself. He's like, shut up. I just made 3.
Do y'all have an intimate relationship, or what's the name?
No. Well, here's what I wanted to say is he knows Nelson and I know Nelson, and when they went to a party, he said, hey, I closed a $30,000 deal in front of Nell. And what I was going to do with
$30,000 deal?
is I'm actually going to do a $300 million deal in front of Nell. Let's go.
Oh, okay. All right.
But
submission?
Things are getting progressively great for all of us. Stop being such a racist. And stop being such a jerk. The basements can still make money, honey. And what I will say is this. I want to help the handicap of the world have their own golf tee instead of the red, white, blue tees and the black tees and the back it up. I want a Hispanic tee. I want a black tee. Well, actually, they already have a black tee.
Are you
mad? No, ultimately, I want the
Jason, are you MAGA?
No, I want to see my friend. Hold on one second. I want to see my friend David J. Buck. David J. Buck is in a wheelchair.
Jason, did you vote for Donald J. Trump?
Hell yeah, I voted for
it just makes sense.
Gavin Newsom. I love Gavin Newsom. I'm his governor. I actually really like Gavin Newsom. I don't know why. I just think he's unraveling a big mess in California, and he's doing his best. And he wants to quit.
Jason from the Bay, he's not a jerk. He's not a jerk. Jason from the Bay. Jason don't know that shit about you. Jason from the Bay.
So you gay, ain't you?
No, I'm happy as fuck, but at the same time, I'm trying to invent something for, like, the handicap, the rollers, the people that are in a wheelchair. I want them to have fun playing golf just like I do. And I want them to have their own tee. Thank you. Ladies have their own tee, so fuck off, bitches. I'm sorry, I got a little hardcore. But I want all you to remember my name, Jason from the Bay. Stood tall, stood fast for the...
You know, Jason, I saw in the chat when TC was in here, you were making a lot of passes at him. And I've just picked up on some of the other things that you just said. And I've come to the conclusion that, Jason, you're gay. And it's okay. You do, but I just want to know if
here's something that I've done in life that you haven't done. I
don't care, though.
I was in La Quinta, and I was enjoying my life, and I was starting my business, and I was like, well, there's a cool tennis tournament, and then Kobe Bryant died. and I went to the same place, and then I was like, God damn, this is fucked up. And I played with an up-down, like tennis facility, and so I saw all these wheelchair people do their thing, and I met David J. Buck, and I was like really intrigued, and I was talking to him, and he knew the GoDaddy guy, or no, it's actually the Survey Monkey guy, and I was like, dude, I'm actually starting a business, David J. Buck, and he started telling me everything that he had to go through, and I was like, God damn, what the.
Jason is a little tired. He had to relax in Dubai or Dubai, so we're gonna let him hang out.
He got so high he fell to the goo.
Jason from the Bay, we will remember your name and we appreciate your contributions on the stage this evening. Yeah, we do. How do you want to do? Or you're high in the do. Actually, see that reversed words.
So I got secondhand embarrassment for the Bay right now.
Even that cool doesn't know how to feel right now.
Yeah, I don't think he was I think he might have been a little drunk. Yeah, it really didn't sound like weed. It really didn't. That sounded like, yeah, or he crossfaded. Could be crossfaded. Other than that. That was not weed alone. Weed alone does not make you.
All right, State, you're up next. Any more questions you need filibustering to? Oh, he fell asleep. This is Jason's fault.
Oh, no, I'm not there.
Oh, okay.
I'm not making some oxtail and mac and cheese real quick. I'm good. I'm all listening.
The munchies kicking in, huh?
Yep.
Late night munchies be there, though. I ain't gonna hold you.
Question. If Jesus returned, do you think he'd be deported?
Is he here on a work visa or no?
I don't think so.
Y'all know Trump's wife didn't get deported when she was supposed to have her work visa, so probably not.
He could get a work visa because he's a carpenter, correct? Yes, he is. So
destruction, wouldn't he?
He would.
He's smoking. Everybody on the stage is smoking.
He'd probably be at an ICE facility right now, though. If he came back in America. Now, if he came back in Bethlehem, I don't even know if he would be alive right now because he'd probably get bombed by Israel, right?
Yeah, that's sad. But let's say, he came to America because he wanted to make America great again, whatever the hell that means, right? And decided that he wanted to do miracles, right, for the free, because he only did them for the free. He did not need donation.
Did you just make Jesus MAGA? What are we doing right now?
No, he's not mad. He just wants to make
You literally saying,
I don't think he'd be country specific.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
for everybody.
He is for everybody. So he travels to America. He does some carpentry. Obviously, he needs to work, right? Because, you can't come here and not work. He obviously doesn't get any benefits because he is indeed on a work visa. So, he does a miracle. The miracle happens. Words get spread. Who do you think would attack him first? The church? Trump? Or let's say he was in Texas. Who do you think would get him first? The Texas governor, Trump, or the church?
Who do you think he would get what first?
Jesus. Whether they put him in jail, whether they do something to him. I don't want to assume that anything bad happens, but if you are an immigrant that comes to this country, as of today, yeah, ICE would probably pick your ass up. So, who do you think will get to him first? What do you guys think? Really?
I think Jesus will probably have a podcast and debate people.
Oh, yeah. He would make a great podcaster. Yes.
A Bible debate.
Probably do live debates on campus, right?
Now we're going to make him Kirk, okay?
No. We're not making him Kirk, right? Because even
he would actually be the exact opposite.
Right.
And he'll probably be Kirk's worst nightmare. Because he'll debunk all of his stuff right away.
Yeah, men like Charlie Kirk taint, rearrange, taint, or even put some of the verses in the Bible, they take it out of context. Like, we have to remember, the Bible was in BC. It's not 2025, right? So some things will not, transfer. But, Jesus would have a lot of opposing views from Charlie Kirk. Because he doesn't love that neighbor. He does not love that neighbor.
Well, he'll be the walking, talking word of God. And I don't know how you're going to debate it. What is he going to say? Well, the Bible says this, Jesus. You know what I mean? Use the word, bro.
And Jesus be like, how you going to tell me what my father said? Huh? How you going to tell me what my daddy said? That would be funny. said Jesus would be Asian. Like
Asian? Is the Middle East considered Asia?
I assume the Middle East would be the Middle East.
Oh, what continent though? Is it on? It's in Asia, right? Russia is in Asia, so Russians are actually Asian, isn't it? Right? So Middle East, that's south of Russia. That's Asia, right?
Do you call Middle Easterns Asians though?
Oh, well, it's just talking technical. Technically, they're Asian.
But do we typically call Middle Easterns?
It's like when we call Chinese people Chinese or Asian. They're both. They're Middle Eastern and Asian. Middle Eastern people are Asian. But not all Asians are Middle Eastern.
Touche. Touche.
So Middle Easterns are Asians' brothers and sisters. So that means Jesus was Asian. So technically, if he came back the same as he came back, he would come back as an Asian, right?
But he was described here. Well, what are the other descriptions?
Asian, like features, but where the location of where you're born is Asia. So Bethlehem in Palestine, that's considered a part of the Asian continent. So you'll be Asian.
Okay. Well, he already speaks the languages, so I might as well. What did Matt say? Hold on. I just thought he would want to solve the black on black crime. No. Well, would he want to solve the white on white crime? Like,
I want to solve all crime.
Yeah, I would hope so.
He'll be probably bigger than the narrow minds that humans have right now. Probably just correct everybody. Like, y'all thinking too small. Y'all thinking black on black and white on white. You should be thinking about loving your neighbor.
I don't think he'd even want guns at all in America. And that would piss off a lot of people. I think my genuine thought is that he would be sacrificed again if he came to America.
Crucified again? He'd probably be crucified again?
Yes.
That's what it seems like it would happen. Because that's what's happening with a lot of people. Is when they start speaking out too hard, and they get a wave of hatred towards them.
All right. That was a good question and answer. Thank you, Jeremy, for indulging. Does anyone want to hear any what's his name, Charlie Kirk talking points or anything of that nature? Matt asks, do you think Jesus would be for reparations? Yes, not just on earth, but in heaven as well. were saying, Jeremy? I'm sorry. I want reparations for Foundation of Black Americans. I think it's time. If we really truly want to move as one unit and say that we're American, they are owed.
You wanna question the ponder?
Sure.
Is there one thing that Charlie Kirk said that you agree with?
About the Epstein files, making sure that there's full transparency, but that's it. A broken clock is correct, maybe once or twice a day. So he's still broken. He's very much broken.
Yeah, I actually wish he was still around so that way he could push on that. And I wish he didn't flip on that shit. Because that would be having somebody from within to put pressure on them is kind of like Candace Owens, right? She's not bulking for Israel, right? It's good to have somebody on their side that builds a fan base that has the influence in that base to push them, because nobody on the left has that leverage on them.
Well, nobody's going to push Trump either. There are maybe one or two outliers, and then they get quiet very quickly because they know they have to stay in line, otherwise they can lose their spot. Charlie Kirk is no different.
That video that was played earlier, where he talked about Charlie Kirk started out as like a secular debater, right? He wasn't really like super Christian nationalist before.
He's a grifter.
That's interesting, because what if, because he had that interview with Gavin Newsom, right? What if in the near future there was a possibility that he would flip the youth and be like, you know what, this is actually the real way to help everybody, right?
That wouldn't have happened either. Remember, at the end of the day, yes, he's a grifter, but because he has been around, he has recorded all of his talking points. There's no really going back, and of course, his day ones would be highly upset. And again, if he decided to change his narrative, he wouldn't have walked away any more than he did that other day. God rest. Y'all think Kirk is MAGA adjacent? I think Kirk is a grifter who got into a sweet role in MAGA. I think his wife is very much MAGA, and she will finish and complete the work that he hasn't. And I hope to God, I truly, truly do, that her voice goes unheard, because she sounds horribly dangerous. There were people talking about her earlier and like really emphasizing how dangerous she sounds, and the sounds might come into action. And the way I heard people just saying, oh no, it's not going to take flight. Charlie Kirk wasn't supposed to take flight either. Charlie Kirk was a grifter. He wasn't supposed to take flight, but here he is being praised around the world for his goddamn bigotry and horrible and hatred rhetoric. So who knows what she's going to do when she has the gavel in her hand.
guys for holding the room down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for holding the room down.
Yep.
So, I know it's early and late, so I'm just going to go ahead and close the room. Are you guys good with that, or you got more you want to hash out?
No, I'm good.
All right. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming to the 420. If you have a pink ticket, please cash it in so we don't have to ping you in later on today for part 3 of this simulating topic. I lost just about all the mods, and Juicy, come back so we can set you up with a badge.
Oh, I would love a badge. Thank you. But I also curse a lot, and
well, have you been here all day? Have you been here? So yes, please do come back. I appreciate all you guys. All right, guys. See you later on tonight. Oh, hey, Spirit. You just came in just in time for us to close the room.